The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Welcome chess fans to day one of the 2025 American Cup held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. It's a beautiful sunny day here in the Central West End and we are ready for the players to arrive and compete in this exciting double elimination format event. Now let's go to the studio and start day one action.
Some of the top players in America have come to the St. Louis Chess Club to compete for the American Cup. The double elimination format offers top prize money for those who survive in classical and rapid chess. Live action starts right now. Hello everyone, I'm woman Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova and I'm joined by Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Grandmaster Cristian Chirila. Hello guys.
Hey.
Katerina, Yasser, it's been a week.
Yeah, but it's still good to be with you both once again in studio. Hello everyone, welcome to our coverage of the American Cup. One of our favorite events as it features a double elimination of classic, rapid, and blitz, potentially Armageddon as well. 8 of the top players, open players in America, and 8 of our top women players in America are going to be competing in this event. It's going to be an exciting one. Kate, do the honors, the rosters.
Yeah, let's take a look. We have a very strong field and we will start with the women's section. Here the top seed is Carissa Yip, international master, followed by Alice Lee, Irina Krush, Anya Zatonskih, Tatev Abrahamyan, Atousa Pourkashiyan, Nazi Paikidze, and Thalia Cervantes.
Truly the who's who of women's chess in America and in the open section.
In the open section, again, really great players here. The top seed here is Hikaru Nakamura. But then Fabiano Caruana, Levon Aronian, Wesley Leinier, Dominguez, the whole Olympic team, Sevian, Robson, and the very young Abhimanyu Mishra.
Welcome everybody, including Mishra, who really will have a challenge in front of him. Tell us about the format for this event.
So this format, we have 2 8-player double elimination bracket style tournaments, no drawer allowed in any of the games. Now we have the champions bracket. There the players play 2 classical games match, 90 minutes plus 30-second increment. If there is a tie, they play blitz playoff match with 3 minutes plus 2-second increment. If this blitz playoff is tied, they play another one, and then if it's tied again, they play Armageddon. And then whoever loses proceeds to the elimination bracket. The elimination bracket is all about rapid games. They play a match of 2 rapid games, 25 minutes plus 10-second increment. If there is a tie, another blitz playoff. If there is tie again, another blitz playoff. And one more tie, the Armageddon is going to decide it. With 3 minutes for white, 2 minutes for black, and 2-second increment.
Fantastic, you did that great. And tell us about the schedule, Kate.
So the schedule, we have 10 days where we play chess, but each day we play different brackets and different styles.
Okay, and
but today,
tell us
we
about
have
today.
day one. And day one is all about the champions bracket, and we have only 1 classical game today.
Okay, no rapids today. That might occur tomorrow. Thank you so very much. And Cristian, we've got some really good young guns, let's say, in this event.
Absolutely, we have the best chess players in the United States. We have an incredible format, as you guys just pointed out. This is a recipe for a great event. Let's take a look at the newcomers, and we're going to start with the ladies section. And what a name we have there. Take a look at that. That's a pretty strong newcomer. 21 years of age, Carissa Yip, 3-time US chess champion. She is coming into this one as the top seed of the event, and she's also pursuing the Grandmaster title and the $100,000 Cairns Chess Queens Award. This is new, this is exciting, and this is incentivizing girls around the United States to pursue that elusive and very difficult to achieve Grandmaster title. That's Irina Krush receiving the first of its kind $100,000, and she was excited but also extremely surprised. She did not expect. It was just an incredible surprise for everybody in attendance. Let's take a look at what's happening in the open section. Who's the newcomer that I want to talk about?
Wow.
This is
16.
the guy.
Wow.
Grandmaster Abhimanyu Mishra, only 16 years young, 2600 rated, and he's been talking about achieving the next step. That is the 2700 milestone.
Exactly.
He will try to start on that journey in this tournament. First American Cup appearance and the 2023 US Junior Chess Champion. I remember he qualified the US Chess Championships. Guess what?
great.
Everybody was like, okay, who's this guy? He's going to finish
Junior.
last. He finished on the podium. He finished third.
Surprised
Just
everybody.
incredible.
Some incredible wins in that tournament too.
Yeah.
Great player, and he can beat absolutely anybody.
Tell us about the prize fund. What are they fighting for? Let's start with the ladies. Kate.
So let's take a look at the ladies. Actually, we will start with the pairings.
Pardon me.
So the women's champions bracket, we have Carissa Yip is going to be challenged by Thalia Cervantes. Anya Zatonskih is going to be playing Tatev Abrahamyan. Irina Krush against Atousa Pourkashiyan. And Alice Lee will be playing Nazi Paikidze.
Yes, our co-commentator. Good luck with that one. I see Alice is tough. And in the open section,
The open section, the champions bracket looks like this. Hikaru Nakamura is going to be challenged by Abhimanyu Mishra, the youngest one in the field. Wesley is going to be playing Leinier Dominguez. Levon Aronian against Sevian. And Fabiano Caruana is going to be picking up where he left off in the game in the Champions Showdown against Ray Robson.
Absolutely. And now let's talk about the financial incentives.
Yeah, what they are fighting for.
Exactly.
The women's prize fund, they are fighting for $150,000, a very generous prize fund. First place winning $40,000, second place $30,000, third place $20,000. And it's very nice to be on the podium.
Yes,
right?
very nice.
And the champions bracket bonus. So whoever wins the champions bracket gets extra $9,000.
Very nice. And in the open section, what is the prize fund there?
Here, the total prize fund is $250,000. First place winning $75,000, second $55,000, and third $30,000. And there's again the winner's bonus, this time $15,000.
Thank you, St. Louis Chess Club. And let's go to the World Chess Hall of Fame and event organizer, Tony Rich.
Hi everyone, we're here in the playing hall. As the players are making their way in, the arbiters are scanning, doing their security checks. The players are getting settled, they're letting their nerves calm down, writing their names on their score sheets, shaking hands. It's very exciting as we prepare for round one here in the tournament hall, and we look forward to the games that are about to unfold. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Tony. As we see the World Chess Hall of Fame, and we actually have a very special bell ringer, Emily Trask. Emily is the person that gives us all the swag.
Yeah, all the good stuff.
She is at the top of my Christmas A-list. I mean, she really does great.
And she prepares all these bags for all players,
Yes.
people working the event.
And there we see Mishra at the board.
Already focused.
He's the number 8 seed, so he's playing against the number 1 seed, Hikaru Nakamura. And again, what a challenge.
I had an interview yesterday with all the players, but with Mishra as well. And he did mention the fact that he has not trained in Rapid and Blitz. He wants to stay in the champions bracket.
Exactly.
He wants to play classical all throughout the event, and he wants to eliminate his competitors. So this one is going to be tough.
Well, and at the same time, he's relieved of this no draw offers.
Yes.
So he could just play the classical without any worries about anything. He just plays every game to the last drop.
I have to say, Hikaru, he did not play last year. And he mentioned also, he feels like the defending champion. The last time he played, he won. He won against Wesley. That was an incredible finals.
Yes.
In fact, he came from champions bracket, lost against Wesley the first one,
Yeah.
and then managed to come back and finish strong, win the tournament. But he knows that with this time control specifically, there's no second time control. This, Hikaru is very good when it comes down to those last few minutes.
He's so tenacious.
Don't go into time trouble against Hikaru because he's going to put relentless pressure and he's going to break you.
And the defending champion is, I think, Levon Aronian. Isn't he who won the American Cup last year?
I believe so.
Correct.
Two great warriors here. Wesley So with the white pieces facing Leinier, Dominguez, many times Olympic teammates. And while Wesley has been in the top 10, and I believe he even rose as high as number 2 or number 3 in the world, Wesley So at one
he
time.
was over 2,800. He had a never-ending streak of no losses. At some point, I think he was going towards 90 games without a loss.
Wow.
Here we see
And
Irina Krush,
you have perennial
the only
favorite?
female
Grandmaster.
grandmaster in America.
Exactly. Now, when we say grandmaster, we're talking about male grandmasters as opposed to the WGM. We don't say male grandmasters, we just say grandmasters. We have the whole field, I think, is full of women's grandmasters and international masters, but we need the ladies to break through like Irina has done and become grandmasters. And they'll be $100,000
Yeah,
richer
that's
should
a
that
nice
occur.
incentive.
Now, for Carissa Yip, who is taking time out from Stanford, she really wants to pursue that Grandmaster title as well as the Women's World Championship titles. I saw her yesterday at the opening ceremony. She's telling me that she's doing training now. She's really focused on her game, and we'll see if it pays off in this American Cup.
She's had a string of results which incentivized her to pursue this dream.
U.S. Championship.
She did great at the U.S. Championships. She did great at the Olympiad.
As well.
She helped
Yep.
her team get a bronze medal.
Yep.
So definitely, she wants to pursue this. She's back over 2,400, 2,408 right now, FIDE rated. And she's only a few points away and a few GM norms away.
And now she's the St. Louis resident.
Yes.
And we see another St. Louis resident, Yip-Cervantes, who is studying at the SLU University.
Originally from Cuba, her and her family came to St. Louis, and they came to St. Louis deliberately so that Thalia could pursue her passion in chess. And as you just said, a student at St. Louis University, she earned a scholarship there, and I believe her team is going to be in the Final Four, along with Webster, 2 teams from Missouri. As we get ready for their start of round, we're going to go to our bell ringer. Again, Emily Trask.
Time control is game 90 plus 30. You play one game today, you play your second game tomorrow without the colors.
Emily, as you get ready to ring the bell, Emily is the person most responsible for all the great swag that you see from Q Boutique. The players getting their bags, most importantly, the commentators getting their swag. So big shout out to Emily, very deserving bell ringer.
Officially operations and events coordinator.
Wow. I mean, haven't we become bureaucrats?
Wow.
Operations.
Yes.
Very nice. As we have the opening, Hikaru, 1, D2, D4. Mishra, to be young again. Is it? Are we going to see King's Indians and
No way.
something
no
crazy?
Way. Not against Hikaru. I mean,
Well,
Hikaru played King's Indian all his youth,
That's what I'm talking about.
There's no way he touches that G-pawn.
You don't think so?
No.
Come on,
E6,
Mishra. Come on,
E6.
Mishra. I'm rooting for you.
Niemca.
Mishra's turned into a veteran.
Of course.
At
come
16 years old. He's not even playing
against
G6.
Hikaru. Don't touch the G-pawn.
Oh
against
my
Hikaru.
goodness. Oh my goodness. I mean, I thought, were you, in your youth, you're so young.
In my youth, I did play King's Indian Defense.
We
I
all
loved
did.
it.
Come on. Very nice. So E7, E6, as Hikaru's just, he looks away from the board, but really what he's doing is just he's mapping all of his files, if you will. Does he want to play a Catalan with G2, G3? Does he want to play a specific line of the Nimza with Knight C3? Would he like to play a Queen's Gambit? Queen's Gambit declined, and he eventually chose a Knight F3. Again, you see Hikaru, should I play C takes D5?
It's a
Should
big
I play
question,
Knight
right?
C3? Yeah, it's
This
become
is one
very
of the biggest
theoretical.
questions in
Right
chess when
here.
we started with D4 nowadays.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now,
Knight C3 has been the trend nowadays,
right.
but also C takes D5 became quite popular, trying to
Right.
avoid the
Also,
Catalan.
Abhimanyu Mishra, he's known to be very well prepared in the opening.
Absolutely.
So I'm wondering if, maybe Hikaru will try to deviate.
G3, okay.
G3
Inviting the
Catalan,
Okay.
and there we go. Let's just take a walk around the the arena. G2, G3, an invitation to dance in a Catalan. White prepares to fianchetto his bishop. Let's jump to the game of Leinier Dominguez
Almost the same position.
and Wesley. So, it didn't come up. I am not getting moves. I apologize for Leinier Dominguez. Or am I in the...
Okay, but you have Fabiano with...
Okay, let's see if it comes up. Even I got Hikaru.
Yeah, and now you have Wesley.
And now
I can
have
brief you on
Wesley.
that if you want.
And we do have...
But I see that.
please,
You have the
go
move. You
for
have
it.
the
I
move.
mean, just, Bishop B4.
Well, there's absolutely nothing to
the same position.
Yeah, right?
Right.
This is the Rogozin. Everybody
Right.
knows it. White has the options of queen to a4, e3 first, bishop to g5, a lot of things. But something that I really wanted to show you is this game from the ladies section. Let me see if I can find it. Carissa Yip against Thalia Cervantes. Guess how this one started? One knight to c3. I don't remember the last time I've seen this move played
Right.
at the highest of levels. I
Right.
think it was Ali Reza perhaps against Nepo at the Tata Steel a couple of years back. C5 and now D4, immediately challenging the position like that. What is she trying to do? Is she trying to play, I don't even know what to call this after knight to c6. What's the name of it? Van Geet opening. Yes,
So,
have you ever heard of Van Geet?
yeah, knight c3, Hansre, Grandmaster Hansre, from the opening move, if you go back for just a moment.
Sure.
Knight c3, move 1. So, a Dutch player started with knight c3, and Hans Rey, a grandmaster from Holland, explained that this was a bad move, and that after d7, d5, black had already equalized.
Of course, yeah.
Except the London today has become very popular with d4, bishop f4.
Yep.
So, but c5, d4, no.
But this is a
D4
different
con-
London, right? This is
Yes.
what they call, I believe, the Jobava London nowadays,
Yes.
with the move knight to c3
You're
included.
committed.
Because sometimes, sure, you can start d4, d5. This is the pure London, right?
Right.
You keep this c3 or maybe even c4 occasionally in your back pocket.
Right.
With the knight on c3 already, after d5, d4, you committed to something else.
Right.
Right. And black did not even commit the knight to f6 yet. So,
But-
there are some incentives to start with d4, d5, bishop f4, and then if you really want to, you can play knight c3, but later on.
Yeah, but c5 is aimed specifically against the move d4.
Yeah, yeah.
So the move d4 is really kind of a slap in the face, but it's considered bad. It's
This is a
considered
psychological ploy. guys.
cd4 knight.
By Carissa.
Yeah.
She's like, you know what? I'm coming here. I just gave up school. I'm taking a gap here. I'm here to dominate on every single facet of the game, psychological included. That's why I'm starting with this move, knight to c3, which is considered, as you guys just pointed out, and everybody knows, not the optimal play.
Right.
But you play this one, and then you give yourself the edge psychologically. And this is what we have right now.
But queen d3 is also a little bit of a surprise move, right?
Well, there's been queen to h4 is the main move.
That's
queen
what
to
I
d3
mean.
is the second most played move.
Right.
Queen h4, 63 games. Queen to d3, 15. Again, this is something that she definitely analyzed at home.
Queen to d3.
I mean, it can transform to Sicilian checkover variation where you play e4,
Right.
and then like you have recapture with queen on d4.
I think what she wants, keeping the queen on d3, is first of all not have to worry about any knight to b4 ideas, potentially any trades of the queen. Like for example, if you go queen to h4, I can start looking at ideas later on, maybe not right now, but I can start looking at ideas of trading queens like this with e6.
Right.
After queen to d3, what you want to do, move the bishop away, and then long castle. I think this is what she's looking for. She's looking for a very aggressive approach in this position. e4, take the center, move the bishop out, go long castle.
I know it looks like a very beginner's type of
It
move.
does.
But knight b4, is that completely ridiculous?
I will probably go back.
And I guess
And maybe not even the best move. It has been played, by the way.
knight b4 has been played
It has
in,
been played,
Grandmaster
yes.
practice. Okay.
In Grandmaster, well, I'm not sure
Right,
about
right, right,
Grandmaster.
right. But according to our
It has
database.
been played in the database. It
Yeah.
could be not Grandmasters.
Right.
I will
Okay.
attack that knight. I will kick it out with a3. It's just a very intriguing way that Carissa decided to open up her
Original
first participation at the American Cup.
Original play. I love it. Let's just, what has caught your eye, I want to say?
I would just go to see the openings. So
Okay.
far, everybody is in their openings few rounds. So let's look at the women's section.
Yeah, I'm with Irina, Krush, and Atousa. This looks like knight f3. Queen's. I wanted to say Queen's Gambit accepted, except it's not until White commits herself with the move d2, d4. So, for example, after knight f6, bishop takes c4, c7, c5, we would be in a Queen's Gambit accepted the moment White plays the move d2, d4. Now, Irina can be kind of cagey, play moves like castles, b2, b3, not committing herself. But from Black's point of view, she just wants to complete her development with e6, bishop e7, castles, and so forth and so on. We'll keep an eye on this one. Where would you like to guide us,
Alice
Anna?
Lee or let's go.
Okay.
Anna Zatonskih.
King's Indian. Dare we say it? Okay. So Anna versus Tatev, knight f3, knight f6, g3, g6. Everything you can do, I can do better. d4, d6.
So
Now,
not repeating anymore.
Yeah. In this particular line, we do have these, I want to say they're more Grunfeld type of positions than they are King's Indian. Tatev's with her move d7, d6 shows that she's ready to play knight d7,
And
e5, and that's much more of a King's Indian style play. I still remember a game that was seared into my mind. It was the game between Vasily Ivanchuk and Artur Yusupov, where Vasily as White went queen to c2, and Artur Yusupov went rook e8, e4, e3, and one of the most brilliant games I ever witnessed in my life.
Wow.
It was just absolutely off the chart, great stuff. King's Indian, you live by the sword, die by the sword. Very, very adventuresome line. We'll keep an eye on there.
And Alice Lee and Nasi Paikita.
Let's bring that game up. And Nasi looking to surprise her young, is Alice Lee the youngest in the field? She must be, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
by far.
C7, C6, early C7, C6. And this intimates to my way of thinking,
Take and defend.
grab the pawn. D5 takes C4 is on Nasi's agenda. Is this just still the cattle end closed as far as you're aware, Cristian? C7, C6. White hasn't
Difficult
played
to
D4.
say because usually go B3 in this position, right? Whenever Black already committed with the pawns on the light squares like that, now you can try going for B3 and not have to worry too much, at least not immediately, about D4.
Right.
Because this is one of the biggest problems. Whenever you go B3, Black is trying to
So
already close that diagonal with D4.
So for example, bishop E7, B3, you might
C5.
have
You can go C5.
C5 and or D4, and the fact that Black is ready to play D4 is a little irksome. In the current position, once Black has played C7, C6, you're not
It's
worried
like
about
wasting
D4.
more time.
Yeah, you're not worried about
Push the
D4.
pawn again from C6 to C5 to defend that pawn.
Exactly. So we've been through Alice's position.
That's all. I think
That's
those
it?
are all the games in the women's
Okay,
section.
let's go over to the open section. We're jumping into the game between Levon and Sam Sevian. Now, Sam is another one of these players in my mind who's on this bubble of 2,700, and you know, once he crashes through that ceiling, which I think he's going to happen, then it's like Olympic team, here I come,
Yeah.
right? And he has had some truly breakout results in his career and more opportunities. You know, he needs, we've got the Grand Chess Tour coming up,
Yeah.
you know.
Once you get into that group of players, you get a lot of
Fantastic.
opportunities. And by the way, I see two exclamation point from Levon, definitely from his preparation, because he's been blitzing out his moves. So
Okay.
let's see how we got there.
Okay, E2, E4, this is a long, long time way of meeting the English, or playing the English as White, but I really want to give Magnus Carlsen credit. He was playing with G3 and then E4, and the first blush is like, aren't you just creating a hole in the middle of the board, this d4 outpost that we can take advantage of? And you think to yourself, why don't you play the move bishop c5? It's so logical. Your follow-up is d7, d6. The bishop is well placed.
Beautiful diagonal.
By the way, pay attention. Maybe knight g4 is going to upset you. The problem is this nice move. Knight takes e5, knight takes e5, d2, d4, winning back the piece, and
having great control of the center.
Exactly. So that is why Sam starts with the move bishop b4, first plays the move d6, and now brings his bishop back to c5. So in Sam's mind, everything is prepped. We're ready to play bishop takes f3, put our knight on d4, yay. But guess what? Knight takes e5. Whoa, I see on our screen, on our analysis board, that the chess engines approve. So much so, double exclamation mark.
Yeah, beautiful color,
And
that
I'm
bubble.
looking-
Everybody wants to have that bubble on their board.
Is that Sam at the board? And
Yes.
he's looking at that knight takes e5, and he said,
He did not expect that.
what did I just walk into? There you see, when you get stunned with a novelty, and that's what I'm being told, knight takes e5 has not been played before. Cristian, you got to jump in on this one. The computers are happy.
Well, let's take a look. I wasn't looking at that one. I was looking at another novelty that I will show you in just a second.
All right.
Let's see. This position,
Yeah.
towards the end, okay. Instead of knight to e5, h3 was, of course, the main move in the position. And then maybe after bishop to h5, now you can take on e5, right?
Oh.
Because the bishop is on h5, it's not protected.
Right.
Now, the big question after knight takes e5 is, what if I just simply take with the knight? That protects my bishop. It's not on h5, it's on g4, two knights protected. So, you know, that looks pretty good. But then I would assume d4 would be the move, right?
Has to be.
Has to be the move. Take, take. Generally, this type of situations, this type of exchanges, they usually simplify very quickly, right? You go bishop b6, I take, you take. But it does seem that after queen to c2, you're starting to have some ideas. First of all, you have a big threat.
c5.
c5, right? You don't have enough time to castle. After c5, bishop to a5, you're in trouble.
I don't like it.
I don't know if I'm capturing it immediately. It does seem like probably I will. But all I have to do is just play a3 followed by b4. Not only that, you just simply don't have enough pieces on this side to protect yourself and protect the king. I just simply go knight to g3. This is the best move. Knight f5. Let me get a rook via the third rank to g3. This bishop is ready to sacrifice if you touch that h-pawn. This one is looking really bad.
Yeah,
Right.
this
You're
is,
going to get checked.
This is
No,
not
we
good.
do-
I want to capture a pawn. Let's move back.
Thank you.
I
Thank
like
you.
pawns, so
Yes.
takes
Okay.
d4.
D4.
I capture a bishop.
Yes.
I
Now
capture pawn.
e4.
You take on e4.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Now I start with queen to c2.
You don't take my bishop.
No, not
If
yet.
you took my bishop, I was ready to go knight takes c5.
Yeah.
And
That's the whole point.
What's
Very
the
happy.
problem?
That is the whole point.
Okay.
Yes. This is very good news for black.
Right.
The pawn on d6 is doing a tremendous job offering outposts for the two
Exactly.
knights, right?
Right.
But the problem is after
Queen
to c2,
c2.
you
Okay,
have
knight
to
f6.
Go back. Now I take on c5. And if you take on c5, which is
Yes.
probably the best move.
What I
you
want
probably
to
have
do.
to
Yeah, I want to do it.
Now this is the problem. You don't have an outpost for the knight on e5. Not only that, but after bishop to f4, I'm ready to bring both of my rooks on the open files. I will go this rook to d1, the other rook to e1. I'm going to gain speed in the position. And with the bishop on f4, you will need to take a look at the pawn on c7 as well. Can you put the queen on e7? Probably not. Rook to d1, queen to e7. I have a feeling rook to e1 is going to come. Maybe knight g3, knight f5. Look at the eval already. I'm a pawn down. I'm in a winning position.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Knight to
those open
G3.
files, they look very dangerous for black. Now I don't like that I captured that white pawn.
So the
I
best,
liked it originally too. I mean, I was guilty as you.
apparently you need to know queen to d3.
Ooh.
This is what he's banking on right now. He's saying, you know what? I've analyzed this. I know exactly what I'm doing. If you don't find the best moves, the most precise moves, you might be in trouble. Queen to a4, queen to d7, queen to a3, queen f5, almost the
Wow.
only move. Queen to e3, take a look at all these convoluted situations.
What the heck?
And now not knight to d7, which is fine as well, but maybe not the best, but knight to g4.
What?
It looks dangerous.
It does.
I mean, look at these connected superfluous knights, right, on e5 and g4. It really looks dangerous. You make one bad move, you fall behind one tempo, and you're going to lose one of them. You're going to lose one of those knights. So I really like what White is doing, what Levon has prepared for this one. And I do believe we have some moves. Yes, knight takes e5, d4.
And we're getting closer to the position that you've been analyzing.
Sam will need to spend some time.
We have a
trying to figure
snapshot
things out.
of Sam Sevian. Again, for me, Sam has been a name that we've been talking about for the last decade. And really
very strong player, 2,692 rating, 24 years old. And he's the 2023 Chess 9LX champion, which was very surprising how he dominated that tournament. And he earned Grandmaster title at the age of 13.
just amazing.
That
Just
is
amazing.
incredible.
And getting stronger and stronger. He works hard at this game. He's been surprised in the opening in this one. And
Knight takes e4 is on the
Bishop
board.
takes e2. It's just been played.
Oh, bishop takes e2, yes. And
Just
now
been
knight
played.
takes
Knight
e4.
takes it. Now comes the
The
key
big
moment.
decision.
Yeah.
Now I think he will spend some time probably
Bishop
looking
takes
at, because
e2.
he has to find that queen d3 move. That's the
But-
key one.
Cristian, also, I know you have another novelty that you would like to take us, but before we go there, if I just fall into whatever trap that you have set for me, bishop takes d4. I'm assuming queen takes d4.
Knight takes
And
d4.
Yeah.
Knight takes
Knight
d4.
takes d4.
Because
yes.
you cannot capture the pawn on c4 with the knight because there is a double attack.
That's clear. Queen check. That hurts.
And the other pawn on e4, we know that maybe we don't like to pick up that pawn. There is some danger in the future.
Rook e1
and then f4,
yeah.
and then there's a pin.
Okay,
You're
but-
losing a piece.
Yes,
at that point.
and if I go castles, though, I mean, I appreciate that you have the Maroczy pawns.
I do, and the problem is, sure, I have the space advantage, right, given
But
by
is it-
the pawn structure. But I also have the bishop. The bishop is ready to go to g5, pin that knight on f6. You will have to move that knight, otherwise you're going to get in some sort of danger. And I also have the knight ready to jump to f5.
That's a beautiful
This is
square
a
for
problem.
that knight.
This is a really big problem.
The knight coming to f5.
In fact, the computer believes it's close to a 1-point advantage.
Wow.
Close to a 1-point advantage. at this
So
point.
just by trying to play chill and keep it quiet. But here, again, to remind our viewers who may be joining us late, we were looking at the move bishop back to b6, and we were thinking at first blush, what's the problem? It
now
looks all
queen-
good.
Yeah, but the queen
C2.
c2 and the dark square bishop can be kind of trapped at some
Vulnerable.
moment with c5.
Yeah, see,
So you have an option as black. Either have your bishop awkwardly placed or open the e file for your king.
yeah, and your bishop could, I mean, it looks good, but it could be offside. Let me just show you one example of where maybe the bishop is misplaced on b6. Queen e7 in order to prevent c5 and, I don't know, avoid a tempo. We have a situation where after a move like knight g3, that f5 square more or less compels us to make a move like g6. And now you can see, like, whether I play bishop h6, h3 and bishop h6, or bishop g5, some dark squares around the
Yeah.
king side. I'd rather have my bishop on g7 than b6. Cristian, over to you. You had a novelty for us in another game.
Another big one. In fact, Fabiano versus Ray Robson. Fabi being one of the top favorites in this event.
Absolutely.
He defeated Ray Robson in the championship.
And I'm going to have to ask you guys for your picks too coming up.
Of course.
Right?
And take a look at this. If I remember correctly, and I might be wrong, but I do believe that c4 was played in that particular game that he defeated Ray Robson at the champion showdown. c4, d4, b4. We had this
Yes.
specific structure. Now he starts with g3.
Okay.
g3, c5, bishop to g2, and now c4. And Ray says no. No more d4. I don't want to see that structure again.
reverse
You beat me in that
Benoni's.
one. I don't want to play that. So I'm just going to
Right.
go bishop g7, keep the tension as is. Queen a4, knight to c6. And now knight to c3, which is a novelty. A novelty already, which is very surprising. Knight to e5 seems to be the best move. Well, not the best move, the most played move. d4, c takes d5, knight c3 never played. And this really stopped the Ray in his tracks right now. Take a look at him. He's right now pondering his next move.
Exactly.
Because if you do go d4, which is again,
Looks very attractive.
very attractive, right? Now I go knight to e5.
Ooh.
And now we get into some sort of crazy situations, right?
Okay.
Castle, knight takes c6, b takes c6, and knight to d1 or knight to e4. How do you assess this position?
I love playing against weak pawns.
I'm picking up that pawn
Yeah.
right, on c6. I will be picking up that pawn. Apparently d3 is the best move, and the computer says that the position is somewhat balanced. But balance is not equal,
No.
right? That's the thing. Balance is not equal. You know that Fabi has looked at this position with his coaches a lot, right?
And it's a very imbalanced position.
Extremely imbalanced.
No.
right?
And maybe it's the pawn structure that Ray Robson didn't want to play, right? He didn't want to play this d4.
You're defending. You're defending
And now,
all the time.
like with this knight c3 move, you're kind of forced to play that.
Now, if you would go back a few moves, if you don't mind for just a second. I mean, I used to play this as white. Go back. D2, D4 in my day was, you know,
main move.
everybody.
Yes. The main
Palbenko, Bobby Fischer. This is where everybody went.
Yeah.
Queen A4 was considered, you know, a little bit off sides.
Exactly. No. But again, this is with the help of the new engines. This
Yeah.
is what you're getting. These are the type of ideas that you're getting. So
And
now we
again,
have
the
knight to
novelty
C3.
is knight C3.
Cristian, can I
Yes.
just castle and ignore it? I'm a little
You
worried that
can.
you're going to capture on d5, but can I just keep this pawn
You
structure?
can, and this is a very good question, right? How do you play after this? And this is what I think that he wants to get. Queen to c4, everything is very concrete in this position.
With a double attack.
Double attack, right? You have to take on c3.
Okay.
Now I think you still have to defend the pawn on c5. The best path forward to defend that, don't go b6, that opens up the long diagonal. Go queen to b6, right?
Which
And
looks a
now he
little
wants-
artificial.
Exactly. Hey, you left that diagonal.
Yeah.
Now I'm starting to look at your pawns on this side, right? Knight g5 is coming. I'm seeing ideas of rook d8, h6, and now you have to go g5. Whoa, good luck. you know?
whoa,
Over the board,
Looks
try to understand this type of
weakening.
situations.
Right?
I'm actually wondering, does bishop takes h6 work after this? No, probably not. That would be too much. I was looking at ideas
Yes,
like knight
it
takes
is.
f7. But it's not going to be
You
enough.
don't have enough attackers.
No.
You know,
no,
you're just
no.
attacking with the queen.
Like bishop e6, and in fact, you hide all the way and you try to escape via d7. You should be fine. Even king f6 in this position.
Kings.
Yeah, it's a crazy position, guys. It could potentially become a crazy position.
Well, this is the challenge for players of the elite players is you're playing white, you're playing against a player who's just slightly lower rated, and you want an imbalanced game. You know, if you go down the main line, they've been analyzed 20 moves deep. And
Yeah, no,
the
it's
game's
very
too
hard to
balanced.
find any advantage in
Exactly.
opening. So you just want to find a variation that suits you, you know what to do there, and you hope that your opponent hasn't looked at that.
Absolutely. I'm going to turn our attention to our number one seed in the open section, Hikaru versus Mishra. Again, 16 years young. What was I doing when I was 16? I was not playing in this elite fields, I can tell you that. Okay, we have a Catalan. And the crazy part is this was one of my favorite lines of the Catalan was to go queen takes c4 and bishop f4, a move I have played against Walter Brown, Anatoly Karpov, and really the top grandmasters in the world. These days, a2, a4 is inclusive. That has become very popular. And this whole structure, I liked it as white. I felt that from Black's point of view, Black would like to play c7, c5, and or e6, e5. Two breaks that are really hard to achieve thanks to the pawns on d4 and f4. So what a lot of players have been doing as Black is saying, you know what, have your stupid space in the center. I'm going to put my knight on b4. I'm going to give up my light squared bishop, and I'm going to play c7, c6, and I'm just going to have a solid position. Let's catch up with the players e2, e3. We're still in the throes of theory. One of the reasons I really like this position as white is, in my mind, I had ideas of queen e2 and knight e5, and potentially using the half-open g file. Put my king on h1, play rook g1, and attack, attack, attack. So we'll see how this game develops. Where would you like to guide us, Kate?
So nothing happened in the game of Levon Aronian, and Ray is also thinking. So Wesley, let's see what's there.
Wesley. Okay, so still Levon and Sam, after bishop takes e2, knight takes e2, is in the tank, still thinking as Sam Sevian, and you're going to take us to the Wesley. So, okay, actually this is a game we haven't really looked at, and we've got queen a4 check, knight c6, e2, e3. Wesley, so I think more than any other player on circuit, is actually very comfortable playing these positions with his pawn on e3. I've always strived in my whole career to get my bishop outside.
Get it out before you close it.
Exactly, but he's actually done this. He's kept his bishop passively placed on d2 for a very specific reason. He's looking to castle long and potentially play the move at g2, g4. Let's see how things develop. Rook e8.
Maybe thinking about e5 push?
Absolutely thinking about the e5 push. And another reason for the move rook e8, I know it looks a little bit strange, but when you play the move a3, if you don't want to give up your bishop, you retreat the bishop. Rook on e8 makes bishop
because
f8.
on d6 you are blocking the queen, you are offering white to push you maybe once they're close the center with c5. On e7 you are blocking the rook, so
a little bit
just get away.
Yeah, f8.
Just hide.
Opens up the f8 square as a retreat square. a7, a6. Also, again, as a prelude to both capturing, followed by e5, the move a7, a6 has another intention. Let me just put a move on the board for a second. It's not a very good move. Bishop d3 takes. Bishop to d6. Now you're kind of happy that you played the move a7, a6.
So no one can attack that.
Yeah,
bishop.
you're not being disturbed anymore by knight b5, and you're again prepping for e5. So a decent waiting move, keeping all your options open. And the other point of a6 is that if white decides to castle, then you can get in takes and b5.
b5, just
let's
start running on the queen side.
Exactly. a2, a3, bishop d6, h2, h2. Wow, the players are playing.
Wow, rook d1.
So quickly that I think, ooh, I just did something that I shouldn't have done. Whatever I just did, I apologize. I'm going to fish out the game again. They played it very quickly. So this is, Cristian, if you don't mind, I just jump into the game between Wesley and Leinier. Both players have played this position rather quickly. And what does our database tell us about?
Has been played 11 games.
Only 11?
11 games, yes.
Okay.
After this last move, h6, which is, by the way, the main move in the position. c5, a bunch of games with c5. b4, it does seem like what white is trying to do is take a hold of the space on the queen side, right? With c5 and b4, and do so very quickly, because otherwise, you know, especially if the knight wouldn't be on.
We're going to f8, right? Bishop f8?
You are, yes, you are. But the idea being that you cannot really attack my pawn structure with a6 with the knight on c6, right?
I like the bar.
Thank you very much.
Very happy.
Thank you very much. Get out of here.
Strategic blunder you just made there, buddy.
I'm not losing any material, right? But the position is hopeless.
Wow.
You have to go knight b8, knight to e5, and even if you put the bishop on f8 after h6, still after b4, a5 would be a pretty bad move, right? Sure, you go back to e7, but you have nothing on this side, and I have everything on the queen side, and maybe even at the right moment I will go e4 and break in the center as well. So,
but you're going to answer c5, bishop f8, b4.
I'm just staying like this.
Yes, with e5, right?
I'm just staying like this. Yes, let's take a look.
And then you're happy that you got your central.
And I want to open the e-file, right? The king has still not castled for white, so I want to take advantage of that.
It's the usual rule, you know. You get attacked on one side, you strike in the center, right? That's what you're trying to do.
Right.
e5, d takes e5, and in fact, finally my knight on c6 has a good job.
Right.
I'm in the center. I'm ready to attack your king as well. I have a nice outpost there, right? And then I'm ready to go c6. That's going to block everything. The pawn on d5 is going to be well protected. And if you don't, and you will not, at least not anytime soon, go e4 and break the pawn structure that is with the pawn on d5, then black has absolutely no problems, right? So this is what I'm looking at. This is probably what Leinier wants to see in the position as well.
Wow. I'm still amazed that the players have played 11 moves, pardon me, to this position so quickly. And like, c5 feels like something you really want to do.
I don't think he's going to do it. I don't think he's going to do it. I think...
Commentator's curse. You're the first.
That's the first one.
Don't worry, there's going to be a long line of commentators' curses.
Right, I said it, you played it.
Right.
C5.
I don't think.
But knight e5 now.
Probably knight to e5, yes. I'm actually curious, is there anything else? No, bishop f8 is, of course,
Forced.
the main move. Knight to e5.
So White really wants to stop that e5 from happening, so
Crucial.
the best stopping place is just go there yourself.
Right. Occupy the square. No, I'm not going to allow you.
And now it seems like the best way for black is to sacrifice. Well, it's
Jettison
not really
the pawn.
a big sacrifice, right?
Yeah.
Because if you take, I have a feeling bishop c6 is probably going to happen. I'm not taking on c5 first because then maybe you take on b7.
The bishop c6 is
Bishop c6
very
is great.
attractive.
Yes. And in
I'm
fact,
getting
if you
good
go
squares.
Queen c2, guess what? Queen to g5. That's a double attack.
I'm happy as black. I have freedom, and your king.
The best compensation.
Your king
This
is
is the best compensation.
Yeah, that king is not very happy.
You said it. And knight e5 on the board.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to keep an eye on this one. But now I'm going to put you guys on the spot.
Okay.
Kate, do the honors. Ladies first. Who's going to win the tournament?
Oh. Okay.
Get out my trusty pen. Kate?
I thought about it.
Yes.
And I think I'm gonna go with Carissa Yip. You know, she's moving to St. Louis. Maybe that's like also the first luck to be here as a resident playing the tournament. I mean, she is the top seed also.
That's a very brave pick.
So,
yeah. Three-time U.S. champion, top seed.
but I feel like Alice Lee and Irina Krush, you know, they have a lot of experience playing the American
thing,
Cup,
right?
Because they both, I think Alice won it as well, or she was in the final.
Yeah, she won it last year.
She won it last
She's the defending champion.
So playing
even the
this
youthful.
format, I feel like it gives you an advantage, and they played it for 4 years. Irina Krush or Alice Lee. So I feel like they're even bigger favorites.
Right.
So I feel like I'm not picking the favorite, even though she is the top seed.
And the Open.
And in the Open, so
Yasser is taking notes.
Fabiano is winning everything in St. Louis left and right. So
Correct.
I'm not gonna pick him. I'm gonna pick Wesley. So
Wesley.
because I feel like he's been playing really well lately, but never kind of winning the events. So maybe
always
this
there.
is always there, but
Yeah.
not quite there. So I think maybe this time he's gonna win.
Okay.
Go ahead, Yasser.
Oh, well, thank you.
I'll pick last. Don't worry.
Age before youth and good looks. Okay, well, for me, look, I've been around so long. I've seen our legend Irina Krush. She has just she dominated this event so many times. And she did it by beating Alice Lee in the finals. It was just last year that the young Alice Lee finally broke through. Irina is angry. Irina is coming into this event with a lot to prove. I'm going to go with Irina. And wow. And what can I say? Fabi, you know, he's just won it all. I mean, he's just incredible.
He's unstoppable. In St. Louis, he's unstoppable.
I have to go with Fabi just because the guy he's made a believer out of everybody. Sorry, I grabbed your pick.
Yeah, you did grab my pick. I was expecting you to grab my pick. That's why I gave you first dibs.
Okay.
I wanted you to take Fabi so that, you know, nobody accuses me of being biased.
Exactly.
Which, of
Wouldn't
course,
want
I'm
that.
not.
Yeah.
I'm not
No,
biased.
we are neutral.
I'm going to go
With the
with
ladies.
Alice Lee.
Alice.
Okay.
Alice Lee,
Defending
she's the defending champion.
champion.
I think she's going to defend this one. I think this is the era of Alice Lee and Carissa Yip. It's going to be a big battle, but I do believe they're going to meet in the finals.
Yeah.
And I do believe that Alice Lee is going to take the best out of Carissa. That's a bold pick, of course, but it could happen.
Defending
now,
champion.
In the open section, since you already picked Fabi, I'm going to go
And we've got
with,
Wesley. How about the number 1 seed?
I'm going to go with Hikaru.
Who's going to accuse you of bias?
I'll pick
The
Hikaru.
number, and why would you pick our top
For the
seed?
simple fact that, and I've been discussing this with him yesterday in the interview as well, it just feels whenever he plays classical chess, he's much more energized than everybody else. For the simple fact that he doesn't play as much.
Right.
So he has a lot of things, a lot of ideas.
He
in the
comes
back
hungry
pocket.
to the board.
Oh yes, oh yes. So I think that Hikaru is going to play a good tournament. He's probably going to be meeting Fabi in the finals.
Right.
And you already picked Fabi, so I'll
Right.
take Hikaru on this one.
Okay. And for our picks from our production, Varusian, Akopian, more than curious. Var went with Alice.
Lee and Hikaru Nakamura.
How is
Okay.
nobody picking our defending champion? Levon.
Levon.
Somebody needs to pick Levon.
And what about Eric? Eric Rosen. Oh, Eric is going with Ray Robson, his tennis partner. That's
And a
what
Webster teammate.
And
former
Webster teammate.
teammate.
Ray and Eric and Tatev. Again, Tatev comes over all the time. So, hey, look, keeping the friendlies. Okay, we've got our picks. You're going to be making your own picks, but we're going to go back to the games. And I've got the game of Wesley So and Leinier Dominguez. And I'm seeing a move that's very, very unexpected, which says to me that Wesley came prepped for this position. The move knight e5 on the board. Knight takes e5. The best move for black to equalize, trying to offer a pawn, is Leinier Dominguez. Knight e4. I'm interested in capturing your pawn, says Wesley. But now that now that the d file is open, I'm going to keep your queen and bishop in a pin, and I'm going to play the move bishop a5. And I'm saying,
No
okay,
bishop c6.
no bishop c6. That would cost the queen. And by the way, we're going to play just a bad move for the moment. But bishop e7.
We're going to give up that pawn. We like to keep extra pawns, but this time...
But in this particular case, the bishop on d7 is so anemic.
It's locked. And that
Yeah.
double pawn is just really making black's life very difficult.
So I would suggest, if I was in Leinier shoes, that you would,
But
not
if
bishop
you wanted
e7.
to play something like b6, just
Yes.
to trade the pawns,
Yes,
that would just allow even worse danger with c6 immediately. And
exactly.
I give up bishop, but I take this one, and that's much worse.
Even though we're in the bishops of opposite color, look at what you've just done. You've activated the white rook. So no c6. So if we break the pin, now a moment ago we were capturing this pawn, but we were facing bishop c6 and queen g5. So at least in this version, black's queen has been forced into a very passive situation. Like, for example, let's say I go bishop here, let's say you go bishop here, let's say I castle. You're thinking to yourself, my goodness, why isn't my queen on g5? By the way, queen c8 was played by Leinier.
And we see exclamation point there.
The computer is enthusiastic, but then again, it might be a forced move. There wasn't too many choices in.
Because queen e7, that's kind of losing control over the c7 square.
Exactly. Cristian, what's going on?
Well, let's take a look at what's happening in Hikaru's game, right?
Okay.
Hikaru against Abhimanyu, and there's something that really strikes me in this one. I will explain in just a second. Bishop f4, this is one of the biggest lines in the Catalan. Sometimes you even go queen to c2 or c1, especially when you're being attacked by the bishop coming to d5. Now, that's not the case in this particular case. After bishop to d6, knight to c3, deciding to leave the queen on c4 and open up the possibility of a complete change in the pawn structure. Bishop takes f4, of course. And that's exactly what happened. a5, e3, and to my eyes, this is one of those never-ending positions because none of the players have a clear path as to what they should be doing next. I understand white is probably going to go rook to g1, take advantage of the g file.
Right.
Black is probably going to go g6 at the right moment. But then what, right? Once you play the move knight e5, which of course is going to come at the right moment, we're going to exchange those bishops.
Clear.
That's what I'm expecting. That's why I'm leaving the bishop on c6. So for example, let's say rook to g1,
Right.
rook a d8, rook a c8 is fine as well.
By accident.
This was
a
by
mouse
accident.
slip.
It's completely fine. It's
Yep.
completely fine. It's one of those like very normal moves.
Knight
Just
e5.
because it's a never-ending position. Knight to e5, take. Now I even have ideas of c5, right? With a rook on c8.
Right.
So, and in fact, this is probably a good situation for black. I need to be a bit careful. I need to start with rook a d1. I'm not in a hurry, right? Because you just played rook to c8, I don't want to give you that c5 so easily.
And Cristian, do you ever wonder about playing e4, move with white, just
Not so
pushing the
much.
pawn? I know we are weakening the f4 pawn, but at least we are blocking that diagonal.
I'm not thinking too much about it, but maybe it works. Maybe it works. Let's take a look. So let's go g6, right? This seems fairly normal. Yeah, e4 seems to be a move, but I go knight h5. Yeah, maybe.
Queen e3.
e4 is an idea as well.
I'm just thinking I don't want to trade the bishops. I want to go knight e5.
Yeah, yeah.
But I am creating more weaknesses as well. This f4 pawn now.
Now you committed to something at least,
Yeah.
right? You played e4, now you have ideas of knight e5 without the exchange of the light square bishops. Black has to react, right? Rook to d8, it does seem like this bishop is going to land on, and not rook f d8. Oh my goodness. Rook
Wow.
c to d8. And the reason being that if you do this, bishop h3 seems to be very problematic.
And
Wow.
f5.
And
Let's
f5,
go.
and apparently you need that rook on f8 whenever potentially the f file opens up.
Wow,
Right?
that's
This is the-
counterintuitive.
and this is what Hikaru is banking on. And take a look at the clock, by the way. 1 hour and 6 minutes for Abhimanyu, 1 hour 26
Almost 20 to 30 minutes.
for Hikaru.
Yeah.
There's no second time control.
Right.
Don't forget about that,
Yeah.
right? You're going to get in trouble. You're going to be perpetually in trouble for the remainder of the game.
Exactly.
So this is what Hikaru's strategy is. It's going to be a long game,
Yeah.
but the pressure right now is on young Abhimanyu.
If you don't mind, the amateur mind in me would like to play rook to g1. Could you just, yeah, rook to g1. I think you played rook to c8.
By mistake.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, if you
sure,
have another
yes.
move.
No, no. rook c8 is
But
fine.
I'm, brutal caveman attack. Knight e5.
Okay.
Bishop g2, rook g2, c5,
Yes.
rook on a1 to g1,
G1,
g6.
G6.
Pause. Because if I could play h5 in one move, I'm cooking with gas, right?
Sure, yeah.
But you're breaking through with capturing on d4. Do I have to pause to play knight b5?
You can if you would like to. Knight to
I mean,
b5.
again, my dream, of course, is to,
I need to target that knight. Get that knight out.
yeah, my dream, I was about to say, is to sacrifice on g6 and to break through with swimming
But if you're
colors.
not fast enough, and I get rid of this knight,
Then my
you
rooks are-
committed all of these rooks on the g file, but not doing
Right.
anything with them, right?
Right.
So it's a problem because my rook perfectly placed on c8. The rook is coming. The other rook is coming to d8, getting control of these open files. And again, you've committed something, and the king is
But-
not that safe.
But I think this is one of the problems that grandmasters are facing when they're playing against chess engines, is this idea, visually it looks good.
Yeah.
But
Agree.
the engine finds a cold-blooded defense, and you go like, all my creative genius just goes out the door. I
It looks
don't get
nice,
to-
but it's kind of empty at half.
Exactly.
And that's why I
exactly.
always tell my students, hey, whenever you're looking at openings, whenever you're trying to understand and learn openings, go deeper into the middle game with the help of the engine.
Right.
Because you will find out resources and ideas that generally the human mind doesn't really think about.
Right.
And then you start understanding, hey, this connects to this. This structure connects to this type of plan, right?
Right.
And then you get a better, this is what we mean when we say, do you understand the position?
Right.
Everybody's like, okay, well, what do you mean by understanding the
Yeah.
position, right? This is what we mean by understanding the position.
the tactics
Understanding the
and
ideas behind
strategies,
typical
yeah.
structures, changes in structures, changing in pace and so on and so forth.
Yeah. And let's take a snapshot of the #1 seed coming in. We've got Hikaru Nakamura.
Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, 37 years old, 5-time US chess champion, wow, and the 2023 American Cup champion. And as he said, he feels like he's the returning champion.
Exactly.
And look at that FIDE rating,
2802.
2802.
The remarkable thing about Hikaru is, if you look at that FIDE rating, is the number 2 by rating in the world. Hikaru has really kind of, I don't want to say distanced himself from organized chess as much as he's really taking up the gauntlet of streaming. He is
entertainment chess.
Exactly. He is a top streamer in the world. I don't know, 1 million, 2 million people follow his every move whenever he does sit down at the chess board. And he is devoted to a stream. Mm-hmm. So for me, it's remarkable how successful he is when he comes to the board and he does challenge the very, very best players. You see what he can do, 2,800. And it was actually a very funny moment yesterday at the players' meeting. So before the tournament, the players sit down and talk about the rules, and the arbiter, Chris Bird, make sure everybody knows, to be on time, to get through the security checks, so forth and so on. And Tony Rich took the opportunity to congratulate Hikaru Nakamura on his number 2 rating in the world, displacing Fabiano, who is also in the tournament. So our big congratulations to Hikaru for his number 2 seeding. And there was Fabi laughing along with everybody else as Tony, oops, I think I blundered with that one. Hikaru playing the number 8 seed, Mishra, and thinking about his current situation. Let me bring that game up on the board. Queen e7. Well, clearly with the move King h1, Hikaru is telegraphing his desire to play rook to g1 and utilize the open g file. As we were just seeing, rook g1, rook c8, I have to be a little bit more crafty. I can't just go caveman style, knight e4, double rooks on the g file and expect a breakthrough. Here I would be very reluctant to play h4, even though I know you're going to play g6 one day. I need, maybe I have to play a move like b3, maybe I have to slow play it with rook c1. But I want what you were saying. I want my kingside attack, e4, knight e5, let's go.
Yeah.
f5, let's have some fun. Cristian, I'm going to throw it over to you, and you've got Carissa.
Let's go to the latest back, right?
Right.
To see what happened. Knight f6, bishop to g5. We were discussing
the game of Carissa and Thalia.
This is Carissa against Thalia. This crazy idea of starting with one knight c3. Hey, look, it worked. Take a look at what happened. Bishop g5, e6, e4. To be honest, right now it looks like a Sicilian. Somewhat of a Sicilian, right?
Right.
With taking queen takes d4 and then coming back to d3. Bishop to c5. A question mark attached to it. The question is why? It seems long castle. Not king d1, but long castle.
You got to put more spirit into it.
I know, right? It's still getting used to me after so many years.
Right.
What happens after bishop takes f2 is the big question.
I guess we just play knight f3? No. Ooh.
No.
Aggressive.
Well, maybe knight f3 works as well. Knight f3 seems to be pretty good. The question is h6, bishop to f4. It's a pawn sacrifice.
There's so many weak dark
This
squares.
is the big
It
problem.
sure feels like white's having the fun.
Right, if you don't go back, bishop to c5, then maybe I can even go bishop to d6. I mean, look at the bishop on c8, right? You're so much down and back in developments, right? And guess what? I'm going to start pushing my pawns as well. I go bishop e2.
It looks like a dangerous pawn sacrifice.
Tremendous attack for white. So a lot of compensation. But will she, in fact, give up the pawn on f2? Is the
but maybe black shouldn't take it. Maybe black should just be playing. Thalia should just be castling or and prepping
castling
d5.
Might be dangerous. Look, we've watched a lot of
Queen g3
elite level games recently, analyzing and doing commentary on all of these things. Something about the Najdorf when you put queen to d3, I've seen it so many times, this new idea of going queen to d3 and then queen to g3, swinging the queen on g3. Now you do it without even having the knight on d4, having lost that tempo of getting the knight on d4, knight f3 and knight to d4. You've done it with the knight on g1. You're not committed, right? So I'm liking what I'm seeing in terms of opening preparation and opening outcome for white for Carissa in this one.
Wow.
Castle, get the queen on g3 and start giving that attack and trying to push e5.
Thank you, Cristian. And a snapshot of Carissa. St. Louis is very excited to be welcoming the U.S. champion.
Yeah, the three-time U.S. champion, international master Carissa Yip, who is now 21 years old. She's taking a break from a school, a gap year, and she's pursuing the Grandmaster title and the chance of winning 100,000 Cairns Chess Queens Award.
And she is setting her sights high. She's not only pursuing the Grandmaster title, she's looking forward to playing in the Women's World Championship cycle to try to qualify herself into the women's candidates.
Yeah, together, by the way, with, I believe, Alice Lee and Atousa Pourkashiyan, who won the Continental Championship and qualified as well.
Great, great. I love it when America has more players in the mix. And she has made it very, very clear that she wants to be world champion.
And I mean, you take a year off for that.
Yeah, boy, I mean, a lady pursuing her dreams here, as she's definitely caught her opponent Thalia, and the move bishop c5 got a question mark. It didn't look that bad. I was thinking bishop e7, d6, and trying to go into Sicilian lines, but now we'll see if Carissa can press her opening edge. In terms of the other ladies' games, if you don't mind, now that I've got skin in the game, now that I've got skin in the game, well, first of all, let's drop in on our defending champion, Alice Lee, and I am just going to refresh my board. Oops, that didn't work out. Where, Carissa, there you are. And I wanted to go to, where is Nasi?
Yes, here it is.
No, down.
Down.
There it is.
Yeah.
There it is. There it is. Okay, we left the action at the move c7, c6. And Nasi was being pretty sly about it, but the move c6, she's thinking to capture the pawn and defend it with b5, b6 castles. And we have a very conventional situation from, I want to say, both the Queen's Indian defense as well as the Catalan. The players have transposed to a well-known line, bishop e7, e2, e4. It's very common at this point to trade, as it is also to play the move castles. I have played these positions as black on a number of occasions. It looks like I'm cramped, but I am planning to play the move knight c7, c5, and then somehow the pawn on e5 gets in the way of attacks. There's no knight e5, there's no bishop f4 and
No
things
bishop
like this.
b2 on that diagonal.
Exactly. So e2, e4, we're still in theory, and where would you like to guide us?
Anna Zatonskih against Tatev Abrahamyan.
We haven't paid too much attention to this one. Oops, did I? Yeah, that's the second game. Apologies. Oh my gosh, or am I looking? It looks like the players have transposed into a Philidor. If the pawn were on c4, I would call it a King's Indian
defense.
But because the pawns are on e4 and d4, I would call this a Philidor. And h2, h3. I don't know if they've transposed cleverly into theory.
Now black can play, sometimes you play b6 and a6 with all those kind of 4 pawns here.
Exactly.
Very flexible position for black.
Well, let's go back and understand what's going on in the position. After c7, c6, Anna immediately played the move a2, a4. Why? Had she played the move h3, then Tatev could grab space on the queen side with the move b5. b5, intimating that I'm going to play b4, chase the knight away, but also prepping bishop b7, and whether it's a6, c5, or a5, b4, the expansion on the queen side favors.
Yeah, and sometimes there can be trade in the center, pawn takes on d4, and really the black pawns on the queen side just roll.
So the move a2, a4 is designed to shut down black's queenside expansion. Queen c7, h2, h3, and then just as you were saying, b7, b6, well, what's the idea behind b6? That after, for example, a move like bishop e3, we're absolutely bound and determined to play the expansive b5. And again, if I can play b5, b4, well, looky, there's a cookie.
Because there's a c5, that bishop will be developed.
Exactly.
The other diagonal, the dark square diagonal on that bishop, that can be also kind of cleared.
Now, this pawn structure of e4, this pawn structure, e4 and d4 versus d6 and e5, it's one of the pawn structures I had to study. It's so basic because it comes from so many openings, d4 openings, e4 openings, and I strongly recommend that people study the games of Paul Keres. If you want to understand the structure, Paul Keres was an absolute master of these structures, and I credit him with helping me understand through his games. What a legacy he left behind. But have the players transposed, Cristian?
Well, yes, they have. But let's take a glance at what's happening in
With Wesley.
another game, the game between Wesley and Leinier, because I think we left it off after
Yes.
queen to c8, right?
Yeah, and we kind of like what Wesley had done.
Yes, but this is all theory. And it
Is
does,
it really?
It is. And it's going to be for the next few moves as well. And it does seem like Wesley, sure, he knows exactly what he's doing, but Leinier seems to be on the same page in this one. Queen to c8, found the best move, g4. Now I see
G4.
main move in the position. Has been played quite a few times. The idea, it's a double threat almost. Feels like a double threat, right? You're looking at g5, maybe opening up the g file, but also looking at targeting the pawn on e4, which is the main objective, the main target that you have in the position. Bishop c6, bishop to g2. And the good news for black, even if you don't know this position, you pretty much have forced moves. You understand what you need to do. You need to get this side of the board
Developed.
out, right? On the d file, potentially to start exchanging. The way to do so is with rook to d8. Everything is pretty much forced.
But how do you accomplish it? So if I castle here?
Yes, and that's a very good question. Now, rook to d8, I already have some threats. Rook to d5, that makes space, creates a bridge for my queen to pass on the other side and get the other rook to d8. But
That's
also,
crafty, huh?
That's nice.
guess what? I'm looking at your pawn.
Yes, you are.
Right?
Right.
And you don't have, you would love to have this bishop somewhere else and then go c4, right? Fortunately, pawns don't move backwards. So
That's a very strong move because people sometimes after castle, they just trade rooks. But that's a completely different story, right? White is so happy here.
Yeah, right.
oh, white is very happy, right? Because you're not getting rook to d8
Queen to d8, yeah.
or queen to d8,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So after rook to d8, it seems like rook takes d8 has to be played, and this is very forced. Take, 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 take.
Castle.
If you say take one more time,
I'm not sure how many takes that.
cut. I'm going to say cut.
That's a lot of takes. And guess what? This was
Equal.
played. This whole thing was played before.
Wow.
Castle, rook to c2, it's one of those positions that finishes up in most likely a draw. I'm just simply too active, you're a pawn up, but it doesn't really matter. I'm too active.
I'm going to interrupt you. We're not going to go on break right away, but I just want to say that Ray Robson, who is known to go into a deep think, has had a 40-minute think against Fabiano.
Yeah.
And
After that knight c3 move. Wow.
I take it back. It was a 50-move think, and it was this knight c3 that just threw Ray off his whole preparation. Why? Knight c3, a novelty. Ray went into a 50-minute think, played the move d5, d4, and what Cristian had told us is that the move d4 is going to be answered very strongly by knight e5, And there's going to be weak pawns on the queen side that Fabi's going to gnaw on. In particular, what Cristian had showed us was after knight e5 castles, knight takes, pawn takes, there's this, I'm not going to call it a spectacular move because it's not a spectacular move. It's a simple retreating move, knight to d1, and it says to black, okay, defend yourself. You know, I'm going to play d2, d3, and I'm going to try to put pressure on these pawns. Cristian
Black
said,
is going to play d3 here.
the engine said d3 equality, but what an imbalanced, crazy position.
And already, I mean, with this move, knight c3, you have 1 hour advantage. And
Yeah,
that's a great home
look
preparation.
at the clock, in fact.
If home preparation gives you 1 hour advantage,
Right.
that's a big achievement.
But I mean,
Wow,
to be
for
honest,
Ray.
what Ray is doing right now is absolutely irresponsible.
Impractical, yeah.
You
can't
cannot do this.
Not against Fabi. You can't get
cannot
an
allow
hour
yourself-
behind.
I mean,
No.
you simply cannot spend 50 minutes on one move.
50.
5-0. That's too much.
You're only getting 90 minutes for the whole game. The rest of the time, you're just
No
getting
second time
increment.
control.
No
I mean,
second
look, Ray's used to getting that second time control after 40 moves. Not in this case.
Because there are going to come decisions that are as important as this one, and you don't have another 15-minute thing.
Precisely.
Yeah. We have reached that time in our show where we like to check in on our friends at Q Boutique and see what their specials are. Well, I've got it in my hands. The World Chess Hall of Fame, a laptop bag. Here it is. Commute in style with an exclusive World Chess Hall of Fame laptop bag. This bag features, are you ready for it? A separate zipper
ready.
compartment for your laptop. Yes, indeed. And multiple smaller compartments for all your work needs, all available at QBoutiqueSTL.com for all your chess shopping needs. Do check it out. As we go on break, we have an interview with Nona Kaplandashvili. Ooh,
That's going to be interesting.
absolutely. World champion, women's world champion, one of the great legends of chess, and a grandmaster
From Georgia.
from Georgia.
Today we meet the first ever woman to be awarded the title of Grandmaster, Nona Kaplandashvili. She was born in the spring of 1941 in a small town named Zugdidi in Georgia. Chess was an extremely popular game among all Georgians, but unlike many other countries at the time, it was an especially common hobby for women. So it's no surprise that little Nona would be exposed to the game early on. Her father taught her the rules when she was 5 years old, and she'd spend her early years getting regularly defeated by her brothers. Some believe this fierce personal competition with her siblings would lay the groundwork for the signature boldness she'd show in her games later on. After 7 years of playing, fate would see Nona cross paths with Vakhtang Carissa, a well-known chess trainer who immediately saw her potential and convinced her family to let her move to the Georgian capital of Tbilisi to train with grandmasters. Her sharp and aggressive approach to the game would often rattle her opponents and gave her a well-deserved reputation as a fierce competitor. In 1961, she won the Women's Candidates Tournament, which gave her the opportunity to challenge for the Women's World Championship, then held by Russian Elizaveta Bykova the next year. Their 1962 showdown in Moscow lasted 11 games throughout September and October. Despite her best attempts, Bykova was unable to overcome Nona's aggressive play. With a final score of 7 victories, 4 draws, and no losses, Nona Kaplandashvili became the 5th person to ever hold the title of Women's World Champion. This victory cemented her as a symbol of Georgian pride at the young age of 21. She'd go on to win the Women's World Championship 4 more times. 3 of these matches were against Alla Kushnir, while the last was against Nana Alexandria, a fellow Georgian, whose formal training was also kick-started by Vakhtang Carissa. In 1978, Nona would face yet another Georgian player, Maya Chaburinidze, who would finally dethrone her. But her reign as Women's World Champion is still one of the most impressive runs in the history of the game, and the second longest reign after only Vera Menchik. And while losing the title of champion in 1978 would have to sting, That same year, she'd make history for a different title earned, the first woman to be awarded the title of Grandmaster by FIDE. She was granted this distinction for her impressive performance in the 1977 Lone Pine International Tournament, where she had the highest performance rating in a field of 48 players and defeated 4 Grandmasters. But most importantly, she shared first place in a 4-way tie with Yuri Balashov, Oscar Pano, and Dragutin Sahovic. Never before had a woman won a men's tournament. Throughout her career, she'd also won the Women's Soviet Chess Championship 5 times, and she had a near-perfect record in Olympiads with 10 team gold medals in 11 competitions while representing the USSR and Georgia. Even in her golden years, she never slowed down. In 2009, she placed first in the World Senior Women's Chess Championship. Her consistent dominance against both male and female players for over half a century made her a household name for chess fans worldwide. Which is why it's so heartbreaking when the popular Netflix series Queen's Gambit, a show about a fictional female chess player, falsely claimed Nona had never played against men. Nona sued the streaming giant for defamation and settled the matter in 2022. But the thought that so many people without chess backgrounds could have seen this show and been misinformed about her true impact on the game is still unfortunate. Nona Gaprindashvili's legacy is that of a trailblazer, a champion, and a true grandmaster of the game.
Mark your calendar. The 2025 Strategy Across the Board Gala is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Enjoy fine dining and world-class entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. To learn more and to purchase tickets and sponsorships, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Hey everyone, I'm International Master Eric Rosen, and I'm going to be doing in-person commentary for the American Cup at the St. Louis Chess Club, so feel free to come and join me here along with the Grandmaster in residence. We'll be taking on questions and watching the top players across the country battle it out for a lot of prize money, so hope to see you here.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Do you want to know more about great female players in chess history? Throughout all of March, the World Chess Hall of Fame is offering free pamphlets to guests exploring the rich history of women in chess. Learn about legendary greats like Vera Menchik and Nona Gaprindashvili, modern stars like Irina, Krush, and Carissa Yip, and so many more. This Women's History Month, discover the real queens of the game at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats versus Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a wood-burn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the American Cup, and we're going to start off by looking at the brackets.
Absolutely. Tell us about this double elimination and who's playing whom.
So first, the Open Champions bracket. Here we have Hikaru Nakamura playing Abhimanyu Mishra, Wesley against Leinier Dominguez, Levon Aronian against Sevian, and Fabiano Caruana against Ray Robson.
No results so far, but we may have a result shortly. And in the ladies bracket?
The ladies section. Here we have Carissa Yip playing Thalia Cervantes, Anya Zatonskih against Tatev Abrahamyan, Irina Krush against Atousa Pourkashiyan, and Alice Lee with Nazi Paikidze.
And let's jump into the action as I'm taking a look at the game between Wesley and Leinier Dominguez. And the amazing thing is, at the moment when we had played the move Bishop A5, this was the moment, and I was saying, oh my goodness, Leinier has some real difficulties that he's facing. He's cramped on the back rank. He's got to make room for his pieces. His queen on c8 is not particularly good. The pawn on e4 is very vulnerable. It's easy to see bishop g2. Cristian was correcting me, nah, don't worry about it. There's a really, really good move, rook to d8. And with this move, a very forced sequence of trades occurred. Capturing on d8, capturing on e4. It all went very, very quickly. And as Cristian said himself, takes. Rook b8. And, you know, it's strange, Kate. It's like they jump from the opening to the ending.
Now white finally castles, because you have to be careful about getting a skewer on the back rank.
Rook b1 check, as you were just mentioning. Bishop takes, and here we go, rook to a1. We're up to date with the players. And
now if you go rook b3 as black,
yes,
is there going to be bishop d6?
That's precisely it, the bishop to d6. And unfortunately, you might find yourself in a situation where you're not very happy after a move like rook to d3. Your let's say, playing for two results, and one of them isn't a very good result. But what we would expect is the bishop to drop back. Bishop to e7, rook takes, in case we do capture this pawn. Now it's 5 versus 4, but black has a very strong move in bishop to h4.
And immediately targeting this pawn and forcing white to push it. But if I push it, then there's bishop f2 anyway, and I'm getting that pawn on e3.
Exactly, exactly. So white is not going at the end of this entire sequence, which seems to be ongoing, and it seems that this will be headed to a draw, as we have a snapshot of Leinier Dominguez.
Let's take a look. So he is 41 years old. He's the 2008 World Blitz champion. And
that's where I first knew about Leinier. He came out of the blue to win the World Championship title.
Yeah, and before he switched federation to play for the United States, he was 5-time Cuban chess champion.
And now that he has made home here in St. Louis, he's been a stalwart member of the U.S. Olympic team, played in quite a number of U.S. championships, as well as tour, the Grand Chess Tour, and a formidable player. Maybe he's not in that number 2, number 4 spot that Fabi and Hikaru occupied, but if you make a misstep against him, he can take down anybody. He's playing against Wesley So, and we're expecting that this situation might end in a draw. I just don't see how Wesley could put any difficulties after bishop e7.
This is just very equal. But position that's getting complicated is between Fabiano Caruana and Ray Robson. And yes, Cristian, you have it there.
Absolutely.
Walk us through it.
I do. I think we left it off after this one.
Yes.
Right? Knight to e5 castle. And in fact, we looked at the variation that just
you showed us
on the board. Knight takes c6. This is what we were sort of expecting. Now, you have a couple of ways you can go with the knight. Not knight to b1, most likely, but knight to e4 and knight to d1. And of course, you're going to choose the one that keeps more pieces on the board, right? Not knight to e4, allowing the trades. That's going to make it easier for black. Go knight to d1, everything played a la tempo. Fabiano is still in his preparation. Bishop to d7, Ray speeding up as well. d3, remember, d3 was the main move, not bishop to d7 for this particular reason. Now I'm going to be able to cement the structure as is. e5, and guess what?
Give me the pawn.
Ray was waiting. Hey, come on, stop, think, You're not in your preparation. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I'm still in my preparation. Fabiano took on c6, the best move in the position. Hey, this is a pawn.
Yeah.
Where's the compensation right now?
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand where the compensation. I understand it's not going to be easy to make use of that pawn, right? But the compensation is what? Like queen c7, we take, you take here, and then I can go f3, knight to f2, maybe even e4. Exactly, I'm solid. It feels like it's one of those positions in which I'm just a pawn up. It's going to be a task to find a way to make progress and make use of that extra
pawn. See that
pawn.
Ray is below 20 minutes.
Yes, yes he is.
Yes
he is. Ray is falling behind the 20-minute mark, 19 minutes, 45 seconds. This is emergency right now for Ray.
Fabi only earned time in this game.
An hour and 12 minutes behind on the clock. No second time control, so you cannot rely on that, making the 40th move. Ray doesn't seem to be ready to make a move, as we see right now.
He's still thinking.
Hey, where's my compensation?
Right.
And unfortunately for him, it does. Look, there is some compensation. You have a bit more space in the center, but that's the extent of it. You're going to have to produce something. Otherwise, I'm just simply going to be a pawn up. It's not going to be easy. Another absolutely fabulous opening preparation and opening success for Fabiano.
Can I embarrass myself at the position?
Any day. Any day.
At the position where Ray had played the move d4.
Okay.
Okay, if we could go back to that. Black had just castled, in fact.
Yes.
Just castled by black.
Yes.
So d4, he took on c6.
Yes, he did.
He took, and then the knight went back to d1. Now, I would love to play knight to d5, but I have a problem. There's a pawn on c6.
Yeah.
So could I take on c6?
With what?
Queen.
Good question.
You would take on c3. I take the rook.
Take on
Can
d2.
I take on d2 though?
You take on d2.
trapping the
You
bishop.
don't have rook to d1 because I just simply take, right?
Right. Take on d2, take on d2, take on
It's not
a7.
enough. It's not enough.
It's not enough.
No,
It's
no. In fact, you're worse, right?
probably two minor pieces for the rook.
They're
is
stronger.
better.
Yes. You do have the a-pawn. The a-pawn is
Right.
extremely powerful, but you have some problems and you are losing your own pawns
Right.
on this side as well, c4 and b3.
For those, thank you for clarifying that, Cristian. For those of you joining us late, welcome to the American Cup. This is a double elimination match event where the players play a match, a classical match, white and black. They switch colors tomorrow. All the players do, and if the match is tied tomorrow, then we're going to have immediately tomorrow
A blitz
playoff,
match, yes.
which will be decided by blitz. Anybody who loses the match tomorrow go into the elimination.
And it's rapid only there.
Once you get into the elimination, you play rapid chess. So it's a double elimination match tournament, and we love the format because there's action everywhere. There's action everywhere. I'm still kind of stunned. Ray Robson, one of the elite grandmasters of the world. I mean, there's just no other way to put it. He's been in the 2700 for a number of years, great breakthroughs. Again, Olympic team member. Here he is, perpetually behind, not just 1 hour, but even he's going to be at the increment.
Yeah, this is going to be uncomfortable for the rest of the game.
And he knows that this is the worst thing that can happen, is to get behind on time against a player as formidable as Fabi. You need...
But he just wants to make sure he's not getting a bad position, because maybe worse thing than being low on time is just having bad position against Fabi and just waiting for him to run over you.
Well, there we go. I'm just going to take as we see Ray again in deep thought, I'm going to take a walk around the arena, and we've got Levon Aronian versus Sam Sevian. Now, when we left it, we had seen this really remarkable, the engine saw the double exclamation mark, knight takes e5, and the players quickly got to the position we had on our analysis board, queen to c2. Very, very important move by Levon. Whoa. That provoked a move that we didn't consider.
So we were expecting knight f6 to return back.
Knight f6 was our expectation indeed. No knight f6.
Can there be more pieces hanging in the center?
Well, it would be a challenge to have more, but yeah, d5. Okay, so let's capture on c5. So again, Levon had sacrificed a piece. He gets it back in his pocket. Castles.
I like this idea to quickly get the king out of the way. No wasting time of capturing the pawn on c4. Like, let's just get the king to safety.
Exactly. And Sam is trying to encourage white to capture on d5. So queen takes d5, the rooks are connected. And unless there's a tactical issue, and I don't think so, knight f4, queen c6, there's no benefit from capturing on d5. We saw the move b3. And in this case, what Levon is saying is, I've got a bishop. Please do me a solid favor, capture, and I can show you why the bishop oftentimes is favored over the knight. Bishop a3, you're in a pin. And we've got a dynamic position on the board here, Kate. I think regardless of the outcome, Levon is going to be happy that he got some.
Yes, because the position will definitely remain open.
Yep.
There's no d4 kind of trying to block the position. And in that case, white is the one who has a bishop.
Now, with knight takes e5, Levon clearly caught Sam unawares. Time a factor in this one?
Well, Sam has a little bit of disadvantage because Levon has 1 hour, Sam has 46 minutes.
Okay.
So there's like a 15 minutes difference.
Not too,
but not too bad.
much. And there's Fabi and Ray, Wesley, and let me just check in on Hikaru, because when we left it, we were actually anticipating that Hikaru would play for this rook g1, and check it out. We had talked about bishop takes f3 and just put up a solid wall.
This knight a3 is an interesting move. So we are putting the knight on the edge of the board, but only with the idea to kind of bring it closer to the center, to c4 and then maybe even e5.
Indeed, e5 is the outpost. That is the key square. So It would be, in actuality, not a grave error, but a strategic error to put it on c3.
And just thinking the knight is attacking center and we are happy.
But it's not as effective as it will be once he gets to c4. Now, recognizing that, Mishra immediately played knight e8. Kudos. I think that's a very, very good move. The idea is to meet knight to c4 with knight to d6. And in some ways, it's a very funny thing. In some ways, we're coming back to the idea of f6, e5. If you ever double your rooks on the g file, sometimes it's very nice to have rook f7 as
Yeah,
a
one
plan.
thing to point out here is also very important when we look at the bishop on f3.
Yep.
Black has very good pawns, c6 and b7, kind of neutralizing the bishop on that diagonal.
Absolutely.
So as you said, black is ready to play f6, e5 to kind of open the f-file and even attack the bishop.
For me, it's a little bit of a surprise that Hikaru decided that it's this knight on b4 that he wants to trade. He played the move knight c2, and I kind of thought the knight on b4 is fine, but it's not really bothering anybody. So I'm a little bit surprised that Hikaru decided that was the knight he wanted to remove. Knight takes c2, queen takes c2, and I was 100% sure that we're about to see knight to d6 by Mishra. Again, he's coming in as the lowest seed in the tournament, number 8, 16 years young. He's facing formidable competition, but he's ready for it. Very, very ambitious young man. Over to you, Cristian.
Yeah, and I think your worry about exchanging this knight rather than this knight is very good, right? Because with knight to d6, first of all, you're not even forced to take it.
No.
You can just keep it on the board.
Right.
Keep more pieces on the board. That should, in theory, give you more chances.
Favor the attacker, yeah.
If you go f6, at least I know that I have something for my bishop to do, right? The pawn on e6 right now, maybe bishop to g4 in the future. I will probably go knight to c4, take, but at least I have something to work with, the pawn on e6.
And nibble.
Exactly. Knight to c2, it just feels like the position is very simple right now. Knight to d6 is one way, maybe even knight f6 to get the knight to d5. I'm trying to provoke you right now. There's not that many pieces on the board. I don't have to worry about stepping on each other's feet, the knights potentially on b4 and d5. Get the knight to d5. Invite you to go e4 if you really want to, but that's going to
No,
be
I don't want to play
right?
e4, no.
Yeah.
And if you don't, then how do you continue your attack?
I'm doubling rooks on the g file. What else can I do?
Sure, but then I go g6. You go rook to g1. How do you get h4 going?
Sorry, I wanted to play rook g5 when I...
Oh, you want to be super aggressive, yeah?
Well, it's not that I'm so clever, but...
Sure. And now you're trying to get...
Yeah.
With the rook on g5, this is... I guess that answers my question. How do you get that going? If you go h4, don't I have h6 though?
Ooh.
Maybe even f5, you take here, I take here, you go king g2, and you might escape, huh? You're actually escaping.
But I don't know, f5, you're playing a little bit with fire.
I'm trying to be provocative, yes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be provocative on this one. Look, again, it's still going to be a long game.
Exactly.
It's still going to be a long game. We know what Hikaru is going to do, but I have to say, Abhimanyu, when he was down and perhaps Hikaru knew the position better, he weathered that storm right now, and now he has a fairly equal and middle game. Now,
Carissa.
Let's go to Carissa versus Thalia. See what happens. Castle, queen to a5. Don't take the bait on f2. That's the good decision by Thalia with queen to a5. And you were mentioning that Carissa has had a lot of good results recently. That's why she's pursuing. And it just popped into my mind. Didn't she win
Olympics?
like 8 games in a row or 9 games in a row at the
It was
US
the Bobby
Championships?
Fischer. It was the Bobby Fischer prize of
She was very
11-0.
close to it.
Yes.
I think she was 9 out of 9.
Yeah.
Was she 9 out of 9 or
Yes.
8 out of 8?
I
One
thought
of those.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
still. We were sweating.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure Rex.
Well, Rex,
sweat.
Rex had a checkbook out. He talking to Rex. He was ready to go.
Nobody
Actually,
expects
I
that
think she
prize
was-
to ever be touched again.
She was 8 out of 8 because then she made a draw,
Yes.
then
Yes.
she lost,
Yes.
and then
Yeah.
she made a draw with Alice.
Yes.
Exactly.
She finished on 9 out of 11, which is still an incredible score.
Exactly.
She won the event with 3 rounds to go.
Exactly.
Something like that.
Right. Tell us about Queen A5.
Yeah, queen to a5, of course. I'm not taking that, and right now with the queen on d8, without the queen on d8, You cannot even take on f2 because I do recapture my pawn immediately
Yeah.
with queen to f3, and that's going to be a very good pawn to have, right?
No,
I'm getting closer to your king, you're in trouble, right?
That wasn't what it was. I was thinking that Thalia would like to play bishop to b4 and don't look across the board.
Right. Oh, I forgot about this. I'm just going to defend the knight on c3.
Exactly.
Whoops.
Whoops.
Yep.
Raise your hand if you've left your bishop hanging in these situations before.
I did.
I've done it.
Plenty of times.
Exactly.
Plenty of times.
Exactly.
So
You were saying bishop to d2? Could you look at that? Bishop
I mean, king b1 is forced, right? By the way.
Not really. No. I don't think it's forced.
Because knight b4 looks dangerous.
Scary.
But knight before queen c4 all the time. Like I'm actually defending the pawn on a2. So I can even go knight h3 seems to be one of the moves.
Knight h3.
I guess you do want to defend this, or perhaps just saying that the knight coming to f4 is better placed rather than on f3, and then where? Where do you go after putting the knight on f3? And I do think that with the knight on h3, you want to keep in your back pocket the idea of f4, e5. Get the pawns going.
If you put the knight back on g1,
yes.
And if I'm in Carissa's shoes, I'm actually frightened of two moves. I'm frightened of the move knight b4, jumping and getting towards my
Attacking
king.
the queen and the
pawn.
pawn.
I'm frightened of knight to g4.
Going
because
to f2.
You got knight...
And that's why you play knight h3.
Yeah.
Yes. And that makes a lot of sense. That's probably a much better explanation. If you do go knight f3, knight g4 is a problem.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because now knight takes f2.
So
is what you're worried
from
about.
Carissa's point of view, I mean, I'm sure she would like to play moves like queen g3 and pursue her initiative, but I think this move queen a5 is a challenging move.
It's a very typical Sicilian move, right? You're going towards the white king, and I do think that Carissa is going to follow up with king b1, which is in return a very natural move as well.
Exactly. All right, we're going to keep it. Time's a factor?
Not really. Very close to each other, 44 minutes against 50 minutes. So Thalia has been speeding up. Carissa, after the opening phase, she's trying to find her next plan in the position.
Let's jump to the game between Anna Zatonskih and Tatev. This is, well, by a different move order, we get a Philidor's position, and we've been talking about Black's desire, Tatev's desire to expand on the queen side. We left it after h3, rook e8, just a kind of one of those useful moves that Black has. Oftentimes in a Philidor, you like this idea of capturing the pawn on d4, creating a discovered attack against the pawn on e4.
And sometimes you use that f8 square for the knight or the bishop.
Right, exactly. a4, a5 by Anna, again, discouraging the move b7, b5 because of en passant. Sometimes once you put your pawn on a5, you'd like to follow it up with d5. Tatev says, you know what, that's kind of cool. It helps me expand on the queen side. I'm determined.
Tatev really wants to play a b5 and kind of develop her pieces this way.
And she's done it. Now, in this case, strangely enough, I've actually seen players refusing to en passant, and I'm thinking to myself, you went A, B, and C, and then you didn't, you have to en passant. And from Anna's point of view, she's kind of happy that her rook has the open file, but on the other hand, where is White's advantage? Kate?
Well, I'm looking at your d5
spot.
square. Like
You're doing what? Sorry?
If I play d5 as white.
Okay, exactly. So,
because I do want to make some holes in your position.
Exactly. And I'll take the other side and I'll sit there and say, you know what? The move b5, I'm angling for this. I understand I've given, I understand I've given you the opportunity of playing rook a7, but I can meet that with rook b7. So I'm going to play, at last, my expansive idea of b5, planning b4, and I'm a pawn grover. Okay. Alert.
So I'm going to take on c6.
And I have to recapture, munch munch, as we say in Seattle.
And some... Can I go like the knight on f3? I need that knight to disappear. So let's go knight.
If the knight was elsewhere, for example, d2, your intention is to play knight to d5, right?
Correct.
So after b4, knight to d5, in a certain way, does it look like a Sveshnikov of sorts? Like, how would you, where am I putting my queen? I don't know. How would you evaluate whose side stands better? Why?
I mean, I like Black's idea maybe in the future to push like f5 and you have that opportunity. But on the other
f5, e4
side, your pawn on b4 can be a weakness.
Yeah.
So it depends who's going to be first there. And I have also that rook a7.
Yeah, a strength or a liability. Oftentimes, a lot of the Sicilian players love to put their pawn on b4. The reason is they feel that the pawn on b4 limits the two pawns. In the endgame, that's true, but sometimes it's a liability. It's very easy for white to attack that. So we'll keep an eye on that one. I think the jury's out. The jury's out. Let's go to Irina. Oh,
but
sorry.
Let's take a look at women grandmaster Anna Zatonskih. She's 4-time U.S. women's chess champion.
Yes.
And she also was the 2001 Ukrainian women's chess champion. She is on the Olympic team since ever. She also won the bronze medal the last Olympiad. She won the Cairns Cup. That was her big win a few years back.
What a
and she's missing only one grandmaster norm to become a grandmaster because she crossed that rating. She has 2 grandmasters norms, so only one, and then she get the Cairns Chess Queen Awards.
That's $100,000 to the good. So you know she would love to accomplish the Grandmaster title. And there was a time in her career, as well as Irina's, where literally those two ladies were trading the U.S. Championship title between them. I can imagine any other woman in the United States saying, why do I have to deal with these two monsters? Anna Zatonskih and Irina Krush, between them have 12 U.S. Women's Championship titles. And I just brought up the game of Irina and Atousa because we left this game and we thought it was going to go to a Queen's Gambit accepted position, which is what happened. And both players went for what we would call the isolated queen pawn, also known as the Isolani, the IQP. So the pawn on d4 does a very nice thing. It attacks e5, it attacks c5, but it doesn't attack the d5 square. And Atousa is saying, okay, I can put a piece in the center of the board.
Block it.
To block. And Irina is saying, okay, I'm going to leverage the pawn on d4. I'm going to put my knight on e5. And then, in the words of Jennifer Shahade, I'm going to make a rover, rook up and over. I'm going to play rook to d3, rook to g3, and attack, attack, attack.
And that's the thing what you want to do when you have the isolated pawn, right?
Yes.
You have to be careful about not trading pieces, not going into an endgame, because then that pawn is a liability. But in the middle game, it allows you to have open diagonals, good squares for your pieces, so you want to take advantage of it.
Exactly. Irina has played the move rook to g3. Very, very direct threat.
Everyone knows what she wants to do.
It's like an Amber Alert, you know, bishop h6. Getting out of dodge with king h8, bishop d3. Okay, now that this diagonal is all clogged up, d5, e6, and you've moved your king, I start to think about bringing the rook to h3 and playing bishop takes h7, bishop e8. Now that is a very defensive-minded move. I was expecting Atousa actually to take and put her bishop on a more aggressive diagonal, c6. Bishop e8, and I think we've caught up with the players.
Now the question is also whether you want to go something like bishop g5 or rook h3 immediately.
I'm thinking rook h3 immediately. The reason why I like rook h3 is one of the things, when I'm pinning you, I'm really, really happy. Right. But when I'm taking away your options, I'm really happy as well. In a sense, the move rook h3 pins your knight.
But it's on the board.
Yeah, your knight is simply not moving. Don't even think about knight takes and knight d5. And in fact...
I mean, white wants to immediately just capture on h7.
Exactly. Yes. So let's put
say
a
rook
move.
c8.
Very, very nice. Okay. And do we want to take right away?
Yes.
Okay. And after takes?
Now we take first on d5.
Yes.
Because
That's
that
the
knight
pause.
can move back.
The highly desirable queen h5 might be upended by knight f6, although that's still not the end of the story.
Because there's queen h4 and bishop g5.
And those knights are really tied up. It's not that easy. But what you said is definitely the more salient point. We can play knight takes d5, and our intention of queen h5, careful, careful. So my first impression is that Irina's very, very happy. She's really putting a great deal of pressure on the position. It doesn't mean you have to fold. You've got a lot of defensive resources. But
you do have
Irina's
to be
gonna
careful,
please.
because even move like knight b4, just trying to
For example.
attack the bishop, that falls immediately for maybe bishop take h7. Because now that knight is even far away from defending the other, and queen h5 again.
And I'm just toast. Yes, absolutely. It might mean that I'm...
Like g6, it's a move we don't want to do, but sometimes you just have to.
Yeah, I'm a little... Well, I'm more than hesitant, absolutely. But that bishop is threatening to sacrifice itself, and it could be lights out. So g7, g6, bishop h6, a lot of active pieces by white. But again, the resources, the defensive resources are there. A lot of pieces defending black's king. Again, in this one, time factor of the players?
So Irina crushes 51 minutes, Atousa has 42 minutes, 10 minutes difference, but nothing too big here.
Okay. One more look before I'm going to toss it over to Cristian. I'm going to look at the game between Alice Lee and Nasi. When we left it, we had seen the move e4 by Alice. e2, e4. Nasi decided to capture. I mentioned that that's the main move, as well as castles, as somehow we're not as worried about e4, e5 as we might be in other positions. Captures, captures, takes, takes, knight f6, queen drops back, castles, and it's very, very clear if black can achieve the move c6, c5, Nasi has a wonderful position. The bishop, the long diagonal, that will be neutralized. It's for a good pawn shield, 4 pawns defending black's king, and it's for that reason that knight e5 is on white's agenda. Knight e5, and what Alice wants to do is keep the light square bishops. If we just take the light square bishops off the board and allow black to play queen b7, it's fine. But because of the presence of the light square bishop on b7, it means that the queen is not so happy. So the desirable c5, we know what Alice is going to do. Alice is not planning to trade. What Alice is planning to do is to play the move d5.
To block the diagonal and have a passed pawn.
As well as, an anchor square for her knight. And that's what Nasi is dealing with. Mentally, she's making the gymnastics. Should I play c5 or should I play knight to d7 and get rid of this knight that's bothering me so much? Cristian, throwing it over to you. Where's the action?
Well, back to Fabi versus...
Let's do it.
This might not last for very long because Ray is down to his last 9 minutes, right? Let's not forget about that. And time is running out. Bishop takes c6. After bishop takes c6 was his decision. Perhaps a bit of a rush decision, especially if you don't follow it up with what he should have done, which is not easy. At this point, he played the rook to c8, very natural, attack the queen. What he should have done was e4. Cut the action of the queen to go back towards g2, which is a bit unusual because I haven't seen a queen on a fianchetto square in a long, long time, at least not in classical chess. In chess 9LX, chess 960, I've done that. I've seen that. e4, take, rook to c8. This, in fact, would be quite problematic. You don't get the queen back, so you have to go to, let's say, a4. Then I just simply take on e4, and now you can start understanding, hey, the king is not
on
that...
d1.
Exactly.
What is that guy going to be doing?
If you go f3, I have a feeling I have ideas of d3, right now, knight to d6, with this knight landing on f5 and potentially e3, with the open e file.
Feels
Completely
like
different position.
compensation.
This is compensation.
Yeah.
This is full
Yeah.
compensation, maybe even better.
Right?
So he played the rook to c8, allowing the queen to go back to g2. Now the king is perfectly safe. Queen d7, f3, no more
This
e4.
is dream.
I'm getting knight f2. I'm getting
right.
knight e4.
You're solid extra pawn.
Now this is the extra pawn. 7 minutes 45 for Ray. An hour and 21 for Fabiano. This is absolutely ideal. He's going to be in tremendous shape right now. He just played a5, good move, but I just simply continue. Knight f2.
Exactly.
You go a4, that's fine. I can go bishop to d2. You go rook b8. I defend.
Yeah.
Let's say you go here. Now I can even start going g4. I can even give you the pawn on b3.
Are you going to then defend with bishop c1?
I just go b3.
Yeah.
Even this is fine. Take,
Well,
take,
this
we exchange.
White
I
has
go
the
G5.
initiative.
I'm the one with the initiative on this side.
Exactly.
G5, knight goes to e4. You finally equalized. At
And
least
materially, but not in position.
But unfortunately, your whole situation, and especially the pawn on c5, is going to be a tremendous target for my knight.
Wow.
This one is looking great for Fabiano.
You know, I think we ought to come up with a different time control for Ray. I think everybody should start with 90 minutes.
Give him some more time.
15. Just 15. I mean, he's going to get to 15 minutes before anybody else. So why don't you just take away his time?
You should just break it down for him. Like
Oh.
for the first 5 moves, you have 15 minutes.
Right?
I think on some platforms, you can actually add time on your opponent's clock.
Yes.
Sometimes you do that just to make fun of your opponent.
Yeah, like
Your position is so hopeless, I'm going to give you 5 more minutes.
I only do that when I'm up plus 10 or something like that. By the way, a move by Nasi, I'm not a big fan of this move. I like my bishops in the position, and I understand that she's fearful of this knight. She does not want to play c5, d5. She does not want to see the knight landing on her doorstep. I would get rid of the knight. I would play the move knight to d7 in order to trade. She played bishop to d6, threatening to trade the bishop for the knight. And that's something like sometimes when your opponent has found the wrong idea,
You let them.
let them complete your, you want to take my knight, develop the piece, bishop e3. Don't move the knight away, but let them continue. Now here, I might stop and think for just a moment. Since your bishop was on e7 a moment ago, I wouldn't play the move bishop g5 because I don't think of the move bishop takes f6 as a threat. With the bishop away from defense of the f6 pawn, I start to look at this. Should we look at c5? Or is this too dangerous? c5 is just, I feel that black is running into a bruising here, cruising for a bruising. Captures on f6, captures on f6, doubled up the pawns.
Knight g4.
I know, I was just thinking of knight d7 as well.
By the way, I'm getting a little distracted here by the game between Carissa and Thalia Cervantes.
Okay, we'll go there in a
let's
second.
finish this.
At night, if I'm black, I'm getting panicked by what I'm seeing on the board here. And in fact, I now see an orange balloon on my screen there for the analysis. Didn't like bishop d6 either. Okay, we're going to leave this one alone. And what?
Wow.
What do you do when you come to the World Chess Hall of Fame with your daughter?
You play chess.
Well, you play chess. There you go. I think Dad's in trouble on this one.
She looks comfortable, developing those pieces towards center.
Were you in a chess family where you played with your dad or mom?
Yes, both of them actually.
Yeah?
Yes.
Was it nice when you won?
I don't remember much winning. I remember learning a lot. We never played like actual chess games.
How about you, Cristian?
Sorry.
Did you play with your dad chess?
Of course. He was my first coach.
Really?
Yes, he's a FIDE master, and that's what he does for a living.
Oh my goodness.
He's a coach right now and an arbiter. He's
2200. Wow. So did he smack you up beside the head time after time? When did
don't
you
remember.
When did you first
And even if I did, I
remember?
cannot say that.
When did you first win the game? I meant chessically speaking.
I would say
of course.
maybe when I was 10, 11.
Then you were
like that.
playing him head to head?
Yeah, head to head.
So you were,
We
at 10
stopped,
years
to
old,
be
you were
honest, we stopped.
2200?
Yes.
Wow.
Around that,
When
20.
did you become a chess master?
I don't remember.
I was like 16. I mean, like, it was...
No,
It was hard to become a chess master.
I was a FIDE master about, I believe, 12, and then I had a period of stagnation, and then international master and grandmaster very quickly at around 17.
When were you?
Impressive.
How old were you when you became a chess master?
When I was women grandmaster, I was 17.
No, not women's grandmaster. I meant it's 2200.
Oh, I don't know. That wasn't like a big thing
For me, becoming a chess master, and by the way, I want to be clear, when I thought of myself as being a chess master of 2200, I'm talking United States Chess Federation rating, because the FIDE ratings were just too difficult to aspire to. We didn't have FIDE tournaments, FIDE rated tournaments, but I was playing in, you know, the American Open, the US Open, you know, all of our traditional open events, and to get that 2200 rating was hard.
I mean, Cristian and I, we grew up in Europe, so we didn't even have this chess master.
Wow.
Like
Yeah, master was not a big one, at least
Okay, it was a
not in my
candidate,
mind, right?
You were a candidate player, or what did they call them? They had
I
titles.
think candidate master was the first one. Yes,
Okay.
candidate master, the first time that you get a rating over 2,000, I believe it
That
was.
we call that an expert in
And obviously 2,000 is a big threshold, right? For a young
Huge.
kid aspiring to, you know, become something in the
Right.
chess world, 2,000 is a big one. I believe I was about 9 when that happened.
You have the game between Wesley and
Hopefully
Leinier
not for
Ford?
long. I don't know what these guys are doing and why they're not making a draw, but this is what's been happening.
Okay.
I believe f4, bishop f2, check, king f1. Hey, guess what? I established material balance once again. f5, bishop f4.
So I
The
can
idea
take
being
a pawn.
you take. I take the pawn back.
You do.
That's
Yeah.
it. I mean, unless you promote this pawn, and you're very far away from doing that.
Right.
You're not winning this.
No.
And in
no.
fact, if you lose this
Yeah.
pawn, you might get in some sort of danger.
Right.
Like, don't do that, perhaps. And he didn't. He played rook to a8. Perhaps the more conservative approach. Get
And
the
his
king to
idea
h7.
is
Rook to
f8.
f8.
Yeah.
Do we go rook h2, or we can even just go rook to b7?
Yeah, because if you capture on f7, I can capture on e5.
Yeah.
Whoa. Yeah.
This is what he's looking at.
Yeah.
Obviously, don't take with the rook on c7.
Oh.
This would be the losing move. Now the pawn promotes. There's no way to stop it. So you take with the bishop.
Yeah.
You give a check.
Yeah.
You go rook to e1.
Behind the pawn.
You get the queen. You get the bishop. Take.
Draw.
Draw. Yes. This is what we're probably going to see. And in fact, that's what Wesley probably spent his time on. He spent about 5 to 10 minutes on this decision. Rook to f8. They're going to be speeding through this process of rook to b7, I think.
Yeah. So let's take a look at the game between Carissa Yip and Thalia Cervantes.
Let's do it. When we left it, we saw the move queen a5. We were thinking that Carissa was going to play the move king b1.
King b1 or knight h3.
Yeah, king b1, the idea is just to cozy up to the a2 pawn, maybe drop this bishop back all the way to c1, should that be necessary. No. Carissa said, I want to get rid of that knight. Actually, it's not that I want to get rid of the knight. I want to double your pawn.
Destroy the pawn structure.
And make castles short a lot more problematic for you. And in addition, I want to play the move f2, f4. Not only defending, taking the pawn on f2, which is under capture, en prise, as we like to say, in capture. She puts it on f4, and that's very logical.
Yeah, but now I like what Thalia is doing, because now she's doing knight b4.
Okay.
She's targeting that pawn on a2, and now you have a question. Your queen is attacked, your pawn is hanging, so you probably need to go queen c4, which is something that Carissa did, but now you are no longer controlling that e3 square, so Thalia is now going after that pawn on f4.
Check.
And now once you are capturing it with bishop, you are still taking control of those weak dark squares, and white does not have a bishop anymore.
I did not see Bishop E3. Confession. By the way, what happened to our confession booth? I like the confession booth. We should have had it for the players and the commentators. I confess, when Carissa played the move f4, I did not see that Thalia was going to win the f4 pawn. But you're absolutely right. For those Sicilian players who play, what is that line of the Sicilian where you get the double pawns all the time on f6 and f7? Putting a bishop on e5 is considered huge. It's not just that you're a pawn down, but if black gets to play...
Richter-Rauser?
Richter-Rauser, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. sometimes the names just escape me, but
I always confuse it with Rogozin. I'm like always,
Rogozin, which one?
Something that starts with R.
Yeah, but if you go d6, king e7, bishop to e5, you discover, much to your great pleasure, your king is really safe, right in the middle of the board.
Even in the center.
And you get to play bishop e7, your open c-file, your half-open c-file. So Carissa needs to come up with something.
I mean, the good thing for Carissa here is that she has the advantage in development, and black is going to be struggling with developing the bishop on c8 especially.
Exactly. Now, a lot of Sicilians always include a6 and b5 in them. Thalia has not yet played a6.
But Carissa slowed down because now she's only 31 minutes, while Thalia has 44, so there's like a 13 minutes difference. But now a difficult question, I think, for black. How are you going to continue? Exactly. Are you going to go a6, b5?
Well, one of the most wonderful things about being up material is oftentimes you can give the material back, and when you're giving back the material, you get to develop an initiative. So, for example, now with the king on b1, and I'm not saying I work so hard to win the pawn, I'm not saying I'm anxious to give it back, but for example, b7, b5, should you capture with the knight? Okay. Should you capture with the knight, you can imagine I would play rook to b8. So, in a sense, the b file is opening up. I want to play d5.
And you want to capture the knight immediately now, because then there will be a checkmate on a2.
And
if white is not careful.
I'm threatening just as you're pointing out, I'm threatening the immediate queen takes a2 checkmate with rook takes b5. a7, a6 is the much more, I'll just say, sturdy, recommended approach. But yes, you do want to play a6, b5, and say to white, prove your, justify your pawn sacrifice. This is going to be, and again, Carissa's coming in as the top seed for the event. Thalia is challenging her. Cristian, where's the action?
Yeah, and just to kind of give you the idea of what the engine is saying in this position, it does seem like Carissa has full compensation.
Does she?
Yes, full compensation.
I'm not convinced. Why?
And I guess the idea is behind the fact that you really cannot develop your pieces on that side easily, right? And this knight coming to b5, whenever you go d6, you're going to have some problems with that pawn on d6. So how do you get this bishop? First of all, how do you get the king to safety?
A6.
Do you need to get the king to safety?
Right, no threat. I'm going to play b5 and develop my bishop.
A6 is already really bad.
Really bad?
Really, really bad.
Knight c6?
Not easy to understand why. Knight to d5 seems to be borderline winning.
Did not see.
Oh, because the bishop is going to be hanging.
You're losing a piece. I'm getting my piece back. Right.
Right.
Queen, knight on c6. The best move is knight to c6 first.
Immediately.
Immediately. And if you go here, take, and queen to b4.
And the difference is I haven't forced a3.
Correct. Correct. So you can still take.
Dang.
But this is like some crazy talk, right?
Right.
I mean, this is not easy to understand. And you get
Not
this
at all.
position. The pawn structure,
this is full compensation now.
Well, there's no compensation. It's just equal
Oh,
pawns.
it's even...
Equal pawns, right? And in fact, you're playing against bad pawn structure, but black does have the two bishops, which probably should give him enough for equality. I do believe we are getting our first result. That's seconds away from finishing as we expected.
By the way, they went for that bishop sacrifice.
Yep.
The very same, you went take. And after e8 equals queen.
And now you better push that pawn, because otherwise you may never get that dark square bishop.
Exactly.
And you can put a rook on e8 if you want. You can put a queen. You can put a bishop if you want.
What about knight?
Let's see. Nah, he gets the queen.
By the way, not for nothing, but I do believe he went e8.
Yes.
Pressed the clock, then put the queen on the board.
No. He went e8 and took the queen and then put it on and then pressed the clock. It looked like he pressed the clock because he was close to the clock, but no.
I thought he went e8. He had the queen in hand. It was clear that he was queening the pawn, but it was just...
No, he didn't have the queen in his hand. He went to grab it, actually. And we can...
through the magic of television.
We do have the magic of television, so maybe we can see that once again.
Right. So
let's see the
promotion.
This is going to be the handshake right now.
The handshake is coming up as these players will.
Rook to e3, king to g2. I would assume somebody's going to call Cristian.
By the way, Leinier is first writing down his move. That's not allowed, but now it is allowed because he's stopping the clock.
Yeah.
And we see first handshake of the tournament.
Absolutely. Why? Naturally, the game of Wesley and Leinier draw. And I think my eyesight is tricking me, but I'm pretty sure that Wesley promoted. He played e8, had the queen, hit the clock, and then put the queen on the board.
No.
Which is, of course, the Rex Sinkfield, how to get yourself forfeited from your own tournament.
No. Chris Bird watches that game and those type of situations like a hawk. Yes.
Yeah, he's looking to jump in there.
He will catch it. He will catch it.
I'm telling you, the magic of television, I'm really more than curious because I'm making a stand. I'm going to die on this hill. Come on, Tom.
Maybe we'll get it.
Show us the end where Wesley promotes the pawn. Did he do it correctly? That's what America, I'm calling for an inquiry. The American people have a right to know. What do you have for us?
Oh, nothing yet.
You're also
that as well. I'm waiting patiently to see what's happening when we actually get the queen or not.
We're looking. In the meanwhile, Irina Krush is enjoying.
Irina versus Atousa. This one is very interesting.
An attack.
Optically, it looks great. Right.
It does.
Look at this king on h8. The rook is ready to swing on h3. Everything is set up towards the king, right?
Right.
Towards the black king. So something is going to have to give at the right moment. Now, knight takes d3. Knight to c6, by the way, is the main move proposed by the engine. I don't like that. I don't think she's going to play it. You generally don't. Look, you just play the move knight to b4. You're thinking about two things right now. Either to block the pawn with knight d5.
Or to take
take the bishop on d3, because the bishop on d3 is going to sacrifice at some point on g6. You're going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
So knight c6, out of the question.
Right.
But if you don't do that, apparently just knight takes d3, this is really, really bad. Like +2 advantage. For the simple fact that you don't have a next move.
Yeah.
You go b5.
Let me just interrupt you for just a quick second. And
yes.
Through the magic of television.
Okay. Inquiry for the American people.
Okay, now he's going to play e8. Now the idea is
in his hands.
But the queen has to be on the board before you press your clock.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
Okay, so there he goes. He puts the queen in his hands.
Yes. Doesn't press the clock.
He did it right.
The clock.
I stand corrected.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Optical, because I swear when his hand went over the clock, I thought he had pressed it. He did it right. He's a professional, a consummate professional. Wesley, back to Irina and Atousa.
Again,
what do we have?
This one is looking really, really rough for Atousa.
Right.
Just because, again,
you got to defend.
The best moves are not natural at all. Knight c6, not natural. You're still much worse after that.
Right.
But anything else, you're borderline losing.
So
I can go h4, h5 at the right moment. I can go rook to h3 as well. So, for example, take. You go b5, right? You try to do something on this side.
Fair.
I go h4.
H4 even.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not mentioning the fact that I can just take the pawn. But I'm not going to take the pawn. I just go h4.
h4.
Yes.
So
You take my pawn, right?
Yeah.
I go
b4.
g4.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Guess what? No moves. And g5 is coming.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
You have problems.
We
Do you
can
want to go
capture with the
bishop
rook.
f8?
Yeah.
Probably not. Probably not. Now d5 is happening. Look, there's going to be some tactics.
I agree.
You're going to
I
have
agree.
to find them.
Yeah.
But if you do find them as white, you're going to be in a winning position. It's just simple as that. Black doesn't have enough compensation on the other side. She doesn't have enough compensation to try to block me with the knight on d5. If you leave the bishop on the board with knight d5, well, guess what? Knight takes d5. You cannot take with the knight. Pawn on f7 is hanging. So you take with the queen. And now I continue. h4, h5 is still coming. If you take with the pawn, then h7 is going to be a problem. If you take with the knight, right now with the rook on f3, you have some problems on f7 as well. It's rough.
It just
it's
feels like
position.
a lot of firepower that Atousa is under.
Yes.
Thank you.
She's
Thank
in
you.
trouble.
And as we prepare for a break, we do have a single result thus far.
Yep. We have Wesley Saw, who made a draw with Leinier Dominguez. That was the 3-fold repetition.
And they play again tomorrow. Opposite colors, Leinier. Really goes to show that Leinier was prepared, even for a side variation of a side variation. He had looked at it deeply and he found all the right moves. As we go to a break, it seems like we have
A
the
special
ladies.
feature. Vera Menchik this time.
Vera Menchik, and she was the original, the Menchik club. Vera Menchik played against the men and she beat the world's best, and a lot of players joined the club.
So let's take a look.
Yes.
Today we're looking at the life and career of the world's first and longest reigning women's chess champion, Vera Menchik. She was born in Moscow, Russia in 1906 to a Czech father and English mother, and throughout her chess career, she would represent all three countries at different points. Vera's father would be the one to set her on her lifelong chess journey when he taught her the game at the age of 9. She led a comfortable life early on. Her family was well off, owned a mill, and she attended an all-girls private school. But at the age of 11, her world would be turned upside down as the Russian Revolution began. The new government would seize their apartment and mill. Vera would be forced to switch schools, and the constant threat of government violence hung over the heads of just about everybody. Seeking a better life for their children, her parents immigrated the family to Hastings, England in 1921. The teenage Vera struggled to learn English and was very shy. Despite these barriers, the game her father taught her years earlier would prove to be a conduit for the young woman to come out of her shell. As fate would have it, Hastings was home to a prominent chess club that hosted international tournaments every year. She joined the club in 1923 and soon caught the attention of one of the top players of the day, Hungarian Geza Marazzi. Seeing great potential in Vera, Marazzi took her under his wing and helped her to form a patient style of play like his own. A female player having formal, systematic training was practically unheard of at the time and helped to set Vera apart from her contemporaries. In 1925, she proved herself the best female player in London when she defeated the British women's champion Edith Charlotte Price twice. But she'd have a chance to capture an even greater claim to fame in 1927 when London hosted the first ever Women's World Championship. 12 women from 8 different countries would go head-to-head in a round-robin tournament. Of her 11 games, she won 10 and tied 1. For some, the idea of being the inaugural women's world chess champion might be enough, but not Vera. Having proven she was the most skilled player among the women of her day, she soon set out to test herself against highly rated male competitors. Her first chance to formally do this was in 1929. At the age of 23, she entered a tournament in Ramsgate and didn't lose a single game. She defeated the City of London champion Sir George Thomas, tied for second place with Akiba Rubinstein, who is widely considered one of the strongest players to never win the World Championship. And she even outscored her teacher, Geza Marazzi. In the years to come, she'd defeat many male players, and they'd become members of what is affectionately called the Vera Menchik Club. Some of the most notable players we know held this distinction were future world chess champion Max Erba and future US champion Samuel Reshevsky. In the mid-1930s, Menchik would find her true rival in the globe-trotting German by the name of Sonja Graf. She had an air of confidence and also made a name for herself by competing against men. The two would famously face off for the women's championship. In 2 one-on-one matches, they both organized themselves. The first took place in 1934, and Graf proved a worthy rival, defeating Menchik in the first game, but Vera pulled it together and swept her for the next 3 games, securing her a solid victory in their match. Their 1937 rematch would go much longer than just 4 games, but Vera still won convincingly with a final score of 11.5 to 4.5. With Graf defeated twice, it posed the question, who could dethrone the women's world champ? Sadly, that question will forever go unanswered, as Menchik's life was cut tragically short when she, her sister, and their mother were killed in a Nazi bombing raid at their South London home in June of 1944. Vera Menchik's 17-year-long women's world championship reign has never been surpassed. She was unquestionably the most powerful woman to play the game in her era, and her desire to challenge every strong player she could, regardless of gender, has cemented her legacy as a true trailblazer in the world of chess.
Hey everyone, I'm International Master Eric Rosen, and I'm going to be doing in-person commentary for the American Cup at the St. Louis Chess Club, so feel free to come and join me here along with the Grandmaster in residence. We'll be taking on questions and watching the top players across the country battle it out for a lot of prize money, so hope to see you here.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Do you want to know more about great female players in chess history? Throughout all of March, the World Chess Hall of Fame is offering free pamphlets to guests exploring the rich history of women in chess. Learn about legendary greats like Vera Menchik and Nona Gaprichta-Vili, modern stars like Irina Krush and Carissa Yip, and so many more. This Women's History Month, discover the real queens of the game at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the cats versus dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a wood-burn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
Mark your calendar. The 2025 Strategy Across the Board Gala is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Enjoy fine dining and world-class entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. To learn more and to purchase tickets and sponsorships, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
I'm Justin King. I'm a sculptor here in St. Louis, and I tend to make a lot of work with recycled materials, and especially cardboard. I make a lot of animals. It's one of my favorite things to make. So the World Chess Hall of Fame, they're doing an exhibit called Pawns and Paws, and it's showing off all the animals that are influenced within chess. And so we got this crazy idea to make a T-Rex. It's a wonderful opportunity to work with the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I've had the pleasure of working with the Chess Hall of Fame before. We got together during Chess the Musical at the Muni, and they were promoting that. And so we made a night chess piece out of other chess pieces. And as people stood in line, they were able to sign and draw all over these chess pieces. Then I was able to collect those and reconstruct it. And then when I got the email and phone call to come back and make something, we decided to go big, and we made this big T-Rex, and we're excited to put it where it's going to be and seen by so many people from all over, so I'm super pumped about it.
At the World Chess Hall of Fame, we love highlighting the talent of the St. Louis art community. And when I was curating Paws and Pawns, Justin King was a natural fit with his fun and whimsical animal sculptures. We're looking forward to seeing how our visitors react to this oversized T-Rex that'll be popping out of the wall, enlivening the space.
It was nice to get back together to create something new, and hopefully this relationship continues into the future. I hope you get a chance to come down to the World Chess Hall of Fame, check out the exhibit, see this monumental T-Rex we've installed, how we've used these materials and tied it all back together into the world of chess. We hope to see you there.
Welcome back, everyone, to day one of the American Cup. And we have results, or result, to be more accurate. We have one draw between Wesley and Leinier Dominguez.
Well played, theoretical draw. And one of the things that we like, big thanks to our statistician, Ben Underwood, as he runs through simulations, 15,000 tournament simulations. And he asks his stats, who's going to win?
So let's take a look. The open section, this is pre-tournament. It's Fabiano Caruana with the highest chances of winning the tournament, 29.2%. But Hikaru Nakamura kind of closely behind him with 24.8%. And third, my pick of the event, Wesley saw 14.6%.
You're going with the outsider. What's interesting about that stat is that Hikaru is the highest rated player in the field. Hikaru has a reputation as being one of the great blitz and rapid players, and we know blitz and rapid is going to be an important factor in this event.
Absolutely.
And yet still Fabi, because
Still
of his
not
great
enough.
results. For the ladies.
Yeah, chances to win the tournament in the women's section. Again, this is pre-tournament. It's Carissa Yip here. First time playing the American Cup, but the highest seed in the tournament, the one who won recently the US Women's Championship. She has 36.8%. Closely behind her is Alice Lee, 25.3%, and third, of course, Irina Krush, who won it at least 2 times, I believe, 19.4%.
Yeah, Irina, a little bit of the outsider there. Historians will call my pick brave. And as we get a look at the World Chess Hall of Fame, the players in the tournament hall, and we're seeing Carissa.
Yeah, and beautiful design of that tournament.
Yeah.
And players must really enjoy playing at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Absolutely. I'm picking up the game that we've kind of let slip. Levon Aronian versus Sam Sevian. Very intriguing opening. When we left it, we saw the moves B2, B3. Again, a lot of tricks and traps that Levon is laying for his opponent, Sam Sevian. Please take my pawn on c5. Let me play this pinning move, bishop a3. And Sam is avoiding quite a number of tactics that would be very easy to fall for. Again, the most tricky move in the position is knight f4. Knight takes c5 takes. And this very key move, I love this retreating move, knight going backwards from c5 to d7, bishop b2, going on the long diagonal.
On that diagonal.
Rook c8. I've got a single weakness in the position, says Sam. Let me cover up
And I want
that
to
weakness.
develop that queen, maybe queen g5, or just move the queen so that pawn on c7 is guarded.
Precisely. Queen c3. Gee, boy, before I could even get in an attack against your pawn on g7, you were already guarding that pawn on g7. Levon said, you know what? My knight on f4 under attack. Your queen on g5 is so good. Let me play the move queen g3. We have a trade. And I have to tell you, I mean, Sam is defending, I think, you know, really accurately. And I don't see any advantage for white at this
White
point.
has this isolated pawn, but we are heading towards endgame.
Yeah,
so that's a situation when you are not so happy that the pawn doesn't have a body that's defending it.
Exactly. If you had a pawn on c4, it would have a buddy defending it, and the buddy, but without the isolated pawn, I think the game is really imbalanced. Cristian, over to you.
And this one looks very equal, to be honest. Very dry. You're probably going to exchange the bishop for that knight. That knight jumps to b6, bishop d4. I take that knight off the board. It's going to be a draw. That one is going to be a draw. Guess what? Fabi versus Ray Robson. We were looking at this position. We were seeing ideas of knight to f2 and g4, right? And this was the very, very important way of playing this position, because once you land the knight on e4, that's going to be absolutely ideal.
Yeah, the knight.
Perfect square for the knight. Now, Fabi, and I cannot really blame him for this, he played the move knight to b2. What he wants is just simply keep his extra pawn. He wants to put the knight on a4, keep his extra pawn. But this knight to b2 is in fact very badly placed, as we will find out in just a second. Knight to b2, we exchange. Queen b7, rook a3, defending pawn on b3, right? Queen to b4, and this was all calculated by Fabi, for sure.
Right.
Knight to a4. Finally, I landed. I have this beautiful outpost. I'm looking at the pawn on c5. Optically, it looks very good for white, right? It doesn't seem like you still don't have enough compensation. Bishop to h6. Very nice little tactic.
That already changes.
It's a nice tactic. Yes, yes. Bishop takes h6. It's just we're exchanging. You get my rook, I get your rook, and we're exchanging the bishops in the process. Rook to b1. Queen to f1. Can you take Probably not, because now I take on c5, and finally I have this extra passed pawn. This is going to be
a dream.
Great. Beautiful position. You go knight to e4 next. Maybe black has some chances to equalize, but we're playing for 2 results. He played knight d7, defending the pawn on c5. f5, queen to c2. I'm looking at the eval of the engine, and the engine is telling me that black is better right now.
Even better.
Slightly better.
Because the knight on a4 is stuck.
It's incredible. Knight to f6. And right now, this is the position. The question is, hey, how do you make use of this knight? Can he go b4? Not really, because I have both the rook and the queen ready to capture that.
Wow.
Like, how do you make
Maybe
progress?
Ray Robson has only 2 minutes, 2 minutes 30 seconds, but he's okay on the position.
Yeah.
If he manages to save this one.
Wow.
Going down 1 hour and 20 minutes on his clock. I think it was about 1 hour 15, 1 hour 20, something along those lines. And right now, still surviving. Again, I'm not saying he's out of the woods yet.
Right.
Like, this is still going to be a long game. I'm sure Fabi's not going to go before, exchange the queens. He's going to keep the position as is, try to outmaneuver Ray, at least get him down to his last 30 seconds, and then break the position. Then do something else, right?
I'm seeing some decisive advantages, I want to say. Let's take a look at the game of Alice Lee and Nasi. When we left it, Nasi just kind of slipped here with this move, bishop to d6. I think it was required by her that she play the move knight d7. Frankly speaking, this knight on e5 is too strong. Let's get rid of it. She decided to get rid of it in the wrong way, bishop to d6, and this is the problem I foresaw as well for Nazi. Move bishop g5 is really annoying. I want to capture on f6, double up, damage the pawn structure on black's king side, and yuck, we have to go backwards.
Back.
Knight e8, now comes c5, now comes...
Very nice kind of positional temporary sacrifice of a pawn.
Exactly. But here's the rub. Bishop to e7, forking the knight and the rook. At first blush, you might say, well, yeah, I've got 2 pawns. Well, no, you really don't, because with this move, rook c1, bishop e4, queen c5, I'm a really big favorite to pick up either the d4 or the c6 pawn. Materially speaking, a knight and pawn versus an exchange and an ending is not even close.
The problem is that the pawns in the center are not connected, right? If I had like e5, c5, and the pawns were secured there, it's a different story.
Exactly.
But right now, as you said, I like this idea of bishop e4 and just not allowing the bishop on b7 for black to be developed and just then munching on pawns.
Again, if we could just play one move, we could bring the pawn back, d5, d4, just as you say. The pawns are all connected, 2 pawns for an exchange. I agree the pawn on c6 is backward, so I still don't feel it. But this current position looks like Alice Lee in cruise control. Also, Irina, many times champion, Irina Krush, many times champion of this American Cup. She's got an overwhelming attacking position. She got her bishop to h6, rook
Visually,
f3.
it looks beautiful, right?
Exactly.
There just has to be something with all those white pieces being active
They're
and
swarming.
concentrated on that king side.
Exactly. Now, I have to admit that the move knight takes d3. Why did we play knight b4 if not to capture the bishop? So from Atousa's point of view, she's probably thinking the move I don't want to see is bishop b1, keeping the pieces. h4 is coming. I'm under a lot of pressure along the f5. I'm under pressure everywhere. It's hard to realize that the culprit in the position is the knight on e5. The best move was to play knight to c6 and eliminate this knight that's putting pressure on the f7 pawn. It's very easy to grab the bishop, thinking after b5 that you're making counterplay. The problem is there's no play, and we have seen the chess engine playing h4 and g4 and
Just
saying
targeting that knight on f6 and then the pawn on f7.
exactly. And let's just take a snapshot of Atousa.
So Atousa Pourkashiyan, women grandmaster. She's 4-time Asian youth champion and also 7-time Iranian women's chess champion before she switched for the US team.
Exactly.
And she won the Continental Chess Championship, so she has a qualification spot for the World Cup.
Exactly. And husband and wife combination. Her husband.
Look at Irina.
Hikaru.
Where is Irina looking? Can you spot where Irina is looking right now?
Right over towards the king side.
Very intently. She's very
exactly
intently looking at that king.
Exactly.
And the center as well. You might be wondering, why the center?
I mean, maybe D5.
D5
Can we
is
try to
completely
push
crushing.
for D5?
Yeah, it's completely
crushing.
Because I can't take with the knight. I'd have to take with the pawn.
And actually, the funny part is that if you capture with knight, just let's take a look.
Okay.
Are we going to capture with rook on f7?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Quite possibly, because this is actually a pretty visual checkmate.
You cannot recapture because knight
in
checkmate.
fact, guess what?
What?
If you take with the pawn on d5, which I'm sure is the thing that she's calculating right now, I'm going to sacrifice a piece to get that rook on f7. Knight takes d5.
Knight takes d5.
Rook takes f7.
Why is it so deadly?
Exactly. I'm looking at the position and I'm still not sure why it's so deadly, but it's extremely deadly.
Queen to d.
Rook takes c7.
Okay, now I see.
Queen e7, rook takes d5. And this position with an exchange down, you're absolutely
devastated.
Resign.
Really?
You're resigning right now.
Because this king is, all you got to do is put your queen on the long diagonal, and I've got issues.
How do I do that? Maybe queen e3, queen d4?
How about in this position where you sacrifice a piece, if I went rook to a7 to stop your blunderful attack? Maybe
queen d2?
Queen d2, queen e4, yeah. Either
or
way,
queen e4.
just targeting the knight, huh? Sometimes
just
chess
ignoring
is a
that the
simple
rook is
game.
hanging.
I know, but it's a bit unusual that you're so lost. It is a bit unusual.
Can I? No, I'm not even playing.
But even
for
rook
tricks.
takes c7, I have a feeling this position after rook takes c7.
Sorry, rook takes.
No.
e7.
Now you can take on d5. Keep going with that variation.
Yeah, rook takes d5.
Bishop takes d5, and guess what? I'm not taking that bishop back.
Queen d4
I'll
check.
give you a check first.
Oh, that's nasty.
Yes.
That is nasty.
That long diagonal is so difficult to protect.
Right. That is the
And
issue.
after rook g7, even knight e8.
We're having fun at this point.
Oh boy.
We're having fun.
So it's D. By the way, one player who I really admired, Tigran Petrosian. When he was playing against the when he was playing with the isolated queen pawn, by the way, he has had some brevities with these pawn breakthroughs in the center, d4, d5, and this would be a Tigran Petrosian special that he would play, and that looks like just an absolutely crunching move. Is time a factor for these two players?
Irina Krush is 25 minutes, Atousa Pourkashiyan 21 minutes. One thing I want to note, sometimes we have these great positions and then you want to play d5, sacrifice everything, but what if black can defend? Right. So you have to be very accurate if you are sacrificing a piece that it's actually going to work.
Exactly.
So I feel like Irina is just really calculating deeply, because on the other hand, the black's position looks a little bit compact. Like the bishops are doing a very good job defensively.
Yep. It's easy to convince yourself that there's a solidity in black's position that makes you want to slow play it, g4, g5, or rather h4. But in this particular case, the line is clear.
Yeah.
d5 and going for the sacrifice on d5, and it is a little bit unusual to get to a position like this where black is a piece up, whole piece up, yeah, and think to yourself, there's no defense? I mean, like, whoa, what is the threat? Well, the threat is very simply rook takes d5, rook takes e7. It's all about the fact that this king is actually really, really vulnerable. And even when I play moves like rook to trying to defend along the 7th, Cristian was suggesting queen d2, queen d1, queen d4, anything that attacks the knight, in fact, makes it absolutely terrible.
This power on the d file is just crushing.
So we'll see if Irina comes up with that. So we're expecting that Alice Lee, again, a pre-tournament favorite.
So let's take a look what's happening in Carissa's Yip game.
Yes, and
because there was material imbalance when Thalia won a pawn.
Right, we left it literally here. We had just seen check and bishop takes. Carissa said, hey, look, I've got development, I've got ideas. Maybe some of those ideas include E4, E5. Maybe some of the ideas include
A3 and knight D5.
D5. So Thalia said, okay.
The best move, actually, on the board.
Let me step back. Now, instead of the move knight D5, this is an amazing defensive idea, by the way. Takes, queen B4, as Cristian pointed out for us. No, Carissa said, where's your bishop going?
Where do you want to go?
The bishop dropped back to H6. Now that your bishop is committed as released control over the D6 square, let me play knight B5. I want to play knight to D6 check, says Carissa. Let me get out of dodge.
Time to castle. The king is not safe in the center.
Okay, queen E2. That is nothing wrong with queen E2, but you know, sometimes you're in the hunt and you're chasing your prey, and sometimes you're thinking to yourself, the initiative is telling me I should be playing E5, I should be playing queen H4, I should be playing bishop D3, and sometimes the quarry gets away. You know, you suddenly like...
And F5.
F5.
And I still have that queen B4, maybe trying to challenge
queens.
your queen on the king side.
So Carissa just pulled in her horns a bit, played queen to E2, D5, captures. We're up to date with the players. Thalia is
pawn
saying...
structure for black is not great. Double pawn and isolated pawn in the center, but we do have a pair of bishop. And if they can get quickly out, then blacking is safe. That's a good thing about the position.
Yeah, and especially if you get to cover it up with bishop G7. On a good day, bishop G7 and F5, and who's attacking whom? Now, from White's point of view, Carissa has to be, well, I want to say
I mean,
accurate.
that bishop F1 is a trouble, right? We need to get it out to develop.
Right, and if we see bishop G2, knight E6, if we see knight to D4, knight D4, simple ideas of capturing twice on E6.
Maybe knight E5.
Whoa.
No?
This is getting interesting suddenly. Who is getting whom? I was going to target this pawn on E6. Captures. Here. So what I want to do is capture...
Here with the bishop.
Yeah. Are the clocks a factor in this one?
So Carissa has 18 minutes and Thalia 20 minutes.
Okay, once again, Thalia has snapped off a pawn, so she's got a pawn in her pocket. Carissa, we haven't looked at the obvious. Rook takes, the reason I didn't, it just looks too compelling, bishop E6 or knight B4. The pawn on A2 is too weak, and it's like you lured my rook into a vulnerable position. Why would I allow you to play knight B4 or bishop E6? So I was thinking bishop G2, or how about another look, knight to D4 for just a second. I suppose you could. I'm dreaming. Queen H5, bishop to D3. I'm dreaming.
Okay, so let's say I...
A6? I don't know.
Let's start with A6, okay.
A6, knight back.
Looks dangerous for black now. I felt safer
a moment ago. Okay.
Because I'm thinking, even if I capture the knight takes D4.
Yeah.
Knight takes D4, or rook takes.
I was hesitating because I didn't know. But all right, knight takes D4, knight takes D4.
And I just want to go bishop D7.
Bishop to G7. my dream.
I actually thought bishop d7, but...
Okay. I think you're going backwards anyway. Bishop to d7, queen h5. My dream was to try to... Your pawn is on f6, not on g6.
Right.
And so I could play after bishop g7 in case you... Maybe king g7 is a better move.
also an option.
I wanted to try to play, the old standard knight to f5 and invade on the h7 square. Compensation, very, very good compensation for Carissa. I mean, I think time trouble and nerves are going to be a key factor in this one. Cristian, I'm going to throw it over to you. What's caught your eye?
So Irina did not play the move d5.
She did not.
She did not, but to be honest, she played the move that I think I would have played as well.
h4?
Knight to e4.
Knight to e4.
It's a very forced move, because now after knight takes e4, you have this tactic, and I do think that she will go for this. Knight takes f7, queen takes e4. Quite simple tactic.
Check.
Right now, exactly. If you try to defend this bishop after queen to e5, you resign.
Right.
So the only way to stop me from giving you this check is to go queen to d5. And now we go into this endgame. I got a pawn. I'm feeling good about the position.
Active rook.
Active rook. And
active rook on f7.
Miserable king.
Maybe the bishop can go to e5. This just feels winning.
Right.
Right. And it feels winning in an easy way. I don't have to calculate anything.
Maybe even rook h3, rook take h7, and bishop f8 checkmate.
I see what you're doing.
Wow, okay.
Let's show that. Let's show that. All right, you're threatening checkmate. Very nice. Guess what? You're the one.
I got there first.
Very nice.
Yes. How do you do in Puzzle Rush, by the way? That was a sharp eye. Knight takes e4.
You can also just simply take on f7 with the rook. In fact, I do believe we have a move. Yes, that's exactly what she's going for.
Yeah.
Queen takes e4. This is just simple. Queen to d5. We go into that endgame. Maybe you're not getting checkmated if you are Atousa, but this is such a depressing position if you're with black pieces.
Exactly.
You don't have anything in your hands right now.
again,
You're just going to suffer, and most likely it's a technically winning position for white.
Yeah, practically this knight e4 is a really strong move.
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
It really feels like a two-result game, doesn't
Once
it?
you see it, you play it. You don't look at d5. You don't try to calculate piece sacrifices, exchange sacrifices, and whether you give the checkmate or not. You just go for this.
Yeah. In some ways in my career, I have played such a move as knight e4 and won more or less after 80 moves. And then, my second, John Donaldson would say to me, on move 16, you could have played d5 and won by force. And it's sort of like, oh dear, I wasn't even looking at it because I had this easy
It's beautiful,
path.
like positional path.
Yeah, and I kind of shut down and didn't consider my other possibilities. But that looks like a very, very nice, convincing play. Wanted to turn our attention to Anna Zatonskih, another player who likes to get into time trouble. Anna is notorious, like Ray Robson, for inviting issues with her clock. She's up against Tatev. A very balanced position has come out of this Philidor. And that occurred because, well, Anna played d takes e5. And from Tatev's perspective, she's just played the move b5, which takes under control the c4 square. Her knight, on a good day...
Can go to f8, e6.
d4, like, what's the issue? Maybe even bishop to f8 and knight to c5.
This is the type of position that you really enjoy as a Philidor player.
Exactly. b2, b4, bishop f8, gift me the pawn. Queen to b1, knight to b6. And it's sort of like, well, you've got a weak square. Like bishop, Tatev, it's feeling like she's kind of gone past the equal mark, and maybe she's the one with a bit of a edge. This knight on d1 doesn't make a very good impression. Put the knight on c5 and much more enthusiastic. So I would say exactly at this point that I prefer black's position.
And do we go like rook a8 now?
Yeah.
I want to file. That rook on b8 did its job, good job, and let's move on to better pastures.
Exactly. Rooks love open files. Rook to a8 certainly would have my stamp of approval.
Yeah, because we see also that white knight on d1, it's just not great, right? So you said it's going to spend some time moving.
Right, it's going to play to B2 and D3. Cristian, you got Fabi's position.
Absolutely. Well,
yeah,
he's doing what I was sort of prescribing to do in this one, get ready to the last final minute and try to change the position at that point. That's exactly what he did. Because if you don't try to change the character of the position, then you just simply don't have a way forward. You're just stuck to the defense of the pawn on B3. You cannot sacrifice that. You would love to get the knight back on the other side of the board from A4. Unfortunately, you're stuck. The only way out is via B2 and you lose the pawn on B3. So right now, Fabi realizes that. He sees that Ray has 50 seconds on his clock, and he decided to go for this E4 idea. But this E4 idea is a very double-edged sword.
Right.
Very double-edged sword. And F takes E4 was played, D takes E4, and G5 the best. By the way, Ray's playing the best moves.
Despite having no time.
With 30 seconds. With 30 seconds on his clock, he plays the best moves in the position. With an hour on his clock, that's a bit more difficult.
Well, it shuts down F4.
Yes.
And maybe, you have to even, because
some ideas of G4 maybe with
both kings are a little bit,
E4, yes.
You know, everybody's on the queen side.
So I want to go. So king E2, let's go to the queen side. I want to trade the queens, recapture with king.
I'll match you. I'll mirror you on that side. Do you go king D3?
Let's go.
Okay, now I continue.
King D6?
Well, why not?
Okay.
Okay, so queen B2.
I'm not trading
queen
queens.
to B2, queen to B4. Yes, we're not trading ever.
Ever.
Like if you go queen to D2, I go queen to A3 back.
Yeah.
Right.
And now you're not afraid of queen
B3.
A5?
B3.
B3 is a big problem.
Rook takes B3. Check.
Oh,
yeah.
Guess what?
What?
In this position, I have rook F8, and you're completely losing.
What?
He's
because it's with check.
It's an intermezzo.
Exactly, and then I have the rook E3 to save my rook, and this endgame is just really bad for you.
Right. Well, the knight on A4 is, again...
It's the knight on A4.
It's terrible.
That knight B2, knight A4 was such a bad decision by Fabi. I think he relaxed for a second. He was like, look, this guy is just joking with his time management.
Right.
I need to punish that swiftly.
Right.
I'm going to save my pawn. The knight on A4 looks good. But if he would have spent a bit more time and understand the fact that that knight on A4, once the knight lands on D7 and protects everything, you're not doing anything with that knight.
Exactly.
So unfortunately for Fabi right now, he's going to have to win this game if he manages to do so.
By the way,
again,
I'm very impressed, King G2. I think Fabi has just come to a horrifying realization that if he keeps pressing, he's worse. And he's going to keep his king on the G2, on the king side, and
30
so
seconds.
So if Ray Robson does nothing like king G6 or king G7,
yeah,
they're just going to be moving back and forth with kings?
If I were black, I'd probably play H6, king E7, king D6, and I'd be thinking to myself, I'm optimistic.
I think F4 is coming. F4 has to come right now.
From white?
From white, yes.
I don't think Fabi is thinking about it.
Giving up a pawn?
I think he is. I mean, that's his
right
only
here,
way.
and
that's
opening,
his only way, yeah.
Only way to win or lose?
Only way to try to win. Well, you could potentially lose as well.
Okay, so I capture G takes.
G takes, G takes.
E takes. I don't have to, I know, but let's...
Now,
no, I like
the big question is, do I go E5? Do I go...
Well,
I mean, how many pawns do you give me?
If you don't,
let's go E5. Okay. Let's go E5 and see how it plays.
Okay, knight captures.
Let's just ask
Rook E1.
The question. Rook E1? Well, okay.
You cannot take on B3. Queen takes
B3 and knight
That's
C5.
my trick. That's my trick. You cannot touch the pawn on B3 yet.
Yet.
Okay, let's start with F3.
Okay, I'll hide the king, and this is what I think he wants to do.
Pause, because here I'm getting a little bit nervous. If I don't break through on the queen side here with rook takes B3,
then
maybe
G4 also is an option.
F4 is not on the board. He played queen D1. Let's get back to the bird's eye view, just to see what Ray...
We know that Ray is going to be playing on increment.
Yes.
Yeah. In a sense, I'm not saying it. In a sense, I think this move is a tacit draw offer. Queen A2 check, rook B2, queen A3.
No, guaranteed he doesn't want to draw.
Guaranteed.
No.
I mean, Fabi has a pawn up in 41 minutes.
Fabi wants to win this.
Okay, 15 seconds for Ray, and I'm expecting the move king d6 as well as h6. Okay, here f4 has a little bit more attraction to my eye because I am getting my queen out. h6, I'm not sure I like that move.
But if you go f4, I also have knight f6, right? Guarding everything and putting pressure.
Sorry, if
you
white
go
plays
f4,
f4,
knight f6.
with the idea of queen g4, maybe queen h5, Kate is saying, hey, look, you know, chill, knight f6, protect.
But I take on e5.
And I'm assuming...
King takes?
Queen f3. Aren't you getting checkmated?
This is scary, Kate.
Wait, I can capture a pawn. Knight queen takes.
What? You
Queen
can do
one?
what? Sorry?
Yeah, knight takes e4.
Rook e1.
Rook e1. That's
Check
it.
on a2.
Rook e2.
Check on a2?
Rook e2? No, rook e2. Just rook e2.
Rook
e2, and if I play queen b1, then you
Knight
have...
takes c5.
Knight takes c5.
Then, you know, the amazing thing about this position is you could almost say a harmonic convergence. The knight on a4 that never was disturbing. And suddenly, you know, the queen on f3, the rook on e2, the knight on c5, everything gelled.
Okay, so this is kind of
h6.
scary, maybe.
He needs to go f4. This is the perfect moment for Fabi with only 30 seconds or 40 seconds for Ray. He needs to go f4, complicate the position, muddy the water.
Yeah, because if white plays f4, Yasser, if we try again, so
Yeah,
h6 on the board.
I just didn't like h6. If you were going to play knight f6, do it right away. He did play h6. Sorry, please tell me what you would like.
Yeah, so
to say.
h6 because
f4.
f4.
Yeah.
Because now I'm wondering, like, I don't want to capture on f4 and allowing you to give a check. So do you move your king to where?
Yes.
With d6?
Yes, and if you want to go pawn hunting, I'll acquiesce. Go ahead and take a pawn. Because at the end of the day, I would like to take this pawn on b3. If you develop my knight in the center of the board, takes. Queen h5, this might be the way you should play. I don't know.
But at some moment, your pawn on d4 can also get active. d3, d2.
Hello, I have a passer. That's right. And again, I mean, Fabi's got 40 minutes against 40 seconds, and the move f4 really turns it into a 3-result game where things could easily rebound against Fabi here. And one other point, let's just see f4 again. If I take, just to expose the white king just a little bit, and then play king to d6, whose king is more vulnerable?
It's a good question because you have a nice hiding space on c7.
Exactly. That's precisely my.
I mean, my problem is the knight on a4. That's because your knight is going to get back to the center after I recapture on e5. But my knight is just waiting to grab its opportunity on c5 whenever.
Yeah. I feel that in some of the other games, we're also reaching critical moments. Let's go to the game between Hikaru and Mishra. When we left it, it didn't seem like White had achieved that much. He had, let's say, in theory, the better minor piece, but Mishra is very, very solid. The knight on b4 defends a weakness on c6. The queen on e7 defends a weakness. And of course, g7 is well protected. So the question for Hikaru is, how is he going to put more pressure? Is it
I think
even
he's going to play like queen f3 and double the rook on g-file.
And then in response to queen f3, I've got the rook on the d8 square, which makes the move c6, c5 that much more attractive to me.
Okay, I have to take.
And here I have to pause because I'm not sure how I should be recapturing, but let's imagine I recapture with the pawn so that I can secure control of the open d file with rook d7.
Okay, if I try to ignore you for a bit, I go rook g5.
Yep, the old double trouble, yes?
Rook g1.
Rook g1. And then the question is, are you really threatening rook takes g7 or not? I don't know if you are. Knight back. I just don't know if rook takes g7 is a
I
threat.
would love to get the other rook to h3. That pawn is...
But you have a pawn on h3. You can't have it
so
all,
if I
Kate.
go queen h5.
Where are you really going over there? My intention was to bring my knight back to f6. My knight on b4 was useful when it was holding up the c6 square, but now...
Yeah, now you're going to go to e4. No,
E4.
no, that's very bad now for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just looking nicely at that g pawn, but it's well defended. And it's just hard to see what else I can do there on the king side.
Are the clocks a factor in this one?
So Hikaru has 26 minutes, Abhimanyu 15 minutes.
And Mishra, he has a habit of being behind on the clock, and when he is behind on the clock, he usually plays it very well. Levon and Sam, that looked like a very balanced position. Fabi, very balanced position. I'm going to go over to the women's game. We've seen, oh, by the way, it looks like King H2 by Hikaru, a kind of indication that there's not much at the moment. He's just trying to improve things. We're jumping into the game of Irina, Krush, and Atousa. When we left it, a very nice and simple combinative play by Irina has netted her not only an extra pawn, but as our dear friend Roman Djindjiashvili likes to say, I have pawn and compensation. Bishop f8 was Atousa's. So
what do we do here?
Well, rook takes h7 and rook h3 checkmate was one of your nice ideas. In this case, I probably would be inclined to redirect the bishop to the
So you
e5
wouldn't
square.
simplify to go to rook endgame?
Yes, but I'm also a little bit worried that that might give you hopes that the pawn down endgame.
Because probably our bishop will be possible to trade on that dark square diagonal, so we can improve our position before we transfer to the rook endgame.
Exactly. Like if I end up in a rook ending, for example, let me just put some moves on the board. Bishop to g7. I don't know if I should be doing this, but let's imagine that I do. AB, g4. In my mind's eye, I would like to see the move bishop e5 and to take with the pawn. Then I have a passer, and my rook on d3 is greedily looking at the pawn on d5 as well. I think that Irina is in a technical position that she should master. Alice Lee versus Nasi. Let's pick up. Well, guess what? I think Nasi's putting up some heroic resistance here. Just a second. Whenever you get
so Alice
these...
decided to trade queens and light pieces and go to an endgame. But right now you cannot simply go rook c2, which is something that you could...
You're dreaming.
Yeah, you could be dreaming of just to capture the pawn because... Oh, I thought knight d4.
Oh, excuse me. You think that you can just hang on to the pawn? Yeah.
Knight d4 because now you cannot capture the pawn because there's a fork on f3.
A very nice fork. d2. I thought that Alice was going to play
King f1?
King f1 or b5?
King f1.
Okay, King f1. Here's what I would, my dream would be to eliminate the queenside pawns completely, right? And then lose the d2 pawn as well, right? So if I could trade off...
Let's go b5.
b5, okay.
b5 you probably take on a4, right?
Yes, this is my question. Now, how do I engineer the trade of this guy and this guy?
So let's go rook b4.
Rook b4. I'm assuming I have to play rook c5.
But rook c5, knight d4 is the problem.
Knight d4.
I don't like this.
Okay. So what I'm saying is if Nasi can achieve rook, knight, and 4 pawns on the king side against 2 rooks and 3 pawns on the king side.
That's very solid.
Very, very good chances.
Let's go back and instead of b5, I will defend with rook b3.
Okay, so, sorry, king f1?
King f1, rook d4, and now rook b3.
And rook to b3.
Yes.
Ooh, getting nervous. a5.
Really? b5? No, b5. I have my rook behind the pawn.
Good point.
I'll definitely go b5.
Alice Lee, definitely still in the driver's seat. I want to go back to the game of Fabi and Ray Robson because it is heating up in a situation where, guess what?
Ray only
Ray's
7
clock.
seconds on his clock.
And ticking 3 seconds.
Okay, so he made a move with 3 seconds on
No,
the
that
clock.
blunders. Queen takes D7 check.
Rook takes B3,
Yeah, rook
queen takes
takes
B3,
B3.
queen takes D7.
No.
Finally, the knight on A4 is going to be alive.
It's a hero.
Double question mark.
mark.
Rook to B3.
No.
Played with 3 seconds on the clock. You simply just cannot play a full game.
Well, you
on increment.
In time trouble, as Marie says, makes fools of us all. At a certain moment, you have a glitch, and you've seen.
And Fabi sees it. Yep.
And Ray saw that maybe his intended queen B3, queen takes D7 would end the game immediately. He played queen takes A4.
I
chance.
saw Ray slap the table immediately after he played rook takes B3, perhaps
And
realizing the
realizing-
fact that he just blundered.
Yeah, of course he did.
Look at him. Yes, he realized.
He is shaking his
Because
head.
now we
his
can do
head.
something like, what, queen G6? Are we going to go after
Rook B7?
Or capture on E5? We just capture on E5.
Or rook B7.
No, capture on E5.
But I'm sure, Ray knows this is solely his fault. I mean, you simply cannot play like
It's
this.
it's exasperating. This is the same thing I had
It's
with
his
Victor
fault.
Korchnoi as Victor's second. Victor, there's no cure. He just got into time trouble time and time again, and it cost him so many points. I think Ray had a very good position
Great position.
until that rook takes B3. Queen takes A4.
I mean,
now,
he thought for like hours.
yes,
Hour and a half.
hours.
And he got a losing position. And then with 30 seconds on his clock, or
He
2
plays
minutes,
brilliantly.
He plays brilliantly, he comes back into the game.
Crazy.
But unfortunately, it's just too late.
It catches up with you.
Fabi will find a way to complicate matters,
Yeah.
which he did with this F4 idea.
Yeah.
And then you just, as Kate, at the beginning of the show, you said it. He's going to need to make some decisions later on in the game. And with 30 seconds, even if your position is good, those decisions
Yeah.
are just simply going to be impossible to be made perfectly.
Queen
Which you
takes
need.
A4.
The more I'm looking at this position, the more I feel that it's actually not that easy at 4 white.
Not easy.
Okay.
Because, for
So-
example, my capturing on E5, I think white can get into some a little bit trouble because, yes, let's say capture, knight capture,
Yeah.
rook B6 check,
Again, you're chasing the chimera.
king C7.
And wait a minute.
Rook is hanging, knight is active, the queen can go for some queen C2 checks.
Hello. I wouldn't feel, I mean, that's a way of losing.
So that's
the
why
game.
Fabi is still taking time. He has 33 minutes on the clock. So maybe even accuracy here is required. Rook B2, just guarding the second rank, one possibility.
Yeah, well, first of all, we get our rook out of danger. Our rook is hanging. Kind of cover the second rank, and we're kind of setting up for any ideas. Now, what about queen takes C4? Can Ray essay
But now
this?
maybe I can go queen G6 check first.
Okay, we were always talking about the fact that king C7 is kind of,
Yeah, but now I capture on E5.
okay, and queen D6, pardon me.
Or queen B6 if you capture with the knight.
Seriously, I fully intended to capture with a knight, forgetting the fact, I thought queen G7 I would cover with knight D7, but queen B6 check, and my king, I don't know, no, my king's
Now
not running
queen
anywhere.
B7, and now
No.
I'm going to finally activate both of the heavy pieces, and that should
that's
be
it.
enough.
Yeah, that's it. You got it. So we started with rook B2, and now we need a better move for Ray than my dreadful. You know what?
But it's difficult. Like, you want to capture the pawn on C4?
Hold on. What about, no, queen A3. I wanted to bring my queen somehow into the fray. Okay, just a second. This is getting awkward.
I'm
I
thinking
don't
if
have
you...
a very good move here, do I?
Because if you go queen A3,
Yes, a
maybe you
move
go rook F2, just to activate the rook, because once we're going to capture on E5, and then that file is going to be open for the rook.
And simultaneously, you're protecting your king as well. I like what you're doing here, Kate. This looks like the way for Fabi to proceed. Rook b2, a little cautious, but taking away the threats that exist in the position.
Well, the thing is, at some point you will have to go d3. Right?
Exactly. But I'm thinking maybe
any sort of progress as black.
Okay.
Just take that pawn. Why don't you take that pawn, Yasser?
On c4?
Yes. What's wrong with that?
I was afraid of check.
Okay, check. You hide the king.
And I was afraid of capturing on e5, and I saw queen d6, and
it's terrifying.
To quote somebody famous, it's terrifying.
Queen d6 looks dangerous.
Terrifying.
Dangerous. But I have some ideas.
Do you really?
Not
Tell
really,
me.
But let me try to find some. So if I take on e5, where's your win?
Queen b6 check.
Queen b6, king d7.
Queen b7 and
Cristian needs to follow.
And Kate was sharpening the knife. The majors, they're called
are
major.
the majors decisive is my question. Let's say I go king d8. Where's
King David 8?
Yes.
I mean, queen
Check.
b8, I'm taking your horsey.
Ah, you take my horsey, yeah.
But also rook b7, like they're both equally...
Compelling.
Yeah.
I think rook
Probably
b7,
not equally compelling, but
rook
very
b7
close.
might just
Let's go back. Let's go back. You guys tricked me on this one.
No.
So you go queen g6. Let's say I stay on the other side.
So you want to say queen takes c4? Queen g6
queen
check?
to g6 check. I feel this is a critical moment. So if I go queen e6, what's your idea?
Queen e6.
Yes, if I go queen to e6.
I was afraid of
f5, right?
f5.
Now I'm forced to take on
g6.
Yes, I am forced to take on g6.
But this has to be losing. That pawn is running. We have room to support it.
2 squares away from coronation.
But if it's not, I mean,
it is
I don't
because
know.
if you go knight f6, I think I will first start with rook b7.
Right.
Rook b7.
Yes.
Rook
well,
b7?
you can go rook b6.
I thought rook b7.
Let's
rook
get
b7.
take the knight.
Okay.
It's too much. It's too much.
It's fast. It's so
too fast.
fast.
It's too fast. Okay.
Oh my gosh. So we got to go back. So
that's why I didn't like queen e6. I felt f5 should be pretty good. But
king e7. One more check.
We can capture on e5.
But now I can go queen f7, right?
That's a
then queen f7. It's a completely different story.
That's true.
Let's capture on e5.
Capture on e5.
If you capture with knight, rook b7 check.
Queen e6.
Well, again, we've got the same issues here. So we have to go back, queen e6, and put our trust in our 2 connected pass pawns.
That's my only hope.
This is, unless I'm misreading something, this is not absolutely,
okay, I see.
Absolutely winning.
Is Fabi at the board?
Yes.
Yes. He's only he's sitting back in his chair.
Because that could be a strategy. I mean, Ray is not getting off the board.
No, he's
That's
playing on his there we go.
There he is.
Yeah.
There he is.
Yeah.
You could be thinking, okay, Ray, come on, drink some more water.
And by the way, that was one actually very funny moment. Michael Tall, he liked to lean into the position, so to speak. And I was making a move like h7, h8 equals queen, right? So I had to lean into the board. But he was leaning into the board, and it was not a clash of heads. There's nothing quite as dramatic as that. But we nearly came eyeball to eyeball. It was a pretty funny moment.
I think Fabi is going to take some time. We have 2 more games that are starting to look time-wise very interesting. First of all, Carissa Yip is down to 3 minutes, and then Tatev Abrahamyan is down to 4 minutes.
Okay, where would you like me to go?
So maybe Carissa Yip, just to see what's happening there.
Again, Carissa, the U.S. Women's Champion, coming in as the top seed. When we left it, she has sacrificed a pawn, lost a pawn, takes on e5, knight to d4, the move I was
A6.
queen h5, bishop d3 business, a6, knight takes, and we have a result. I believe a draw has occurred
between Levon Aronian and Sevian. They got into equal rook endgame.
Yeah, and I have to say, you know, this is the tough part about elite chess. You come and you make an incredible novelty. Knight takes e5. But Sam defended.
Just figured it out at the board.
Fabulously. Wow. Very, very impressive defense by Sam Sevian. Draws his game with the black pieces. He will be playing white tomorrow in game 2. f5 by Thalia. Rook takes d5. So Carissa's just won
there. The engine does not like rook takes d5.
Back. Well, I was thinking that her intention was something along the lines of knight takes d5.
And best response by Thalia, b5. Opening up the diagonal so we can make a skewer on the rooks, but also in the future looking at maybe b4, even attacking the knight.
Right, you just have to be careful there. But bishop takes c3, bishop b7 are two moves on her agenda that I would be very concerned about.
Rook d3, and we see the bar just dropping significantly.
By the way, that move rook to d3 looks very attractive. In the first place, we dodge one of your threats. In the second place, we dodge another of the threats. But guess what? Look at the tide turning. Bishop e6.
You're gonna flip to the other side. And now the b4 is a problem, or even bishop captures the knight and then a2.
And I'm dreaming of such I mean, any player who's ever played a dragon Sicilian in their lives will look at this position and say, yummy. This is a huge initiative for Thalia. And are the clock times a factor?
So Carissa 3 minutes, Thalia 7 minutes.
Ooh. And the computer, we saw it on our board. After the move f5, did not like her decision to capture, and after b5, did not like Carissa's decision to retreat with the rook. And I'm sure the engine is saying, big advantage,
yeah, bishop
e6
on the board.
And suddenly we see a very concerned looking Carissa.
How do you defend against b4? I mean, b4 is a winning move on the spot.
Right.
Give me one more move, I play b4.
By the way, we saw 2 moves with question marks and 2 moves with exclamation point.
Yeah, no, the engine, as you can see, I call the thermometer on the border on the left side of our screen is way down, meaning alert, white's in deep trouble. Again, if I have to play the move a3, and if I have to face this assault coming after b4.
I mean, look at black's position. King is completely safe. The bishops are active. The rooks are going to get open file on the king. And suddenly you're like, what happened to the position for white? The bishop still on f1, rook in the corner. No improvements there.
This looks dreadful. And again, I'm thinking, I'm playing moves like this.
You're playing with fire.
I mean, you know, like, time out. You know, I don't want to sign up for this. Queen e5. I mean, again, the dragon player's dream is this open diagonal.
I think this is just game over.
Of course it is. I mean, and it might be that it's just game over right here, right now. And sorry, you told me the time.
Carissa has 1 minute 40 seconds.
1 minute 40 seconds. Our #1 seed in trouble.
Look, in general, in chess, greed is good. But taking those pawns and allowing both of these bishops to cut the board in half, that king is not feeling safe right now.
Whenever there's a situation with kings on opposite side of the board, castles on opposite sides, you always ask yourself in such positions, who has the safer king? Just, you know, make just a mental observation. It's not even close. Black's king is absolutely surrounded in safety, as almost an aura of invincibility around the black king. Conversely, the white king is facing immediate threats. Bishop takes e3, queen takes a2.
That pair of bishop looks just so dangerous.
Totally.
try to go bishop g2 and cover it up with bishop d5 or knight d5 perhaps, if you allow me to. I feel like this might be the only chance.
I mean, close my eyes and take a pawn?
Yes, yes. And
You
this
take
is the
with-
question. I think I'm going to take with the pawn.
Take with the pawn?
Yes, I just want to hide.
wow.
I really want to create a cocoon.
But
It's all
I'm
about the
gonna-
cocoon.
There you go. Bishop g2 is on the board.
But can I start with
Queen a3. You're thinking
Queen
about
e3? There
it?
is c4.
Unfortunately.
So I can start with bishop c4, but maybe it's too greedy.
No,
Trying
no,
to
no,
be
no,
too creative.
Don't say that. I mean, bishop c4 is definitely on your agenda. You can definitely think about those types of moves.
I want to
But
make a
maybe
draw.
I'm gonna go. Okay, I'm gonna go queen a3. No.
Oh,
I'm gonna
you are-
go queen a3. Yes.
You are, and
Yes.
then c4.
Forcing c4
Oh,
and then queen b4.
But it's not forced. I can go bishop d5 as well.
Oh, that is legal. Apologies.
And I think this is part of the idea also of bishop to g2, just to put something on d5.
Okay.
Okay, then let's just be
apologies.
very simple players. Let's just capture the knight,
Well,
capture the pawn, and develop a rook. No?
capture the knight, capture the pawn.
And just rook d8.
Sorry, capture the knight.
Mhm.
which
Well, it's
he's
on the
done.
board.
Capture the pawn.
B takes c3 is on the board.
And then
Queen
rook to d8.
captures and rook a8.
Yes.
Or a8. I don't know.
No. That is very simple. Captures the knight, captures the pawn, rook to d8.
All right. Now I'm going to go queen e3.
Hold on. What?
Queen e3.
Queen e3. Yes. So you're threatening. You know what? I apologize. I see you're threatening the perpetual.
Yeah, let's go the other rook.
But rook takes d3. If you take my rook on a8, I'll take the rook on d3. Ha ha ha. There's a pin, and I get to play queen a1 mate.
Mhm.
So I can play rook f8 to d8. Apologies. Let me do
Sure.
it that way.
You can do that. You can be smart about it, Yasser.
I know. I like being clever at times.
I'll still go queen e3.
You still.
I will still go queen e3. I just don't see anything else.
And so we
There's
might
nothing super smart about my idea. It's just I don't see anything else.
And
Queen
you-
takes d3.
Yes, because the bishop would be hanging in any case if you were to take with the pawn. Now, check gets me nowhere.
Right.
Well, we can maybe do bishop c4, no?
Bishop c4. I'm just a little bit worried that he's got some perpetual check ideas on me.
But anytime he leaves the d file, I can give check on a1. Okay,
Queen
so we are
takes e-
heading that direction. Thalia is capturing the pawn on a2, pardon me. King
Yeah.
c1 on the board.
Okay, so we've been looking at rook d8. Any interest in ideas of b4? No, that's kind of ridiculous, right? I
Maybe
mean,
just retreating queen c4.
well, rook on a8
Oh,
is
it's
still
on
an issue for us. So I think it's rook d8. And what Cristian was saying is
Oh, but
A to
Thalia
d8.
rook a to d8.
what Cristian was saying is attention, queen e3 threatens queen g5 check and a perpetual check. And if Carissa could save the game by perpetual check, she will be out of the tournament hall in a hurry. She knows she would have dodged a bullet.
And queen e3 is not super difficult to find.
No,
this is part
because-
of your idea. You got the bishop on g7. Now you can get and target the king.
Exactly. So this perpetual check, you should have these patterns hardwired because those perpetual checks can save you lots and lots of lost positions.
Queen e3.
Queen
Carissa
e3 on
is
the board.
spotting that chance. So
Again,
how can we
she-
stop it? Is there... Wow. So is it back to equal? No, engine is still liking black. So how are we defending this?
Not
Maybe
easy.
h6 or something like that.
We're going to keep this position on the screen as Eric Rosen, we just have queen a3 check. Eric Rosen caught up with Sam Sevian, who made a draw with Levon. Over to you, Eric.
I am joined by Sam Sevian, who had a draw against Levon Aronian today. Sam, welcome. How do you feel about the game?
Yeah, it was a very interesting game. He had this crazy knight sack idea in the opening with knight takes e5. And it seemed to be okay for black, but the more variations I was looking at, the more difficult it looked. And I'm pretty happy with what I found with knight takes e4, d5. It might be a slightly worse for me, but overall it's a solid position, so nothing too crazy.
And I want to ask what sort of preparation you did leading up to this event. Of course, at your level, a lot of it is opening preparation, but was there any other types of preparation, physical or mental, that you did?
Yeah, I mean, for almost every tournament it's the same. A lot of physical preparation, a lot of opening prep. And for this tournament, I mean, I wasn't sure who I was playing in round one, but I was checking a couple guys, so.
And as you mentioned, Levon surprised you early in the opening. How do you deal with that psychologically? Like, were you nervous? Do you get kind of intimidated by someone like Levon, or are you able to just calculate and keep your cool?
Well, as long as I see the position, I'm not completely lost. I know that obviously it's an interesting idea, but I should be okay if I figure it out, so try to stay cool in the moment.
Fair enough. And do you have any goals for this tournament? Of course, you're not one of the top seeds, but you are, I think, what a lot of people consider a dark horse for this competition. So do you think you can potentially win it?
Yeah, I mean, the format this year is a little bit different. In previous years, we played classical games, rapid games. This year, if it's 1-on-1, it's just blitz right away. So there's a lot more variance, I think. And yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to play well.
Nice. And you have the white pieces tomorrow against Levon. What are your thoughts and strategies going into that game?
Yeah, just a fighting game. I think it could be very interesting.
Okay, sounds good. Well, I will let you go. Best of luck tomorrow, and we'll send it back to the studio. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Sam. I can't echo Sam's thought process enough. When you're surprised, just remember that you're okay. You haven't made any mistakes. You can work it out and find the solution. He was surprised, but he hung in there. Carissa Yip, our #1 seed, is down to 1 minute on her clock. She's up against Thalia Cervantes. Thalia has the initiative.
Yeah, she has extra pawn and better position.
You see Carissa's king, right there in the middle of the board, and it's like, what? Are you sure you want to do this?
We can do bishop c4 check. We can do rook d8 check.
Bishop c4, rook d8. Just
we can think even b4, maybe kind of attacking. Oh, but we can't do that.
At the same time,
actually.
I've got a chance. I'm trying to save. Carissa's trying to save her position with a perpetual check.
So let's take it move by move. Right?
So it's very a nervous, key, critical moment here.
So we can start with queen e7, just guarding everything and maybe keeping that bishop c4 in our pocket.
How do you do such a calm move? Queen e7 stops my queen g5. That's your whole intention.
Yes.
But white's king.
Well, I'm looking at if you're going to move your king, then I have some discovered attacks.
Okay, so queen e7, I got it. The queen side is a sieve. I mean, that's Swiss cheese. There's no security on the queen side. I'm heading to the king side with king f2 and rook e1. Okay, how do you kill me?
So if I go bishop c4,
that's a discovered. Well, yeah, it's a discovered check. I've got to maintain connection with the king, with the queen.
I know that we are capturing and trading queens when the king was weak, but if I get quickly my rook into active position.
But that's a relief.
Bishop c4.
Yeah,
bishop c4.
That keeps the king on the d file. You're not allowed to run.
Exactly. I was in the impression that you were going to kill me with rook to d8 check, and maybe on a good day you were going to combine it with an h6.
I like this move by Thalia because it forces, let's say, after the move rook d8 check, it forces the king to go to e1 and kind of log the rook on h1.
Yes, you block in the rook on. But it's funny, the rook on h1, where is it going to go? It wants to go to e1, but that's the square for the king. So imagine I play a stupid move, f6. Your turn. Tick, 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 tick.
No, I cannot do rook. I know you want me to do rook e1.
Rook d1. Yes.
Rook d1.
Yes, please do rook e1, and that is all she wrote.
Thank you.
But Cristian said rook to d1, and now we start to think the king wants to go to e1, right? Let's stop it.
Why not king f7?
King f7.
Why not?
I like that move too. King f7, well, bishop f3. That's
No, bishop f3, I give you a check on d8 and rook e8. That's my idea.
and bishop h5.
Bishop h5. That's your idea.
That's my idea.
I see how this one goes.
No, I prefer to check with the rook, to be honest. Not
I don't think the bishop needs to be on c4. I do like the threat of rook e8 check and rook back to e8. I might end up having to play, and Carissa's got to do this all with a minute on her clock. Rook d8 check.
I like this move.
You like this move?
I'm just forcing the king to go to e1 and then playing f6.
She's done it. But sometimes you're forcing Carissa to play only moves.
Oh, but wait, can I do queen d6? Just going brutally for a checkmate?
Queen d6 going brutally for a checkmate. Check and rook to d2.
Let's say bishop f3.
Covers the all-important invasive square, d1.
I mean, the thing is, you have so many options. You can even go king f8, I think, right now, with the idea of rook.
Yes, now that you've wow. Now that you've protected h6 square, the move king d8 is very useful.
And king f2, you're probably just simply going to exchange the queens at that point. Like bishop f3, king f8, king f2, queen to d2.
Oh, I see. So you're saying bishop f3, king f8, king
we might
f2,
be going for that.
And look at this, queen d2 check. Thalia's up a pawn. I know it's a double pawn, but
she's going to be up 2 pawns.
But then it'll be a second.
Yes.
And
that might be decisive. That just simply might be decisive.
Yeah, that feels right. My goodness. I mean, the #1 seed.
I mean, first rounds of a tournament are always difficult because you're warming up and...
You don't have time to warm up.
I know.
Unfortunately, this is an elimination situation.
Right.
Sure, after this one, even if she loses
she will
this
have
match,
black tomorrow.
She has an additional life, even if she loses this match. But yes, tomorrow with black, she's going to take additional risks to try to win.
Okay. Bishop f3, pardon me, is on the board. By the way, because of the 32nd and the fact that Thalia has slowed down her pace a bit,
she's catching up with Carissa with time. So Carissa,
should we go
2
back?
minutes.
This one seems completely winning for
fair.
Thalia. Should we go back to Fabi and Ray?
Let's do
because
it.
They're also playing on their increment. Well,
Ray has been playing on his increment forever.
2 seconds. He just played the move with 1 second. Queen takes c4.
Oh my goodness! Really?
Yes.
Ray, how do you do this? Why do you do this? Oh my gosh!
And guess what? He's not losing anymore.
No.
Yes. Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Objectively, he's back in this game. He's completely back in this game.
What am I doing? Control tab. Okay. Let's let me refresh my board. Apologies. Whoa. When we left it, we thought things were bad. Okay. By the way, he did play.
By the way, Ray has now 11 seconds.
Let's keep an eye on that. Look at him.
Wow.
5 seconds.
5.
4.
It's check, Ray.
Gotta play a move. King c8.
2 seconds.
Was that a good move?
Wasn't the best, but it's not the worst either. It doesn't lose.
Was King c6 better?
King c6 was better.
Okay.
Yes.
So, by the way, a knight and pawn for the exchange, but it's strange. This pawn is still alive?
Yeah, that is somewhat surprising.
These two guys are passed.
Now, the best move in the position is h4, which would not even pass my mind. Would not even pass my mind.
No.
You're just trying
never. I'm thinking rook f2. I'm thinking e5.
Queen takes f3, something.
Yeah,
right?
Of course.
Eliminate some pawns.
I like h4, and once you said it did cross my mind, and I like it. Because no one is stopping that pawn.
But aren't you afraid of d3
and then what?
And queen
d3 is probably
to
the best
d4?
move. Exactly, that's the best way.
If black can engineer d3, queen d4, there's a check on g1 that might upset you.
That knight on d7 is guarding the important squares, right? The b8, the f8.
Exactly.
It's a really powerful knight.
Yeah, it was a theory of Bent Larson that the knight is one of the great defenders of the king. I grew up thinking that the fianchetto bishop was the best defender of the king. And it was Bent Larson that said, well, be careful, the knights can defend absolutely critical squares, what you were just saying. No check on b8, no check on f8 thanks to the knight on d7. And also the knight on d7 covers the diagonal checks as well. Difficult decisions for Fabi with how much time? He was up
11 minutes.
Fabi has 11 minutes.
He has time.
He was up 40. that kind of decayed.
Big moment right now. Let's see. Will he go for this launch with h4?
If you come up with h4, you are just simply a chess genius. I mean, that move would not cross my mind. You said it crossed your mind?
After Cristian said it.
Wow, because everybody's playing rook f2, rook f3. Everybody's playing e5,
I
queen
think he's
f3.
looking at that pawn, Yasser.
Really?
I think he's going to surprise you.
Oh my goodness.
No.
No. Commentator's curse. You get first and second place today, all by yourself.
Thank you very much.
Queen takes it. Look, that is the human move.
Of course.
I mean, come on.
Of course. 100%.
You want to eliminate this absolutely dangerous pawn? Again, Ray has only got 30 seconds, and he keeps using 20 to 25 of those
Ray
30
has
seconds.
9 seconds, going down to his last, 5?
He uses
4,
25.
Queen to c1, best move in the position.
Best move.
Best move in the position.
Wow.
Wow. Congratulations to Ray, because, I mean, under the severity of a ticking clock, he finds...
What congratulations? The guy is going to give somebody a heart attack. If not himself.
His mom, his dad.
Himself. He's going to eat
second.
himself or somebody he loves a heart attack.
Right. Wow. Queen, now that's a move that I would find myself very attracted to because it does a dual purpose. It hits the rook and it preps queen g5 check, queen e1 check, queen g1, and who knows, on a good day, if I ever trade queens and my pawns are still, how do I say it, connected?
Yeah, that's...
You know, I mean, I'm an exchange down. I feel like technically I'm lost, right? But I also feel like Fabi has to answer a lot of difficult questions before I have to resign. By the way, we're going to leave this alone as we're going to go back to the game of Thalia as we anticipate that, check this out, Carissa is about to be checkmated. We've just seen the move bishop to c6, which pins the rook to the king.
So what do we have to play, queen e5?
Yeah, because there's an e2.
Checkmate? Oh, I cannot go king d2.
Nope.
I thought the king is going to hide to d2 c1, but...
Let me show you what you might have done. King d2, illegal. We know the rook is pinned, but you can't put your, even though it's an absolute pin, you can't put your king there. King,
so king
f2,
only move.
Queen e2, mate on the next turn.
And queen f1, checkmate.
Yep. What?
No way!
What?
She missed it.
Oh, how is that possible?
Oh my goodness.
That was checkmate in 2.
Checkmate in 2.
My goodness.
When you're not looking for it, and Carissa
How?
is like, are you kidding me?
But
she gets to play king to d2. Oh no, wait a minute, the rook is hanging.
Guess
Pardon
what?
me, she's still winning.
She's better right now, Carissa. Queen to d2. Queen to d2 followed by
she doesn't
rook
lose
to
the
f1. You
she
don't
doesn't
lose the pawn on c3. Now you're just better.
Oh
no, that was so good.
Made in 3 moves.
Made in 3 me.
Unbelievable.
Completely forced.
Oh.
Unbelievable.
Maybe
And
she
she
also
had
missed
2
like me
minutes.
that the king cannot go on the d file and hide.
Unbelievable.
Maybe. You know, sometimes when you're under the pressure of a ticking clock, your mind plays tricks on you.
I mean, Carissa has to be very happy now.
Oh my God.
If she saw she was getting checkmated and suddenly she's getting this position with an exchange up, wow.
It's a gift. It's a gift. Sometimes, and I have seen this with Magnus, remember Magnus? Who was it versus, I think it was Vincent in the World Cup,
Okay.
the knockout. Vincent needed to draw.
Okay.
And he has a position where he could make a draw. He made this other move. And Magnus looked towards the audience like, can you believe it? He's giving me a chance to win the game. Magnus won the game, tied the match, and won the match in overtime. Went on to win the World Cup. You know, sometimes it's this aura of being the #1 seed.
Wow.
What a missed opportunity. And boy, will Thalia be kicking herself. Rook F1 on the board. And we know that the engine is happy. Are you so happy, Kate? After a move like A5, A4, after a move like bishop to E4, don't I have...
Is there like bishop E6?
Bishop E6, that stops G4? Well,
I mean, now it's...
it's the three-result game.
Exactly,
Let's just leave it there.
I would say it's a two-result game at this point. I don't see the weakness of the white king. Queen to D4, I think this... Carissa, I mean, what a miracle. This was a miracle. Mate in 3 moves.
I know it's a double elimination, but it's like a life and a new life.
Right.
That's the moment you cannot resign. Even if you see the checkmate, you cannot resign. You need to wait for your opponent to make it.
You keep your poker face as much as you can.
Thalia is just
she knows
looking.
she missed something.
She's missed something.
I think she just realized that Queen E5 was a mate.
I'm going to go back, if you don't mind, to the game between Fabi and Ray, because once again, Ray has got seconds on his clock.
About 10 seconds on his clock.
Oh, all the time in the world. Sorry. Underneath 10 seconds, I'd say at this point, right?
So now, now it's time to
Underneath.
start.
Play a move. C4.
He did it with how much time?
2 seconds.
Oh,
His
plenty.
Best move in the position.
C4.
Best move.
And
in fact, the only one that doesn't get into a losing position.
2 connected pass pawns.
By far the best move.
Oh my goodness. And again, Fabi must be thinking to himself, what do I have to do with this guy?
I think if we played a tournament where you have 2 seconds starting with and 2-second increment, probably Ray would win that tournament.
He'd be the world champion. Well, he and Leinier would be, in the finals against one another. But C4, come on, Cristian, jump in on this one. Tell us why Fabi with a full exchange is...
Well, those pawns are starting to become extremely dangerous right now. They've connected to each other. I'm going to start pushing them. D3 is coming. C3 is coming. You need to do something against my king. And what Black is trying to say right now, what Ray is saying, is that that knight on D7 is going to protect my king forever. Like, I'm going to be able to use that knight, keep it on D7, don't go forward, don't go to E5, because that's going to allow you to give the checkmate.
So if I give
the pawns, that's it.
A crazy move like Queen F5, offering a queen trade.
I think I'm taking that.
You're not playing Queen E3 check.
I'm probably going to give you a check, yes.
You are?
Yes.
So Queen F5, Queen E3 check, King G2.
D3. Now I start pushing.
D3.
Where's your mate?
I don't know. I mean, I have no Rook A7.
And that's the idea of D3, yes.
And
perhaps that was the idea of C4 as well, to open up this diagonal.
Crazy stuff. Wow.
I mean, that knight is, I'm saying, just defending important squares around the king.
So here it is. This is a key moment. So Queen E3 check against Queen F5. Queen H3, idea of Rook to A7. Kate, do you have a good response? You've got Queen D2 check.
Queen D2, yeah.
So if my Rook ever leaves the second rank, Queen D2 check, then I may end up falling into a perpetual situation. Perpetual check.
Wow.
What a topsy-turvy game. This is crazy. Ray gets a lost position with no time on his clock, plays every move perfectly, miraculously draws the game. Fabi wonders what he did wrong. Crazy,
Fabi is also getting lower on time.
Yeah. I noticed that you have other moves up, other games on the board.
Yeah, so I was just looking that we don't have to switch, but Irina Krush, she is just having kind of, I think, nice position.
Winning Rook and Pawn endgame, does she?
Queen E3 followed by D3 is the only way.
By the way, Queen F5 is such an attractive move. It's a natural move. Queen E3 check
only way
is the only
Keep an eye on the clock.
King to G2 and this fantastic move.
Ray is down to 7 seconds, 5 more to go before he needs to make a move. 3 seconds.
Ace played the best move with 2 seconds on his clock.
King G2. But now he needs to follow it up. D3, again, the only move. The only move in the position.
This is the current situation. He must find the move D3, and he's got 20 seconds to do it.
20 seconds.
So much time for Ray.
And how does he do it? Time after time, he finds the best moves. Will he? Yeah, he's going to find D3. Because in this case, it was the most, it was absolutely forced to find it because Rook A7 was such a powerful threat.
Yeah.
The queen pinning the knight, the rook would threaten checkmate. So D3 stops the rooks from penetrating and reminds white that, hey, I'm a move or two away from coronation. Okay, Cristian, how does it go? What's the...
Queen D5, maybe?
Queen D5?
Get the queen in the center, get the queen closer, that king.
The pawn on C4 is hanging with the check.
But the thing is, right now you can go C3, use that pawn as a decoy.
Really?
Guess what? You're not getting checkmated.
That's a miracle in it itself.
Somehow you're not getting checkmated.
Wow. You're not getting checkmated.
You're not getting checkmated.
How is that even
Very
possible?
surprising. Yes.
Wow. And I can go queen C4 check.
Correct. And take my pawn. King D8, probably.
King D8, check. There's no benefit to dropping the rook in. Take
Doesn't
the
really
pawn.
help. And now I take on E4, right? And now your king is becoming extremely...
I'm worried about the perpetual
able
checks.
to just
It's
start
probably a
giving
perpetual.
checks.
Right
somewhere
now.
in
Yes.
there. But this seems like the way that Fabi has to go after this D3. So is it correct to say that more or less for the last dozen moves, thereabouts, Ray has played almost perfectly?
Yes.
The last dozen,
Yes.
without mistakes.
Yeah.
A
every
few
time.
brilliances on the way. Yes.
Even
a
exclamation
few
marks.
exclamation marks on the way.
Whew.
Yes. I think since Rook takes B3, he basically played the best moves
Wow.
on increment.
Impressive. Impressive.
But he's still not out there. He's
Right.
still not out of the woods yet. And again, 30 seconds, they go by fast. But guess what? Fabi's down to his last 4 minutes and 30 seconds as well.
His time is decaying.
This can become a little scary for Fabi if he really tried to push for a win.
a quick gut check? How is Anna Zatonskih doing against Tatev? That was that
So that
Philidor?
was, kind of a crazy position. Now they are in knight endgame, probably very soon,
Okay.
with Tatev having extra pawn.
With Tatev or Anna?
Tatev.
Okay. And
I feel we should stay with this one just
and
because.
how about Mishra and Hikaru? I'm going to stay with this one. I'm going to keep this one on our Fabi and Ray on our
Mishra
board.
And
Hikaru. Well, Hikaru versus Mishra. Sorry.
It's still one of those. Again, it's one of those very long games. Nothing is happening right now.
Hikaru is
No
trying
changes.
to push on
No
the king
changes.
side, but no chance. No
Okay.
change.
Okay.
They're going down to their last 7 minutes each.
Somebody going down to the last.
Yeah. Below 4 minutes, Fabiano now.
Fabi had 42 minutes versus 30 seconds. let's put it that way. Nearly 39 minutes has kind of elapsed, and Fabi's advantage has slipped and slipped and slipped.
I mean, we saw that Ray blunder with that rook takes b3 and thought, okay, game is going to be quickly over, but no. The best defensive moves, and we are back in equal position.
Remarkable. Queen d5, the best, and we're thinking c3, in the words of Cristian, use the pawn as a decoy, get the queen to come back and capture the pawn, queen c4, queen takes c3, and then after queen takes e4 check, hello, we have an exposed king. By the way, c3, I don't think there's any other move on the board to be considered. The knight can't move.
c3.
c3 on the board.
Couldn't he have played that move in like 5 seconds instead of like leaving himself?
It wasn't the only move.
What, really?
Knight to b6 was also playable.
No
but
No, but we don't want to be moving the knight
of course
away
not.
from
No,
the king.
no. It's not natural. It was still keeping him somewhat in the game, but c3 is by far the best.
But now, from Fabi's point of view, he cannot tolerate c2. and suddenly he could even end up losing the game.
So he can give a check rook a8 or queen c4.
Well, I was thinking that if we got to this position, that then you can try to figure out, is there a perpetual in the position or not? Again, a technical position of, well, rook and pawn, rook versus knight, right? This pawn is your compensation. But sorry, you wanted to look at rook a8 check?
Yeah, I was just looking at that. Rook.
I'm not sure what I'm doing. I can't play rook a7, highly desirable.
And
More
if I
checks?
play queen a8, a5.
Queen a5. Queen a5 check. Deep breath. No, this is checkmate. Sorry.
Yeah, queen.
I don't want to walk into...
And now rook c8.
Yes, that is checkmate. So I cannot move my king. I have to move my knight.
Now I feel like you're king. So now I go queen e5 check.
Okay.
Because I'm happy when your pieces start... Wait, this is a checkmate too, no?
Where's the checkmate? Sorry.
Okay, rook b8. Check.
Rook b8, king a6, king c6, king a6. Again, I've got my... Don't I have my knight protected?
Oh, that's protected.
It does protect everything. Guys,
Wow.
Fabi's down to his last 2 minutes.
Wow.
A minute and 40 seconds, actually.
He is navigating some very treacherous waters here.
All right, let's see if we take the pawn on c3. So let's go queen 6, queen takes c3, queen e4, and then try to escape. Try to find
the way to
path
escape.
forward.
Yeah,
Yes.
king d8. This is what I was thinking where the game was heading, is this technical position where somehow my king is not that
Maybe
safe,
I can
but-
escape the perpetual, right?
But
Like queen
exactly.
e3, rook f2, for example.
Exactly. The problem I was having was something like this. Check here, check downstairs. And now I've got this check.
Now I have to go up. If I want anything, I have to go up.
Right. And this was...
But it's still an easy perpetual, isn't it?
It feels like it, right?
Like king h4, queen h6.
Yep.
Like how do you get out of it?
Right.
I guess king g4, but then you allow knight.
It starts to look a little...
Yeah, Fabi down to 40 seconds.
Our number 2 seed, actually, now that Hikaru has surpassed Fabi on the rating list. How many seconds did you
Now
say?
30 seconds.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! What a game! We thought it was over after
No,
rook
it's
takes
not
b3.
over. And now he has only 20 seconds.
Queen
c6 check.
King d8 immediately played.
So Ray got the memo that he doesn't have to spend every
Ray is
last
up
second.
on time.
How is that possible?
Exactly. Exactly. How is that possible? Ray's
My
up
brain
on time.
hurts. That's just not... Something's wrong with the universe.
For the first time in this game.
I think we will see queen
I
takes
feel
c3.
I feel a disturbance in the force.
Yeah,
Queen takes c3. And Ray has 1 minute, screenshot, 50, how much time?
1 minute, 28 seconds.
Yeah, that's a screenshot.
Against 45 seconds. Now Fabi is the one with low time. He will need to find a miracle, try to get away from this perpetual check.
Wow. Wow. So far, no decisive results.
And it looks like Carissa is going for a win, by the way. She turned it around.
Oh, yes.
Remarkable. For those of you joining us late, there was a moment in this game when Thalia had a maiden 3 on the board. She has missed it, and Carissa turned the tables and is pursuing a victory. King f2. King f2. Well, we were expecting queen f4 check. I think Fabi's getting nervous by the fact that it's not just the clock, but he can't believe he's let slippery as an eel. Ray Robson is.
Reminds me of his game against Hikaru from the Champions Show.
Oh,
it's very
that
similar.
was incredible.
True.
Wow, he slipped that one too. The opponent is just fitting the noose,
Right.
and just getting everything set, and then suddenly...
And he made the best moves with 2 seconds on the clock in that one
Consistently.
as well. Consistently, yes.
Exactly. Wow. Okay, king f2 on the board. We're expecting queen f4.
Queen f4 and queen g4, right?
Yes.
That was the way to.
That was indeed the way.
Queen f5.
Queen
please.
f5.
Okay.
Is that the right move?
The idea being that if you go on the e file, now I have queen e6, which picks up your rook.
That's embarrassing.
So be careful.
Queen e6 picks up the rook. Oops.
King g1.
But I moved the king, capture the pawn, and draw.
I know, that's the crazy part, right? King and queen versus king, queen, and knight is a draw, except for certain positions.
Now queen g4.
On the board.
On the board, rook g2.
And this is where we saw our perpetual with queen d1, queen e2.
Let's try something a bit more aggressive as black. So if you go king g or rook g2, queen d1.
I've got another queen f3 check is the simplest.
Queen f3.
Sorry,
yes.
you were about to say rook g2.
Yes, we looked at this, right?
Queen yes.
d1, king f2.
f2.
What if I go d2?
King and saying, hey, why am I trying to draw the game? I don't know.
Because you have to be careful.
Well, I'm trying to force you to
give
go rook
check on
g8,
g8,
and you should find the perpetual right now.
Okay, so I go rook g8 check.
Yes, king e7.
Queen
why don't
e3
I have
check.
more? Why don't?
And we have a result here as well. Alice Lee won against Nazi Pakice.
Yeah, she had that extra exchange, but we thought that Nazi had some chances of holding. Our congratulations to Alice there. First victory.
Yes,
right?
of the tournament.
Of the tournament, yeah. But here, why wouldn't I have more than a draw? I mean,
I don't know, king d6.
Check. Boy.
King c7.
This feels super dangerous, right?
King b7. But now I just stay on c7 and b7. Can you kick me out? Because you cannot give me any checks with the rook anymore.
Wait, so queen c8 check?
Queen c8 check?
How is this not winning?
Thank you.
King b6.
Rook g6.
Rook g6.
This has to be
Wait,
winning.
are they just...
Wait a minute.
They repeated. Wow.
Oh, did you see Fabi looking at the stars?
I
like
just can't believe
his,
it.
His eyes just like looked up at the heavens and said, really?
He knows he had a great preparation, 1 hour, 20 minutes advantage.
You know why I
Then
don't like this
exchange
result?
up.
Why?
Because it just reinforces to Ray the idea that he can survive every single game with 2 seconds on his clock for the whole game. It's ridiculous.
Remarkable. I'm going to quickly turn to the game of Hikaru, and then I'm going to check in on Irina. This looks like
By the way, it looks like there's a problem with something.
a double rook ending. No problems for Mishra. He's the one
Who's going to be pushing?
with the rooks on the open rank. Why on earth on the last move did Hikaru capture the knight? I would have never have done that. Because after recapture, these doubled rooks are ideal. The open c-file. And it's Mishra who's actually the one who suddenly...
I mean, he had to be worried about c5 being pushed or something.
I don't know, but I'm liking Mishra's position, king g8, king f7. I think it's a draw.
It's just a draw.
I mean,
it's just a draw.
Hikaru is planning to play b4 in the very, very near future, but...
It's a draw.
Okay, fair. I'm going to go to the game of Irina for a moment. Thalia
It's going to finish very
is losing.
soon. With
Thalia.
Irina Krush, we're going to see a handshake very soon.
And I think Carissa is also going to win. Boy, sometimes when you turn especially the first round, when you turn the game around from a lost position to a won game, you feel the wind at your back and you say, I don't know, the heavens are smiling. This is my tournament. And yes, Irina's easily winning. Let's go to the Carissa game and just see what our #1 seed has done. Because again, she
just incredible turnaround. She has an exchange up with extra pawn.
And she is just basically going to make a beeline to the h5 pawn. And whenever the bishop stands on g4, she will just sacrifice the exchange.
And have an endgame with 2 extra pawns.
Exactly.
Easy win.
And Thalia is just kicking herself, saying,
wow,
my goodness.
What a miss.
I mean, Carissa's king was in the middle of the board. She's floating around. The two bishops, bishop on e6, bishop on g7. Thalia had the most.
I mean, Thalia played the middle game so well, like b5 exclamation point, bishop e6, the best move.
She really had it. She had it all.
But that's the rough thing about chess. You can play so well most of the game, and
Chess
it's not
is
enough.
Cruel. Chess is
She
cruel.
was 3 moves away from checkmating.
Yeah, absolutely. Rook
Forced
h8.
checkmate.
Okay. Carissa's intention is to play king e4, king f4. Again, playing to give up the exchange.
Yeah. Get the king basically to g5, and then you sacrifice that exchange on h5. That's it. And there's no way to stop you.
And there is no way. Uh-oh. Rook to g8.
I mean, she can be also thinking just playing king e5 and then capturing the bishop. The same thing.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
she wants
in fact,
to take on
that's the
g4.
threat.
She just wants to take on g4 right now.
Rook takes g4 is the threat.
And in fact, I'm not really sure how you defend. I guess you have to go bishop d1.
Yep. Bishop
still,
d1.
king e4 looks like a normal continuation for me. And then just checking rook h6, the king away, king g5. But
exactly.
There's just many ways to win.
That's the way to do it. Get the king closer to the pawn and then sacrifice on h5.
Well, we've seen some nice victories, including a victory by Irina, and we've seen a victory that got us away. Fabi let it slip away.
Anna and Tatev are going to draw in just a second as well.
So we may see only one decisive game?
No,
2.
We've got Alice.
Oh, okay, we have way more. Alice, Carissa, and
Irina.
Yes, that's going to be 3.
What about in the guys? Who is going to play a
No decisive
game?
yet. No decisive games yet. And I don't think we're going to see any this round.
Levon is already drawn. Wesley is already drawn.
The only one is Hikaru versus Abhimanyu, but it doesn't seem like it's going anywhere.
Fabi drew, for those of you joining us late, Ray survived, shall we say, another scare.
Yeah.
There's no other way of putting it. He is a remarkable, and Fabi is sitting there saying, how did you get away with that one? That was remarkable.
This is going to be a tough game for Fabi to get over because he just had everything there.
Everything.
Extra pawn, better time, white pieces.
Yeah. And Thalia is going through the motions. She knows that Carissa is planning to play the move rook to d5, followed by rook to d6 check. The king will be forced backwards, and then the king will make a triumphant march to g5. So rook check is on Carissa's agenda, followed by king g5, and that will be it.
This one is racing to draw only pawn on the edge of the board. We're going to see a stalemate very soon because players cannot agree on a draw.
And that is the stalemate.
That's the stalemate.
And I remember in the 1978 match in Baguio City, there was a stalemate, and Viktor Korchnoi was furious that they hadn't agreed to a draw earlier. He got stalemated.
And we see Carissa Yip, who
Back
just
to
won
Carissa.
her game against Thalia Cervantes.
She did it. She turned around a stone cold, dead lost position, our #1 seed.
I mean, she walked
Lucky,
away from
lucky,
them, checkmated
lucky.
in 3 moves.
Lucky, lucky, lucky. Carissa, well, what can you say? Congratulations. Sometimes, you know, it's just that.
And we see another decisive result. Irina Krush won against Atousa Pourkashiyan in that very nice endgame with 2 extra pawns.
The 3 big favorites of this event are off the races right now. Irina, Alice, and Carissa.
Yep. And just to put the finishing touches, we left it something like this. 2 connected pass pawns, a very, very easy and simple win. But sometimes you do end up tricking yourself. Like right now, you know, it's stalemate to the
crazy rook.
And you yes, exactly. You get into those positions where you play a terrible move like this, and you think to yourself, okay, I'm ready for you to resign, and suddenly you go, no, you know, I refuse to resign. Please take my rook at stalemate. And when you try to hide, I can chase you, or I can
just take the pawn now.
And that would be a draw.
I remember a painful draw like this when I had 3 extra pawns in a rook endgame, pushed them all the way, And then there was this crazy rook, and I couldn't do anything about it.
King h6, and here's the problem. Now it's g7 checkmate. So Atousa threw in the towel. For those of you joining us late, I mean, Cristian,
I feel I have to show it.
You have to.
One more time.
Exactly.
For the people in the back.
And this is Carissa versus
Bishop to c6, you
Thalia.
have 1 minute and 38 seconds on the clock, Thalia. You know that you're hunting that king. You've been hunting the king for a while.
2 hours. Yep.
You need to calculate the checks. The next check can be from e7 or from e5 with a queen. Queen e7 or queen to e5. Both of them accomplish exactly the same thing. You cannot pass this way because the rook is just cutting that avenue. You have to go to f2. You continue.
Oops.
Not that one. This one, defended by the bishop on c4. The king goes. And then you just simply follow it up.
Yeah.
Queen to f1. That's it. Game
Force
over.
checkmate in 3.
Checkmate in 3 moves. And she did not play that. She played bishop to d5, gave the exchange, and guess what? Carissa, not only that she's back in the game, but she's winning this one. And Eric from the World Chess Hall of Fame is with Alice Lee. Let's take a look.
I'm joined by Alice Lee, who won her first game today. Alice, how do you feel about the game?
Yeah, I feel good that I was able to win this game. I'm not very happy overall with how the game went, but I'm glad that I was able to pull through in the end.
And you're the American Cup defending champion. How do you feel coming into this tournament? Do you feel more pressure, more nerves, or do you feel more confident?
Yeah, I think there's pressure in a different way, because obviously for me, my goal is to win it again, but also because I already won it last year, it does take off some pressure. But I'm just trying to play my best each game.
Did you do any specific preparation coming into this tournament for your first round opponent, Nazi, or was it more general preparation?
Yeah, I did a little bit of specific preparation beforehand because we got the pairings, I think, once the March ratings came out. Actually, I thought I was playing Atousa, but then I think there might have been a bit of a switch up in the ranking list for March. So I did prepare a bit against Nazi, but not too much. And I don't think that preparation in this tournament necessarily is too useful because it's just so hard to predict what your opponent is going to play.
For sure. And going into the game tomorrow, you have the black pieces. Are you going to try and be extra solid given that a draw helps you move on, or do you just play your normal game?
Yeah, I haven't really thought about that. Definitely the match situation is something that I'll have to take into account when I prepare for tomorrow's game. But I think I'll just try to play a good game because playing for a draw never really works out that well.
Okay, sounds good. Well, I'll let you go. Best of luck tomorrow, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Congratulations. Alice, let's take a look at the results. Kate, very eventful in the women.
Yeah, so the women. So Alice Lee won against Nazi Paikidze, Irina Krush won against Atousa Pourkashiyan, and Carissa Yip just incredibly survived and won a game against Yip-Cervantes, and then draw between Anna Zatonskih and Tatev Abrahamyan.
In the open section, I think we have 1 game remaining.
So far, Wesley, so he was the first one who...
That's a mistake. Fabi and Ray drew.
Ray drew. I think we have all draws. I mean, this is
that,
we were
that was the expectation. We all thought that Fabi had a winning position, which he did. He just didn't win it. It was
he had
actually
a lot of time
draw.
on clock, a lot of extra time.
Yeah, h6, we've got, again, 1 game remaining with Mishra. Somehow, a game that, a rook ending that I thought was heading absolutely for a draw.
Hikaru is just winning right now.
With the pawn on h6, and I thought white is simply better. I'm going to go check.
I'm taking that pawn.
I'm taking the pawn.
Yes.
But is that winning?
Hikaru is winning right now.
Let's have a look-see.
But I'm still surprised the pawn went to h6.
He would be the only result.
Why would we allow the pawn to go to h6?
I'm not sure. Check.
Yes.
You take.
Sure.
I want to put the rook on h1, right? So rook down. Why is this winning, Cristian?
Well, okay, you're going to put the rook on h1, but
okay, so
what's next? What if I go king c3?
King c3.
Or rook h8 just to threaten
just rook
h7.
h8, yeah.
Just to threaten h7.
How big a threat is h7? rook f8 is a threat. Okay, fair.
For the moment, at least.
So now I'm going to try to walk my king to d6 so I can checkmate you with rook f8.
Correct.
Makes sense.
Let's go for it.
Rook here.
You still cannot take
Okay,
that pawn
king
on f4.
b4.
Makes sense.
You can never capture because there is that.
Now I'm halfway hoping that I'm threatening.
And that might be okay. Now I go king d6. King d6.
King d6, still just pursuing.
Even though, wait. Now this might in fact be
The
winning by
moment.
force. Rook a8 or h7 for that matter. It doesn't really matter.
Okay, rook a8, you're threatening h7, forcing me to go rook here.
h7.
h7, you're forcing me to capture.
Rook a7. I
Just a
think
winning
that pawn
pawn
endgame is
game.
just winning.
And this is
I
all she
agree.
wrote. Captures, king d6. Oh.
You're not in time. I'm taking on e6, I'm taking on d5.
But I
This
mean,
is winning.
almost any rook end game where white gets to have the pawn on h6 is just incredibly good.
Oops, yes, absolutely. Sorry. I think it's...
Can we just move back? Yeah. So-
Here, maybe the key is as simple as what you were saying. Why allow white to play the move h6? Mishra probably relaxed, played the move king g8, got into this position, was afraid of rook to
But
to
why
b7.
are we afraid of that?
Well,
If I go just king f7,
yes, that's another point. Why be afraid of
because
that?
we have doubled rooks.
He played rook b4, takes, and it was h6. H6, and away we go. Oh my gosh, he didn't play check. How did Hikaru not play check?
Oh, wow.
Now I am getting really confused by what is going on in this game. I don't understand it. He didn't go.
And now he blew it.
No.
Wow.
I mean,
Now he blew it.
wait a minute. This is our #1 seed, 2,800. When you get winning positions when these guys get winning positions, they always win them.
I mean, it's extra tempo.
What?
He just didn't want to allow the king to go on the 6th rank.
Oh.
He wants to
Okay.
keep that king there and he wants to go for the e pawn, but that's just simply not enough. Rook g7, king h8.
Yes. So from Mishra's point of view, he wants to capture this pawn and play rook h2.
And perhaps
From
not an easy decision.
Hikaru's point of view, Hikaru thought he was going to capture this pawn and then worm his way towards the d5 pawn. Now I'm threatening checkmate, which means you've got to play
Let's
king.
see where he goes. King h8.
And he takes, and we take.
You take,
And then you go after this guy,
and I go after the h pawn.
and I go after this one. So I can be a little funny. I can throw in a checks. Doesn't matter. My next move is taking, so nothing else to do. And now it's 3 versus 3.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I agree. White is still for
Still
choice.
somewhat of a race, right?
Yeah,
But the
I mean,
black king is there to kind of help.
Correct.
Well, very, very importantly. And my king is not getting to f6. So a draw. Wow.
A draw is much more likely at this point.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, Mishra holding the top seed to a draw from a losing ending? You don't see that every day. Wow. I'm not sure if he... sometimes you play these rook endings and you have it in your mind, I'm winning, and everything's going according to your agenda, and then you get to the end of the line and your judgment was wrong. It's a draw, and you're as confused as can be because you thought that you did everything accordingly to plan. And Hikaru just didn't realize he could do it with an extra tempo. He could go check, check.
I mean, I understand it. Maybe he didn't want to allow the king f6 and have his rook kind of locked on the h file, but that's
Extra
a passed
pawn.
extra pawn.
Extra pawn. And let's see what we do have in the position. I think he just played a move. No, it was king g8, pardon me.
Rook takes f2.
know.
He's going for rook e8 again.
Hasn't he played rook takes e6? Hasn't that already been?
Yes, rook takes e6 is already on the board.
Oh, so he went after the h-pawn.
He's going after the h-pawn right
So
now.
it's just a little bit slower because he lost the pawn on f2 on his way, but...
Rook takes e6, and now he's playing rook h8.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, what?
So rook h8, yeah.
But now I'm going for that. First of all, rook h2 probably has to be played, right?
Right.
Or do you go g5? Wait a minute.
I know, that's the thing I was asking myself as well.
No, because here I capture on h7 with the rook. And then if you go...
We're gonna keep the board live, but we have Eric Rosen with Ray Robson. Over to you, Eric.
I'm joined by GM Ray Robson, who just had a crazy, crazy game against Fabiano. Ray, can you give me your initial thoughts about the game?
Well, he surprised me a bit in the opening. I mean, he played knight f3 against me in the tournament we just played in, and he beat me. This time he played knight f3 again, and he prepared something slightly different, but yeah, I felt like I was in trouble in the opening again, at least in terms of like, I didn't remember like what I had analyzed, or if I had analyzed this move knight c3, and then it's like so early on in the opening, but I felt like either way I played, there would be a lot of complications, and obviously he was prepared and I wasn't, so that was very challenging. I mean, what I did was kind of made sense, but he was obviously still prepared. Like, he made this weird looking move knight d1, which I did not really understand during the game, but obviously it was, I guess, probably the best move because he played it instantly, and even a few moves after that he was still moving instantly, even like up until queen g2 maybe. So I felt like if I could get in e4 I would probably be fine, but I didn't see how to do that without like just losing. I'd have to sacrifice another pawn, and I didn't see enough compensation there, so the position we got I was worried about, and then I thought him playing b3 and putting the rook on a3 maybe gave me some chances because his pieces got misplaced.
Yeah, and the time situation too, it really felt like deja vu from the American Cup, not only with the maybe surprise in the opening, but also the fact you had about a minute of his over 50 minutes at one point this game. Were there any lessons you took away from the American Cup that maybe helped you resist a bit more in this game?
Well, I felt like my position out of the opening this time wasn't as bad. There I was kind of just clearly worse. Here I felt like there was at least more fighting chances. In general, the more time I have to like get into the game, the better for me. Like, sometimes I feel like I'm not calculating, but I'm just by sitting there, I'm like slowly absorbing the position. So the more time I have to do that, the better. But yeah, I think I was actually doing fine later on, but I think this h6 move was careless. Like, I saw he could play f4, but obviously, as you said, I was low on time, so I just played h6 anyway. And after that, I decided to sacrifice the exchange on b3, which I didn't want to do, but I just kind of didn't know what to do, so I just made a move. And it's funny because the position we got with this, like, I have two pawns on the queen side, and I'm down in exchange, and my king is kind of open, but the knight is guarding it. It's reminding me a lot of, I used to play the Botvinnik variation in the semi-Slav a lot with black. And we get a lot of similar situations where like black's pushing his pawns in front of his king on the queen side, and his king is kind of open.
Sorry to cut you off, Ray, but we have to send it back to the studio because there's a lot of exciting moments. So let's go. Oh, actually, I'm being told to ask, why are you getting in time trouble in every game? Is it like just overthinking things, or is it just an intuition thing?
I don't know how I don't know how other people make decisions. Like, I like to see everything through, but when I can't, it's difficult, I think, for me to make decisions. So in this game, like in the opening, nothing was clear. I guess I should have just chosen something and maybe played a similar position, but with like 40 minutes more than I had.
Gotcha.
But I have problems doing that.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, I'll let you get rest for tomorrow's game, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you, Eric. And Ray, I mean, cure. Find a cure. Remarkable game is going on between Hikaru versus Mishra. And Mishra is in a rook and pawn endgame. It's a pawn down.
But he managed to kind of get a reasonable position now.
Yeah, and I think it is what they call a table-based draw.
It's a draw, yeah. It's a technical draw, but it's not going to be that easy, I have a feeling.
No, I mean, because White's king is actually rather active, so you always have these ideas of playing check, d5, and marching into the position with the king.
Both players know that because, a lot of players have analyzed this position in this type of endgames at home. Now, the question is, how do you make even progress at this point?
Well, let's look at the most brutal, direct. Check.
Sure, king f7.
d5.
I'm not going to g5.
No.
d5. And now you're trying to go king d4 followed by king e5.
Absolutely.
That's your big plan.
As well as moving the rook so that the d-pawn will be free. And
so what if I try to go
rook f1
rook
and then
f1
f4?
right now? Yeah.
Rook f1, let's say, well,
f4.
f4.
Sure. I'm trying to...
Are you sure? Now I've got two connected passwords.
Right, but I'm trying to take one of them, f3.
Oh, no. Now life is good. Rook check and rook
e5. Yeah, that's
rook check and rook f4. And I've
now
bridged my king.
Yeah.
I bridged my king. By the way, he didn't do this. He didn't go for the direct. Hikaru has played the move rook e5, and
it's not a surprising move. So now do we go like rook a2?
King f6 is the only move.
King f6 instantly.
Only move.
I go
Anything else loses at this point.
I go king f6 instantly because I just want to stop you from playing. And at a certain moment, I do want to play f4 if I can get in rook f3 as well.
So just to show why king f6 is the only move.
Please.
If you do go rook a2, which does look quite natural to me as well.
Yeah.
Now after d5, this whole idea of bringing the king into black's position is starting to become a reality.
This king will come
king
to
d4,
d4.
king e5. Yes.
Yeah.
It's problematic.
He goes for it on the board.
Huge blunder.
Oh no.
d5 just wins right now, and Hikaru perhaps knows it.
Oh no. Mishra had played so well to this moment. King f6, but that's a very natural,
It's so natural.
And compelling move.
Yes, it is.
You attack the rook and prevent d4.
I think Mishra right now realizes it. Look at him.
I thought that if you go d5 right now, that as black, I'm going to go rook a4. Kind of cut out your king and then
I'll go d6. I'll push. I'll keep pushing.
Careful, I've got...
So king f6 is just not enough.
d7.
King f6, d7.
King f6, d7. Nimzovich called the passed pawn a runaway criminal that you must keep under lock and key.
Somehow this game reminds me of his loss against Hans Niemann from the US Championships. It was Mishra against Hans Niemann.
At the very end, he
Rook
let slip.
endgame, played an excellent defensive game, and then slipped right at the end.
Wow, and
rook endgames are tough.
Hikaru is sensing the moment here. You can see that he's going through the gyrations that he's known for at the board. the bopping of the head, the twisting of the face. Like, he's got this. And he knows d5. Well, on the other hand, there's no other move than d5.
Like you can give first check, rook e6, d5, but you don't need to do that.
Exactly. D5.
Hikaru is down to 2 minutes.
But I kind of feel you there, Kate, that d5, I think Mishra did have this idea of cutting the king, failing to realize that the d-pawn is actually rushing up the board.
Because I was thinking, like, I didn't see this d6 immediately, and if you don't play this d6 after my rook a4, and let's say you go rook e6.
Well, then you're...
Now I go king f7.
And you're a happy camper.
And I'm very happy.
Exactly. Clear. But it's this d6.
d6, just the pawn is too fast.
No?
No.
E4.
E4. What?
Oh, my word. The players are just...
But wait, if we trade pawns, isn't that just... much easier winning. I just take and king f7.
Absolutely.
I don't get this.
Take and then king f6, perhaps king f7 as well.
But what is going on is, does Hikaru think he's going to play king d5 and win this game? I'm stunned.
Wow.
What is this? Like, what's the attempt here? Okay, we need to understand at least the attempt, right?
Yeah, I mean...
So what's the attempt? Let's say I go...
I mean, I'm sure Hikaru is intending king takes e4 and
No,
king
he's
d5.
capturing with the rook.
What?
No.
We don't get
took
anything.
With the king.
No.
Oh, with the rook?
We don't get anything right here.
I can't guess what Hikaru has in mind.
But now I go king f6.
Yes.
Okay. You don't play rook a5.
No. I think I have to go for the...
Okay. King f6.
For defense in front of your pawn. King f5. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's good as well.
Of course. King f5. So, by the way, I think rook d2 check is a threat to make an immediate draw. So he has an immediate draw as well, by the way, as immediate win.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be
rook a3,
rook
immediate
e5
win.
check or rook e8. Those are like, maybe rook e1.
Rook e1, I can support as well. But I'm
then
sure
I play
Hikaru,
rook a4.
I'm sure Hikaru is thinking, wait a minute, I've cut off your king. So that's good, and I want to play d5 and king d4.
But I think I would just go rook a4 here.
Rook a4? Why do you need rook a4?
No,
you want to stop me from playing
I just
king
want your
c4?
pawn to get to d6 and then rook a6, and that's winning, right?
And that's drawing.
That's drawn, pardon me.
And we will watch the play and keep an eye on this one as Eric Rosen caught up with our U.S. Women's Champion.
Yeah, I'm joined by Carissa Yip, who had a roller coaster game today against Thalia Cervantes. Carissa, how do you feel after this game?
Feeling good. Had a second to take everything into account. Now I'm here chatting with you.
Yeah. There was a moment in this game your opponent had force mate. She missed it. You came back, got a winning position, and won. What are the emotions like? Like, do you get emotional during these huge swings, or do you just keep your cool?
Well, I played bishop c6, and for a while I was already in time trouble. And then after I played bishop c6, I was like, oh my god, queen e5. And then I was like, it's over. It's time for me to start prepping for, the tie breaks. But then she played bishop d5, and I was like, don't play with me now. And I locked in.
What is it like when you know your opponent has forced checkmates, and are you trying to keep a poker face? Do you walk away from the board, or do you just try and stay there and not make any signals that your opponent is about to beat you?
Well, okay, in all seriousness, I completely expected her to see it. And I was just, readying myself to resign.
Gotcha.
And then, but bishop d5 popped up on the board, and I was just back in the game.
Now, this is your first American Cup. Is there extra nerves given you haven't played this event and format before? Or are you mainly excited about it?
I am a little bit nervous because, like you said, it's my first time. I haven't ever played a double elimination format before. But also it's just chess.
It is, yeah, fair enough. And you, you've been so dominant recently with U.S. Women's Championship. Do you have goals of just winning this event? Any particular goals for this one?
I go into every tournament I play wanting to win it, so that's pretty much it.
Okay.
Nothing new.
And final question, any thoughts about tomorrow's game, given what happened in this one? You just want to keep winning at this rate?
What's most important is just winning the match. So, I don't have to win every single game. I don't have to be taking huge risks. And if anything, the pressure is on her tomorrow to even the score. So, we'll just see what happens.
All right, well, best of luck tomorrow. I'll let you go, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you, Eric. Our congratulations, Carissa. Again, you just feel like, you know, destiny is on your side when you win a game where you could have been checkmated in 3 moves. We have a table-based draw here in our final game in the open section. Hikaru had a win in this game. He let it slip. And should this game end in a draw, it'll be the 4th consecutive draw in the open section. 3 decisive games in the ladies, but Fabi let his advantage slip, and Hikaru also. Hikaru is like looking at a score sheet.
Maybe he's just not understanding his idea to play e4 now. Like, why did I trade those pawns?
Right, and he's now realized that his king is not crossing the 4th rank. And if he tries to play the move d6, now that the king is not close enough to protect the pawn, after d6, rook to a6,
We
d7.
invite the pawn to kind of go in forward, but that's it.
That's it. We just get behind the pawn. And Hikaru is just like shaking his head.
He doesn't understand what happened.
Exactly. Rook to d1, you think, okay, I'm defending the pawn. He's just had this hallucination that he wasn't aware that Black's king is actually just in time to corral the pawn. And that's it. Easy draw. Mishra looking across the board like, hey, dude, you want to draw?
And this was the initial idea of that rook a2 move, which was actually a blunder, but for the reason of just, not trading the pawns on e4.
For Mishra, he was under time. He was playing on the increments. Now, Hikaru, what's the?
By the way, Hikaru has 35 seconds, so
yeah, he better keep.
He needs to keep track on that too. Like, you don't want to lose
forget
on
about
time.
the clock.
Yeah, don't
beat yourself up about this draw.
Right.
Rook e6.
Rook e6. Okay, last cheapos in the position. Are there any cheapos, in fact?
So what do we do? Just rook h4, just slide the rook over, or something different?
Rook h4 makes a lot of sense to me, and to Mishra as well. Rook h4, just sliding the, again, you're just keeping the white king from crossing towards your passed pawn. You need to escort this pawn to coronation, but if your king can't cross the 4th rank, it's a very easy draw. Conversely, White's rook is keeping Black's king from getting to d7. And if you get the king in front of the pawn, it's an easy draw.
The king on f7 is perfectly placed. Like,
yes.
You don't even have to go back to f6 like he was doing before, because, for example, if you go rook to e1,
yes,
and then I just continue staying on the 4th rank, I can go anywhere.
Like rook g4.
Let's say rook g4, rook a4.
Right.
Now you start going d6. No, rook a4 is fine.
Okay.
D6. Now I go rook g6.
Yeah.
Rook to d1.
Yep.
And now with the king, rook to d1. Now with the king on f7, I'm already ready to go in front of your pawn.
Yeah, absolutely.
With king e8. With the king on f6, that would be a bit more difficult.
Exactly.
So f7, perfect placement. All you have to do is swing the rook around on the 4th rank, and I think he realizes that.
Oh yes, no question.
There
about
it
it.
is.
So there it
rook
is.
to a4.
Yeah.
And another problem for Black is, let's say if White goes, for White is, let's say rook d2.
Yeah.
And let's say king e7.
Yeah.
If I try to go rook d4 to kind of free my king to support the pawn, you can just trade the rooks.
Now I'm in time to trade the rooks, just
king
as you
d6,
said.
and White is
Again.
never going to get the key squares of e6, d6, and c6, and this is just a drawn endgame.
Yep, you can't force the promotion of your pawn. I believe, well, Hikaru down on the clock, but nonetheless, how much time did he have when he made that move?
5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, not everyone can play like Ray Robson and play a move nonchalantly with 2 seconds on their clock. And Hikaru, beating himself up. By the way, we had this very funny moment yesterday at the players' meeting as Tony Rich was giving some introductory comments, welcoming the players, explaining how happy he was that we had such great fields of players, and congratulating Hikaru for being the number 2 player in the world when he replaces Fabi, who's sitting at the table as well. Fabi started laughing as much as everybody else. This is some rating point loss, is what I meant to say. And at this elite level, every half point that you let slip, it can cost you the top seed, number 2, number 3, number 4 in the world. Rook H4. Mishra looking around, where's an arbiter so I can claim?
Well, in fact, given their point difference in terms of rating
it's not
points,
that much.
I have a feeling that after this game, if this one finishes in a draw,
yes,
we might only have on the live rating list one 2,800 player.
Because that would be Magnus, of course.
Magnus, of course.
And
this would be the first time in maybe a decade, maybe more,
that we haven't had multiple
2,800
players. Is there a deflation in the rating list? What's going on? Rook E5, again, playing for tricks. I don't think Mishra's going to do anything other than Rook A4.
Rook A4, Rook G4. That's the only thing he needs to do. Rook A4, Rook H4.
And Rook E1, and Hikaru is basically saying,
I do believe that's a 3-fold repetition. Mishra is going
to play Rook H4.
Never mind. He decides to continue moving.
Rook E6.
Rook A4, Rook E1.
I think they're just repeating it a few times to make sure it's 3-4 repetition.
Make sure it's correct. Now Chris Bird is going to be called.
And that will be our 4th draw in the open section.
Yeah, very unexpected. This was this Rooken game.
We were expecting 2 decisive results in the open section. We thought that Fabi was going to win. We thought that Hikaru was going to win. Hikaru is disgusted with himself, and we understand that with 3 decisive results in the open.
And right now, let's go to Eric with Irina Krush.
I'm joined by Irina Krush, who had a nice win today. Irina, what are your thoughts about the game?
Yeah, I was playing Atousa with the white pieces, and I don't know, maybe I surprised her a little in the opening, and she surprised me in the opening, and eventually, through this move order of knight f3, d5, c4, she took this pawn. It's not really a move that she plays very much. And so eventually we got into kind of Queen's Gambit accepted. And my big sort of, I would call it like a semi-bluff in this game, right? Because we were going down a main line, Queen A4, 7, like sort of 7A4, Queen's Gambit accepted. And I played this move, knight E5. And, there is like, her best move there is bishop D7. And you kind of have to know a little bit of a trick to equalize as black, but it's a hard move to play unless you play this opening, right? Because then I was like, well, she doesn't play this for either color, right? So like how much Queen's Gambit accepted theory can she know? And actually, yeah, like she played this other move, knight bd5, which looked very sensible. And I was looking at it, I was like, what's the problem with this move? And then I realized it allows me one of the rook lifts possible in the position, and white gets a pretty dangerous looking attacking position. I mean, she was defending, I think, quite well. And ultimately, I won a pawn and got into some kind of end game and became technical. So there was a little bit of flashiness in the middle where like temporarily I sacked a piece. It only lasted like a couple of moves because I knew I was going to get it back with that extra pawn. And it was a question of whether I could convert with the extra pawn in the rook end game. And somehow, yeah, it worked out in a fairly smooth way, although, I'm not so confident about my technique, but it seems smooth enough.
Fair enough. And it was a very instructional game. I know you these days focus on playing, but also teaching. Is there one that you do more over the other, or do you just try and keep a balance in the chess world?
Yeah, I would say at the moment life is pretty balanced between playing and teaching and just overall enjoying life and trying to learn new things. Nice. So that's kind of the overarching theme at this point in my life, is just to enjoy it.
What new things are you learning outside of chess?
Yeah, well, I think already last year I was speaking about it because I started hip hop dance lessons at the end of 2023. So I've maintained that and still very committed to that and practicing. And that brings me a lot of happiness. Well, what other new thing have I learned recently?
Do you see overlap between hip hop dance and chess? Is there something about like the learning process that overlaps?
Yeah, that's great that you're thinking to ask that because most people, when they hear that, they feel like it's so different. Right. So it's actually interesting. What are the similarities between hip hop and chess? Well, there's a few. So first of all, I chose a style of dance that is like individual, right? Just like chess is a solitary game. Actually, hip hop dancing, you don't need a partner for that. And I think that's what I like about it, right? I like the freedom that I can it's just me, I can practice when I want, right? So there's definitely a reason I went with this style of dance and not like a partner dance. So, and the other thing is, chess is a game of latent aggression, right? So we kind of express our aggression in a very civilized way on the chessboard through our ideas. But of course, there's that sort of slightly more overt aggression possible in hip hop, right? It's more expressive, but I would say that that's a theme that runs through both chess and hip hop, and that's another reason that I like that kind of dance and that kind of music.
It's so cool to get like a completely different perspective outside just the chess of what you're up to. Now, what are you going to be doing tonight in preparation? Or any dancing or mainly chess focused?
I think, dancing's never a bad idea. Puts me in a good mood. But I think probably kind of a quiet evening, take a walk, eat dinner, and prepare for tomorrow.
All right, sounds good. Well, thanks so much for joining. Get some rest, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you, Eric.
Congratulations, Irina. Very nice game. Results, Kate, for this very eventful first day.
Yes, all games are over, so let's take a look. And we will start with the women's section. So Alice Lee won against Nazi Paikidze, Irina Krush won against Atousa Pourkashiyan, Carissa Yip won against Thalia Yip-Cervantes, and Anna Zatonskih drew Tatev Abrahamyan.
Nearly a whitewash in the women's section and in the open section.
In the open section, it was way less decisive. Nakamura drew Mishra, Wesley drew Leinier Dominguez, Caruana drew Robson, and Aronian drew Sevian.
Wow. And our brackets, as the players will switch colors and do it all again tomorrow.
So the same opponent but different colors tomorrow, and then it's going to be decisive who is continuing in the champions bracket and who is going to proceed to the elimination bracket.
They're going to play a classical game. If all the games are drawn, guess what? They're going to be playing blitz games to determine who goes to the elimination bracket, who stays in the champions bracket. Cristian, a good day. Oh, sorry, the women's bracket.
Let's take a look here. So again, the same thing here. Players are facing each other again, but with different colors.
All the way down. As we see that Irina Krush is going to play, the winner of the Irina Krush match plays the winner of the Alice Lee match. So there you go. Cristian, sorry, I wanted to get to you and get your final thoughts as we wrap up today's show.
Well, if you might be looking at the results, you're thinking, what a bloody round in the ladies section, of course, and for good reason, because that game, I have to say, Carissa, she was in trouble. She had a great opening preparation. This idea with knight to c3, d4, it played out perfectly for her. But unfortunately, Thalia really played well. And with that bishpawn g7, bishpawn e6, cutting the board in half, it looked like she got it done. She was 3 moves away from checkmating. Unfortunately, everything turned in 1 move. Incredible game that was. Let's take a look at the predictions for just a second. Okay,
well,
okay, so far so good, I have to say.
I've got...
everybody's happy,
Okay,
I guess.
everybody's happy.
Except Eric. Okay, a draw, but that's not a bad start.
No.
It's draw with black pieces.
Yeah.
And you might be thinking,
now,
in the
I'm
open
upset.
section.
My guy just let a winning position slip away.
What about my guy? And you don't care about my guy? Speaking of the open section, you might be looking at the results, you're thinking, what a boring day. That was
Not
not
at all.
the case.
Not at
That
all.
game of Ray Robson defending with 2 seconds on his clock for
Multiple
the last
times.
hour and a half
Yeah.
or so of the day. That
Right.
was just absolutely incredible. And once again, Ray's showing that maybe he's the best defender when it comes down to the last 10 seconds of the game.
Especially 2 seconds.
Incredible.
Remarkable.
I have to say, incredible. I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed of the fact that Hikaru, in fact, managed to get an advantage out of nothing. It looked like nothing.
Right.
Unfortunately for
The
him,
H6,
D5, also potentially going for that H7 pawn with a
Right.
check first. He should have done that. He should have stopped and thought about the best moves at that point. He stopped too late and allowed Abhimanyu to get back in the game. Just incredible game so far.
Love it. Thank you for watching. Tell your friends where you're hanging out, and we're going to see you all tomorrow for day 2 of the American Cup. Good night.
Goodbye, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.